Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 71, and specifically day 1 of the alchemy grind. So we are just going to absolutely plow down the 200 alchemy grind, doing it every single day until it's done, just to get it over with, because, yeah, might as well. We got the money for it the other day, so we are absolutely loaded. I think we have 25 gold now, which is the most we've ever had. But before we do, we got some news to go over. So, first things first, even though we got a patch yesterday, we also got a patch today. So yesterday was the leaderboard rework, and Andrew Gower has some things to say about that too. He mentioned on X, so we'll go bring that up. But first, let's go over the patch notes today, which is more important. The maximum distance you can now click or walk on the minimap is now restricted to a circle instead of number of rooms. This is so the distance doesn't vary depending on room size, so it is easier to tell how far away you can click. The circle is displayed as an overlay on the map. This is absolutely huge. Of course, this is actually how he implemented it the first time around in RuneScape back in the day, over 20 years ago. So if it's not broke, no need to fix it. So he literally just did the same thing again. So for example, if we bring up the whole map, obviously we can't click around here. Like we can't go and click all the way to the other side of the island. But we can click on the full range of the mini-map as far as the whole circle around us. So as far as the circle would let us go, we can go all the way over there, all the way over there, all the way over there. It doesn't matter if it's in a different chunk or where it is will still let us go into that circle. With that being said, that's how it works in Brighter Shores now. So if we go over to... Oh, also I should probably read the other two before we go show it. Recenter the map upon teleport to the infirmary after death, and fix the portrait of one of the female sparring guards, which is off-center. But anyways, let's go and shut it off real quick. So let's go log into our main account here and have him done with the smithing AFK. There we go. Nice. Level up, level up. You can stop now. Actually, I'll let you go for one more little hit. Let him get one more hit in, and then we can show the mini-map. So, now you can see there is a gigantic circle. Oh, time to go run to Chronopolis. No. Could you imagine? There's a wall there, so it probably won't let us. Though, I gotta see. What happens if you click over here? Yeah, that's what I thought. But look how far we can click. We can click like 4 rooms away now. Look at that. Look at that. Actually, let me go put these away while we go and bank over there. But, yeah, you can go the full circle now. So, yeah, there's just a gigantic circle around you. I wish you could lock the map to just your circle. Would be nice. So that you can see just only your circle, like the first time you did it. But this is still a great improvement. Absolutely massive. And of course, even if you bring up the other map, though we might want to make it a little bit wider if we're doing it like this. Yeah, we can have it like this. I don't believe there's currently a way to lock it into only the circle, like you did the first time around. However, this is still great. It increases the range of how far you could walk by a very, very, very long distance. Especially in some cases. Like, look, we could go all the way over to, let's see, this over here. Okay, it's still not letting me over there. Oh, yeah, because I need the other path. There we go. Look at that. We're going like 6 rooms away in that situation. But yeah, that is so, so, so nice. But yeah, that's some great quality of life I had today. I don't think that actually affects anything we're doing today, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's pretty useful. Obviously not like a game-breaking mechanic, but definitely very helpful for just navigating around from location to location. Anyways, let's go into the drama part now. Because I saw this morning, I was like, oh no. Because I was checking his X for the update, and I saw this little thing. Okay, let me go get our guy to, let me just get him to an AFK activity. I went to our chef thing right now. I might just make some sandwiches real quick. That's semi-AFK. We need to be there anyways. We're literally living in Hopeport today, so other than for our adventures in like half an hour, we are just living in Hopeport all day today. But let's go and make our sandwiches real quick, and then we'll bring up the other thing that happened. I didn't actually realize this was even a thing, because I don't really follow people, or, you know, I haven't really been keeping up with everything that's been going on Twitch, or on Twitter, or on the subreddit, or anything. I pretty much have barely checked them since the launch, other than, like, the official Andrew Gower Twitter. But, let me go and get this, get that, go turn in these sandwiches. Oh yeah, we can use this here too, though I think we could already get here. One thing that's really funny though is you can go all the way to like the obelisk from here. If I click here, you can go all the way to obelisk, you can go all the way to Branolf. So now the Branolf task just got so much easier to turn in, because you can now one-click the Branolf task. There's actually a cooking task to go to that Branolf room right over there. And before that was like, what, 5, 6, 7 rooms away? Now you can just one-click it from here. That is huge. Anyways, what's my current task? Let me just grab everything that's useful. And then we'll go. Oh yeah, we're almost on timer right now too. Oh no, quick, 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 quick. Wait, none of this is good though. Oh, sentry, sentry, sentry. Oh, I've never cooked that one yet. I think that's the only good one. Alright, perfect timing. Okay, now we can get a double. Might as well just stand here. And then we'll go over the little drama thingy. Let's see. Loading, loading, loading. Oh, so hello, Sean. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Hope all's been well. Alright, let's see. Sandwich, nice, nice. Okay, we could deal with that. Sandwiches are pretty easy. Not sure what array of sandwiches we're turning in, but we got plenty of them, that is for sure. Alright, let's go and cook our sandwiches then. Alright, anyways, so, a little bit of drama that happened. Oh, apparently we have to cook. A little bit of drama that happened. Andrew Gower made this post earlier this morning, 3 hours ago, or 2 hours ago, or however many time from there that is. It's like 2 hours something minutes. Anyways, I'm rather disappointed that we put considerable work into improving the leaderboards for the top players, who are the only ones who are really affected by the anonymous players. And in response, they just complained and boycotted the leaderboards even more. Makes me feel we totally wasted our time. I think it means our time. Wasted our time trying to improve the leaderboards for them. Certainly won't make this mistake again. We will focus on improving the game for everyone else instead. So this is actually kind of funny. Because, I don't know, how many people were complaining about this? Was this a big thing yesterday that everyone was complaining about leaderboard? Because I know no one in our chat ever came in and was like, oh, this new leaderboard system is awful. Or anything like that. Yeah, was this actually a real big thing? Like, were a lot of people actually complaining about it? I know a lot of people were, like, hiding on leaderboard. But I assumed that was just them, you know, utilizing the hide feature. But, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I know old school RuneScape has a big issue with this, where the high-level community is basically almost overtaking the game, especially when it comes to PVM and such. But, yeah, it's kind of interesting that he ended up mentioning this. But, yeah, he won't focus on the high-level community anymore. So no bossing for a year now. It was originally going to be like 5 to 6 months. Now it's going to be like a year. But no. But yeah, that was his statement on it. I don't know. Were people really complaining that much about it? Because I personally didn't see it, though I'm not really in like the high-level community bubble in this game. We are like technically a part of the high-level community in that we are a pretty high level. Like 26 in the game right now is pretty high. But I don't know, I don't really communicate with much of them, other than like Miles ES and Chino. But as far as anyone in top 20, I think those are the only two people I've ever actually chatted with. Is like 2 of the top 20 currently. Miles ES and Chino, somewhere in actually, they're right next to each other actually. I don't know. I haven't really chatted with most of these people. Like, I've said hi to them in game before, but not like chat or anything. But anyways, hello Galaxy, hello Sanaka, hello Pelican. Welcome. A few in the top 10 complained on Reddit, but like I'm sure they saw more than a few Reddit posts you saw. Has the Reddit actually been that active? I haven't really been checking it. I normally only check it if there's like something really important that's only there. Oh, we got Sentry? Ooh, wait, do I just double... You know what? I'm just gonna turn in every sandwich. Wait. We're only 1 sandwich off of being able to do a whole sandwich run. Okay, let me go double sandwich real quick. Also, I love this new map circle. This is basically the only update that happened today. But it is absolutely massive as far as the navigation that you can end up doing with it. You can go so many more rooms than you were able to before in a lot of situations, so absolutely love that change. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go for 11 here. Let me trade this back, because we only need 11 anyways. I'm gonna sell 1. How do I sell 1? How do I even sell? Let me go get a potion real quick, because I'm gonna need it for the run anyways. And then we're going to go and turn in our sandwiches, because I believe we need exactly 23 here. Let's do a head count. 12, 11, yeah, I need 23. So let me go grab 2 of these. 2 should be fine. Should be able to do everything in town and then go do sentry and whatever else, because we have a double sentry turn in. Oh no, the other one I can't turn in though. Wait. We got Invincible. Wait, we got a couple annoying ones. Quartermaster, Hairdresser. I might just start a Quartermaster then. Head to Hairdresser, get in Invincible, and then do the other one. Alright, that should be fine. Alright, let's go cook all these. More people hiding after the update to kind of troll than before the update. It was a little discouraging as a lower total player seeing your rank drop. That is true. There's a lot of people likely dropped like hundreds of ranks, like the average person, because all the people hidden in between that weren't originally on leaderboard, or people who never even opted in to begin with. Like, what if there was someone from like 2 months ago who never even realized there was a leaderboard added because they never go in this tab and they never follow anything, so they didn't even realize like leaderboards were in the game. There's probably a lot of people who didn't opt into the leaderboard. Not because they didn't want to opt into the leaderboard, but because they didn't even realize and might still not even realize that it even exists. Because there's definitely some amount of people in that category. Or, you know, just kind of self-contained, not really keeping up with much, and just kind of playing the game, having fun, and don't even realize that there is a leaderboard, because you have to opt into it. It's still an opt-in system, you're not auto-opted in. So unless you go to that menu, which is in like another menu, hidden behind another menu, you might never even realize that there's a leaderboard in the game. It might never even opt in to begin with. Yeah, the circle quality of life is really nice. It definitely helps some areas more than others. For example, what we're doing today has no effect because it was already 2 rooms away. But let's say I had like a Branolf turn in right now. I can 1-click that now. Before that was a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 room distance. But now you can simply 1-click it. You can even 1-click to Obelisk. You can even 1-click to the fish. You can actually 1-click all the way to banking eels. You can go catch all your eels and then bank them in 1 click. Before you had to click like 3 times. So fishing just got a little bit of a buff in that regard if you actually want to bank your eels. As it's actually viable now to do such a thing. Anyways, I'm going to go turn these in and then we're doing alchemy for the rest of the stream other than a few cooking contracts here and there. I guess I'll start with Quartermaster and just work our rounds because we're already here. Do Quartermaster, Hairdresser, Invincible, and then go turn in Sentinel separately. And we should be good to go. And then we'll go do alchemy until we're good to go on cooking again. As we will be taking very short cooking breaks in between. Just to go and cash in on some free cooking XP since we're already here. Might as well, we're literally across the street from it the entire day. But aside from our few cooking runs, we are literally living in the alchemy place for the next 5 days. With the only fresh year being to go grab our ventures from the other 2 chapters. And to go do a cooking run here and there just because it's free cooking XP. Because we're just across the street from it anyways. It's already free cooking XP, but when we're this close, it is super free cooking XP. So definitely want to be taking it every time. Alright, let's see. Also, I like how we got the new mini-map, and I'm still not even using it right now, though. I still prefer just clicking on the menu. Well, let's go utilize it some. Look how far we can click. So much better than before. I gotta start using it a bit more. We can almost click all the way to the Invincible from here. Aw, I still gotta deal with aggro, though, which is kind of annoying. Now, let me go bring up the bigger menu. There we go. Yeah, we can almost click to the Invincible from here. Wait. Oh, no, I canceled it early. No! I thought we were done with the cancel. Premature cancel. Alright, there we go. All the way on the Invincible. I'll go turn this in, and then the only thing we now gotta go do is walk 1.5 miles to go turn in Sentry. Well, so I did count this correctly, right? Yeah, 2 and 12. I mean, 12 total. 10, yeah, numbers. It's early in the morning. But yeah, this is the correct number. Oh yeah, also we have a poll today going on. And the poll is on, oops, why is he not doing anything? Where you go? But the poll is on, what is the best potion type currently in Brighter Shores? We have active EXP potions, which includes whenever you use the 5%, 7%, stuff like that, as well as whenever you use them on a knowledge point, which is pretty powerful. We have the passive potions, which are things like the XP potions, wealth potions, boost potions, pretty much anything that you can use while doing a passive activity, aka when your guy's logged out and just gaining XP automatically. Combat potions, which currently have 0 votes. Oh, poor combat potions. Yeah, combat potions are pretty clunky because you gotta go and do them every single battle. They're not a time duration, but rather a battle duration, and since there's no longer battles like bosses, repeatable bosses or anything, they're currently pretty bad value. In the future, they're gonna be insanely good value. I hope when Alchemy Part 2 comes out, we'll get, like, timed potions to kind of offset it. It kind of would have been better if it was the other way around, where Chapter 1 gives you the timed potions, and then, you know, Chapter 6 gives you the bossing potions, because, you know, you'd be more acquainted for bossing by that point. I'm not sure if he's ever going to change that in the future or what, but yeah, it is one thing that's a little bit clunky with it, is that in Chapter 1, you get the ones that are meant for bossing, but there's no bossing yet, and even if you were a new player, you wouldn't have access to it. Even if it was in the game right now, you probably still wouldn't even have access to it at the moment. But, yeah, it would make more sense if Chapter 6 was the one where you got, like, the potions that you get now, and Chapter 1 are, like, the time duration potions, but they might do it the other way around, where when Chapter 6 or whatever the next alchemy comes out, they make them time duration combat related, whereas the ones from Chapter 1 will just stay as they are as the quote-unquote bossing potion. But, yeah, that one's currently at 0 votes, and then Fear Potions, which surprisingly does have a vote. I figured I'd put them there as they do exist. Fear Potions are good XP if nothing else, particularly the low-level one, the 104 one. They're some of the best XP relative to the cost. They're less than 1 silver each, and give you pretty substantial XP. Oh yeah, let me go use the thing. But of course, there are a bunch of skilling activities you could do with the Fear Potions. So if you really like skilling, they're actually pretty useful for some things. Particularly Forager, particularly anything that's in like a combat room where you have to gather a lot of a required item. Let's put that into Alchemy. Okay, let it begin. Let's go start our Alchemy grind. Let's go back to Hopeport. And let it begin. Also, hello, MK Jets as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I played like crazy for the first 2 weeks. And then mostly passive since then, and you're only a total level 724. That's still pretty good. But I've still been doing that on my 2 alt accounts. They're almost halfway done. Actually, I think they're pretty much, if you count the total amount of levels, they're actually halfway done with Lost and Found. It should be done by like the 1st or 2nd week of next month. Maybe even sooner if I manually train a little bit on them. But they're getting there. Alright, what are we doing? Alright, let me get my XP pots. How many do I have? We're gonna need a ton of them today. Oh, perfect. That should be enough. That should last us today. We're not chucking that many. Let's see. What else? Anything I need on me? I don't think so. Alright, let's start making some potions. First I gotta remember what on earth we even need. Let's see. Oh, maybe I should buy first. Let me double check. What do you even need for this potion? It's like thistle and something else. I forget what the something else is. Oh yeah, clover. So I need a bunch of white clover. Alright, first things first. Let's buy white clover equal to our amount of thistle. Our amount of thistle is how much? We'll do this first and then we'll go do the other method. But since we already have them banked, let me go buy these first. I have 599 thistle, just to make sure I don't do math wrong. What is, I don't have a calculator open. I forgot there's a Windows update last night. So the calculator is not open. What is 600 divided by 12? Sorry, not 12. Yeah, no. That's wrong. What's 600 divided by 24? 25. Alright, time to go make 25 trips. Go, go, go! Yeah, let's go do 25 trips of this real quick. Let it begin. And then we'll go process all those, and then we'll buy them one at a time. Alright, what am I looking for? Clover. Are you under C? You are. Perfect. Alright, they're only 1 point, what, each? They're 1.2 each. That's not bad. Alright, we're just gonna stock up on 25 inventories of clover then. Do you think combat changes will change quest combat rewards? No. I'm pretty sure most XP will work the same. The only real difference is you'll get a lot more XP from, per hour. But no, I don't think any of the quest XPs are really being changed, because the XP system should be pretty similar to it is now. The only real difference is you'll be able to kill quicker, aka get more XP per hour. But beyond that, the XP curve and everything's probably staying the same. The only thing they might adjust is when you get a kill, you might get slightly more XP. Because I'm not sure if they're going to really bother increasing the quest rewards to compensate for the fact that XP will be quicker. I'm pretty sure it'll leave the XPs as is for now, but add, or like nerf down the amount that you would get from combat a little, just to make up for how much quicker you can kill. But I am curious if they even tweak it at all. If they don't, it's going to be about as quick as Merchant, if not quicker than Merchant, doing any combat skill in the entire game. Also, I completely lost count of how many I have, by the way. But we'll guesstimate it and figure it out by then. I don't want to keep doing this the entire time, though. It is actually a little bit worse to be doing this, but if we already have them banked, it's not as bad. But normally we're going to be doing the 11-11 method. But we will be doing this for now just because we already have a bunch of thistle banked from earlier. So we will do this for now, but later down the line we will be going to the 11-11 into the 22. And just doing it that way over and over again. But we got to use everything in our bank first, and then after that we'll be good to go. I think we're going to need like 17 more. I've completely lost track. I really wish there was a thing whenever you deposit in somewheres where it tells you how many is in your bank. Like it'll say like, you know, 336 plus 24 in parentheses. Or just 24 in parentheses, as in you added 24 and now there's like that X amount in your bank. Or vice versa. Or it shows 24 and then in parentheses it shows a bigger number, like 300 something. The first number being how many you put in, the second number being how many is in your bank. But hopefully they'll eventually get a feature like that. Not too big a deal if they don't. You gotta waste like a few seconds to go check the bank every time. Like when we think we're close, we gotta go check the bank and see what the number is. The game at no point as we're depositing actually tells us what the number is, but it's only a few seconds away to go check. It's mostly noteworthy when you're doing storage rifts, because when you're doing a storage rift, you're nowhere near close to checking. It's not too big a deal for a box like this, because you could check within like 3 seconds. But at a storage rift, it could take like 3 minutes to go check, because you got to go all the way back to a bank like this, then go all the way back to wherever you were earlier. So for something like this, it doesn't matter as much, but it would still be nice. But the storage rifts, it would really matter, because you got to waste multiple minutes whenever you want to check. Yeah, we keep getting a lot of small updates recently. I've been loving it. He's been doing like one little mini update every day. Yesterday we got leaderboard fix. Today we got the circle map. Let's see what we get tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be the entire rework to combat, probably. No. No, combat rework's still a little ways away. As I got some caffeine because we're going all day. We are going for like 11 and a half hours today. We're doing alchemy, 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 maybe a quick cooking break, alchemy, alchemy, do the dailies real quick in like 11 minutes, alchemy, alchemy, and a little bit more alchemy. And that's our schedule for the next 5 days. Until that number says 200. That is our plan. To like Sunday or Monday. We should be able to finish it by Sunday. But if we want to pace ourselves a bit more, it would just be finished on Monday. Either or works. Because we need something small to do on a Monday stream anyway, so that might be getting 200 alchemy like we got 200 gather last Monday. But if I did the math right, we should be able to finish by late Sunday. As long as we do an 11-hour stream every day. There's also only cost us about 23 gold in total across everything. Probably even a little bit less than that. And with our current 25... Oh yeah, by the way, we finally have 25 gold. It's something we haven't actually had ever. This is the first time we've ever had this big of a gold number. But, well, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a sad thing, but... After 71 days, after almost 1,000 hours, our highest gold stack we've ever had is 25. We had 24 point something at one point when we were doing our pickaxe upgrade. But this is the first time ever we have gotten to 25 plus. Still never seen the triple digit yet. But yeah, this is the highest amount of gold we've ever had at one point. 25.5 gold. Or whatever we started the stream at. I did a little bit more leatherworker last night. I didn't actually finish the 210, because after we did the math, we didn't actually need to finish the 210, so I just didn't bother to. The rest I'll probably bank, or maybe cash it in if we really need the cash, but we'll see. If I really want cash, I kind of want to do merchant instead. Just because merchant, we're going to need all the perks from it. Like all the ventures we'll be able to do with it eventually and stuff like that. Okay, let me go check the bank. I'm pretty sure we still need several more. I just want to see where we're at for Clover right now. So we need 600, and we're currently at, oh, never mind. We got a ways to go. We need about 600. We're at 288. We're only like halfway there. And then we'll start doing the 11-11-22 method. Or whatever it's called. I have no clue if it has a proper name. But do 11, drop 11, do 11, pick up 11, do 22. We were doing that earlier, and it seems like the best way to do it. The only reason I'm doing it like this right now is because we already have them banked. But after we're done with everything we have banked, we're going to go back to the 11-22 method. Because it does seem like it's the best way to go about it. It just doesn't work if you have stuff banked already. But once we run out of bank stuff, we'll obviously go do it. For now, I gotta buy Billion Clover. Hello, John. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I was really surprised when I was doing all the math on alchemy earlier. How cheap it was. Like, I was actually astonished how cheap it is to get 200 alchemy. I always thought it costed a lot. But it really doesn't cost that much at all. I wonder if it's less than 1 platinum to buy 500 alchemy then. Because honestly, it might be worth it. And then any resources you get from the other skills, you just send over to your alts or just sell in the market when trading comes out. Is that something you can do if you're not going to be Iron Man? Because you can actually do 500 alchemy as soon as you have the money for it. You don't have to wait until you do like 500 Forager and 500 Mind Fighter and 500 Gatherer and stuff like that. It'd be helpful if you did. And if you're just doing the all-in Iron Man route and never activating trading, it's probably worthwhile to do it that way. However, if you're doing it with trading, the second you have enough money, you could literally just buy 500 alchemy. Obviously, it would take a while to train. But money-wise, you know, you just buy it instantly. And you can even have them all in your bank as well, so you don't even need to rent a shop. Because if you pre-buy stuff from players, you don't need to keep doing this, what we're doing right now. It'll probably cost you more money doing it that way. Because realistically, almost everything will be more expensive from a player than it will be from a shop. Just because you're paying for a convenience fee of not needing to go to a shop. Assuming you're buying in a bulk of like 1,000 or higher. Which for everything post 200 is pretty much what you're going to be doing. Everything's going to be in bulks of thousands. But it depends how much they do a price hike. Because if they crazy price hike the shops, maybe stuff will be cheaper from players. But if they only like mini price hike, there's a good chance buying from players is actually more expensive than buying from the shop. Because you're paying for the convenience of having them instantly banked rather than having to do what we're doing right now. Walking back and forth for like half an hour straight. Because if you buy from a player, you negate all of this. You still have to do the time of actually trading someone. Assuming you can set up a trade in like 5-10 minutes for all you need. You just turned what is currently like a half an hour grind into like a 5-10 minute grind. Do you think alchemy will be the biggest moneymaker? Yes. 4-star gear and potions are the two biggest moneymakers when trading comes out. I can't think of anything that's going to be higher. Yeah, those are going to be the two biggest ones by far. Assuming special attacks are out by then. Because 4-star gear is only good, or, you know, weapons particularly, are only good if special attacks are already out and the combat rework's already out. And there's a good chance we're getting trading before that. But once that is out, they're going to be huge. So the main thing people are going to be trading initially is going to be potions then. Or gear for gear. There will be some raw material selling and stuff like that. But I don't feel like that's going to be a bulk of what people sell, though. Because the way that alchemy is set up in this game, it kind of needs new players to keep feeding into it in a sense. Because, hey, 69. But, it's because you're only able to really ever make a potion at a certain level range. And once you're too far past that level range, a potion is never worth making again, even if you have all the supplies banked. Unless you're, like, giving it to your alt to go do later. And there's no, like, auto potion maker that makes you potions without the XP. Maybe in the future we'll get something like that. Like some kind of machine that you put the supplies in and you get no XP for it. But it makes like 10 potions a day or 20 potions a day or, you know, however many. We don't currently have any mechanic like that. So once you're beyond the level range of a potion, even if you have the supplies, it's not even worth making them anymore. You either have to sell them to other players or have, you know, other players make them at their good XP range. Ah, perfect. One away. Nice. I didn't overshoot it. Technically, I should only buy 23 here if we want the exact number. Because it'll drive me crazy if I have one spear. So let me buy 23 here. And it should be exact number. There we go. 23. This should be exact on the dot number. Let me go check and let it begin. Alright, let me see. We should be at 599 on both. We're at 599 for Clover. And we should be at 599 for Thistle. Yep, perfect. The only thing that's going to be kind of annoying is getting to both of these. I'll grab 11 of you. Grab 11 of you. Alright, let it begin. Let's grab our XP pot. Alright, and we should be good to go. Alright. Let the alchemy begin. We're half an hour in, finally starting. But let it begin. Oh. Gower mad that the top players asked for leaderboard changes and then they got mad that they got the changes. Yeah, I ended up seeing that. We mentioned it earlier. Yeah, I made this post earlier. But yeah, he's disappointed with them. No, he's not even mad. Mad's not even the right word. I had to put mad in the title because the rest wouldn't fit. But that's even more harsh. He's disappointed with them. He's not mad at them, just disappointed. It's even worse. I only use the word mad in the title because it's the only thing that would fit because I hit the character limit for YouTube title. Because there's too many things to put in the title. But, yeah, he was disappointed with them. That hurts even more. Not mad, just disappointed. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't really hear that many people that were like that. I guess it was just like the top of the top. Like just like the top 10, or some people in the top 10, not all of them. Not throwing them all under the bus. But some people in the top 10, I guess, were like that. Let's see. Let's see, we'll go for that. Go for our thistle. Oh yeah, I forgot. We don't have to go all the way to the shop. That's kind of nice. We're not going to need to do that for the next 3 hours or so. Actually, no, you make about 110 an hour. Oh wow, we don't have to do that for half the day. Oh, that's actually kind of convenient. Half of today, I don't even need to go to the shop. Oh, that's pretty huge. I didn't even think about that. Because I forgot, you can only make like 110 of these an hour, roughly, give or take a bit. So that's almost like 5 to 6 hours where we don't need to do any shopping now. That's actually kind of nice. It took us like 20-25 minutes to shop, and now we don't have to shop again for another like 5 hours at the earliest. You lost 8 ranks to true rank. Those are 8 in the top 20 still invisible. Yeah, there's quite a few there. Hey, we're already down to 26. Though we might pass Azrael today. But we're not really paying attention to leaderboard anymore. We're just going to go do whatever our goals are and not try to pass anything. As long as we get everything done that we need to get done. Oh, I do have cue ball action on, right? Let's hope so. Please tell me I have cue ball action on. Yeah, we do. We're in the clear. Doing chestnuts is also better with circle map. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. Should we mess around with all the circle map stuff or just do alchemy today? Because there are a few things you could do with circle map. I just figured they're kind of small for the most part. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a great feature. But, like, it's nothing game-breaking. It's just some quality of life that's kind of nice. So I don't think we need to go mess around with, like, a billion different methods for it today. Like, all the things you can use circle map for. Like, it's pretty obvious. You just click on map and now you move further. Obviously, it helps with some things. It's just, it doesn't help with alchemy. So the main thing we're doing for the next 5 days, it does not actually assist with. It does assist with cooking contracts, though. Because now you can one-hit click to Brinoff Inheritance turn-in for cooking. Which just made that turn-in so much better than it was before. Also, my dailies are ready. Should probably do a daily run after this set. Did Gower say stuff on Discord, too? I have no clue. I only saw the Twitter one because I checked that because of the update. And then I saw his disappointments with the high-level community. But, yeah, I haven't checked the Discord a single time. Actually, I don't even think I've looked at the Discord since launch. I went into the Discord before the game launched. And maybe said, like, a few things in there. But I have actually not checked the Discord since the game has launched. I've not checked it in, like, 3 months, the Discord for Brighter Shores. Because I pretty much never use Discord. And the thing is trying to notify us to go to our dailies. Fine, we'll go do our dailies after this run. The little red 2 next to our adventure. Being like, go do dailies, go do dailies, go do dailies. Oh, so I'm kind of surprised. Passive potions are really dominating the current poll. It does make sense, though. I don't know, do you guys feel like you've been doing the passives a lot more than the actives these days? Because I know a lot of people have been playing the game a lot more passively lately. And that they might be checking it a lot less often compared to in the past. And also, there are some pretty strong passive potions, most notably Boost in Wealth. The XP potions are useful, but the Boost in Wealth ones have some interesting implications, like Boost potions post 200, and Wealth just in general if you have a really high combat, because it's the best moneymaker AFK in the game. It's almost better than some active moneymakers. You need an absurdly high combat level for it, though. We're talking like 400 plus. Hello, Bukas! Welcome, welcome. You passive for 3 weeks straight, so your bias dies. Have you actually been using the passive 5% boost potions, or just using them normally, or doing them normally? Because post 200, I have been utilizing them. And yeah, they're not bad. They are worth it. Only post 200 though, not pre 200. Pre 200, they're a little bit too pricey for what they do. You have been using them? Nice. Yeah, I haven't been on the alts, but I have been on the main. The alts just can't afford it. They have too many other things they need to be dumping money into. Like their stonemason and bone right grinds currently. As well as their smithing grinds that they're both finishing up. Actually, one's finishing up. One's finishing a combat grind, the other one's finishing a smithing grind. And then they gotta both pivot to bone right and stonemason. And then by early next month, they'll have Lost and Found done, and then from there, they go get their 500s respectively. Yeah, they were pretty expensive. They, in the long term, do kind of pay for themselves. We did the math on it. Basically, if you're willing to instantly get a post 200 level for about 3 to 5 gold, if you would infinitely click that button, like instantly gain 1 level after level 200 for only 3 to 5 gold, it is worth using 5% XP pots. If you wouldn't infinitely click an item, a button like that, then it's not worth it. But if you would infinitely click a insta-gain level for 3 to 5 gold, it is worth it. Because it's basically what the 5% pots are. Though obviously over a longer duration of time than instant. But that's effectively what they are. Roughly 3 to 5 gold for a post 200 level over a long period of time. Oh no, I got Fox event. I'm still doing those trees that give those event thingies in old school. Oh no, we got Foxed. This is like the only non-AFK part. I'm like 3-4 times over drop rate on it. Actually, I could show it right there. It's not like we're doing too much in Brighter Shores. I'm not leaving that there. Let's see if we can get the RNG on screen. Because who knows, maybe this is finally the one. It's 1 in 45 chance we get it. We're dry on both the 2 cosmetics. The pet, which we're 3 times over drop rate for, and this whistle, which we're also pretty much 3 times over drop rate for. The game just does not want to give us woodcutting drops. They also go RuneScape added a bunch of random events to woodcutting to make it more interactive. I'm only doing this one singular event, because it's the only thing I'm missing from the entirety of Forestry. And there's no dryness protection on it. I should probably move that down. That's such a covering a bit. Hey, come on, Fox Whistle. Come on, 1 in 45. You know you want to. The sad part is even worse if you don't have 99 woodcutting. Though we've had 99 woodcutting the entire grind. Which is max level in that game. It's like the equivalence of having 200 in this game. Which is basically max level for Brighter Shores. Realistically, 200 is max level in Brighter Shores. For the average person. Even for most people in general. No, we didn't get it. Boo. Alright, we'll continue going dry for another 1,000 hours, fine. We'll just keep going dry forever. Alright, anyways, let's go to our dailies. Alright, daily time. I need 1 mining boost potion, and I think that's pretty much it. Alright, let's go ahead over there. Mine deep. Also, for any of you that don't know, a couple days ago, they did add an update that lets you use boost potions on passive activities. Or not passives, ventures, I mean. So if you haven't been potting up your ventures, definitely make sure to be doing so. I personally don't for the Chronopolis one. But for this one, definitely 100%. Because this one's actually really good XP at my level range. The other one isn't, so I don't really care about it too much if it's 5% potted or not. But this one's actually really good at our level range right now. As well as mine XP just being a little bit annoying to get in general. Yeah, look at this XP drop. It might almost be enough for a level. It'll be a little short. No, we actually got the level. Wow, that's a lot of XP. We got a new passive activity too. Unfortunately, it's Stonemason AFK though. So I'm not sure if I'm going to bother. You can do it at the 220 AFK for Stonemason. Oh no, should I? I'm not sure if I want to do Stonemason or not. I still haven't really decided. If I'm keeping at 200 forever or just going all in on smithing or what the verdict is there. I kind of want to just do mining smithing, but oh no, we're going to bank so much stonemason that it feels like a waste to not. It's just so much. Yeah, that's a post 200 venture. It's my only post 200 venture currently. They're really strong. Post 200 ventures gain a pretty similar benefit to passives. And then after 200, they get way, way better. It's the only one I have though. To be able to get the one for detective, I need like 287, which is absurdly high. We're nowhere near it. After the combat rework, we will go get it. But prior to the combat rework, I don't have it, which is why I'm not bothering to 5% boost it. As it's not a post 200 venture yet. But yeah, post 200 ventures are really, really strong. They scale pretty similarly to how passives do. And then after 200, they're almost like 4 times better. They're not exactly the same scaling as passives, but they are way better post 200 compared to pre 200. But that's the only one I have right now at 231 mining. This message board you don't get till, I believe, 287? It's pretty high. It's only a 194, 190, yeah, 194 right now. It's still nice, but it's not a lot. Anyways, where are we going? Let's go over to, Hopeport. Let's go back to living in Hopeport. This is where we live the rest of today now. Only reason we'll leave is because we go do some cooking contracts. But we already did them this hour, so we're good to go. Other than the 2 that we have laying there, but we'll worry about that later. But I really do need to get a second post 200 venture activated. How far do you have to go for fishing? Post 200 fishing. Hypothetically. You'd have to go to 226 fishing to get one. Which I think is actually one of the lowest requirements for any post 200 venture currently. But that also implies I have to do 26 levels of post 200 fishing. When we don't even have 200 yet. Which sounds like it'll take forever. So I'm probably not going to bother. Alright. I'd rather just do it for detective. Alright, let's go get, which is probably going to be the first thing we do, actually, when we get the combat rework. Is we're going to be messing with a lot of combat in Chronopolis. And one of the main reasons I actually want to do that, oddly enough, is because I want to go get 287 detective. So we can get the post 200 message board. That's actually one of my first goal when the combat rework comes out, actually. Instead of getting 200 all, it might be to get 287 detective slash watch person. Or, you know, whatever the combat will be by then. I'm not sure, though, because that would still take forever, though. We might still do the 200, 200, 200 first. I just really want to get that passive, or whatever you call it, venture activated. Because the amount of XP that it drops after we get it is going to be so nice. Compared to prior. Or it's giving us almost nothing every time we take it. I just don't have a better venture to be taken at the moment. Because all the merchant ventures don't work at the moment. Or not all of them, but all of the good ones. Like those perfect bricks don't work. The perfect tiles don't work that are coming up. If they did, that'd be a different story. We'd be doing those. If this venture was to work right now, I'd rush to 250 merchant literally right now. Like at this exact moment in time, I would just go rush it immediately. Unfortunately, it doesn't, so we can't. So hello, little fig. Welcome, welcome. You like the new map ring? Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot so far for the little bit I have been using it. You can go so far with it. Look, I can go all the way to Pipe Alley from here if I want to. I can go all the way to the Forger shop from here. That's insane. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's only 5 rooms. It looks like it's a lot further. But still, it's still really nice compared to the 2-room limit. You can also bank eels all the way with 1 click. You can go from cooking to Branoff, which was a really annoying room to get to before, but now you can 1-click it. But yeah, there's a lot of quality of life that came with it. I do wish you could lock it into just the ring. Instead of having the square map, I wish there was an option to do a circle ring. I also wish there was a way to lock to a certain direction, like south, west, east. Currently, you can only lock north, but you can't lock the other 3 directions. And there's some skilling activities where it's really beneficial to lock a direction that isn't north. Like, I know with carpentry, I always try to make it go south, because it just works a little bit better that way. But you can only ever lock north. You can still turn it around and have it like that, but you can't like auto lock it in. Alright, that's gonna go a little bit crazy for a moment, but it should be fine. Even if it goes red. Yeah, it's fine. No worries, no worries. You actually have like so much time. It is so generous with how much time it gives you. I still haven't messed up a single potion yet. The only one I ever did was because I drank a an XP pot, forgetting that you can't XP pot during this. Otherwise it breaks all your actions. But aside from that, I've never actually failed one of these yet. Because it is just so generous with how much time it gives you. It's definitely possible too. But it gives you a lot more time than you think you have. Or you'll be blinking red and it'll still take forever for it to even kill the potion. Yeah, this is our life for the next 5 days, by the way. Until that alchemy number says 200. But honestly, I really enjoyed this little mini alchemy game. And it gives a bit more XP rate compared to the other methods. It's also way cheaper. You're still getting quite a few potions per hour. It's like about 110 potions an hour. What's the best cape? I don't know. I have a mining keep bias for sure. I think the mining keep looks pretty clean. Smithing keep I've also pretty enjoyed. The dragon keep I also love, and one of the reasons we're even going for 500 Chronopolis. Other than the fact that I want to start doing 500 all combat going forward. Oh yeah, we did a poll yesterday. I'm still not sure if we're going to be doing it that way or not. But we did a poll yesterday on if we should do 500 Mines of Matubin and Chronopolis, or just Chronopolis when Combat Rework comes out. And the poll did end on winning on Chronopolis and Minefighter. Which I guess we will, because that means every member area would have max combat in. That just means all the non-member areas we wouldn't. So I think we are going to go for that. Does this mean it's going to be a while before we have, you know, the level we need for, like, Detective and stuff like that? But one benefit of doing 500 Minefighter is if we ever want to do post-500 Alchemy, we got every single Minefighter drop already banked. So that's a lot of free Alchemy XP, if we ever do want to commit to the 500 Alchemy grind. A lot of that supplies will be sitting in our bank forever doing nothing. But the second we want to commit to a super high Alchemy level, like 350, 400, something like that, we'd have access to it. We wouldn't have all of it banked, but, you know, we'd have way more than nothing banked. Like, it would save us a lot of money on 400 Alchemy or so. Or more so on 430-ish Alchemy. The problem is we don't really get anything too interesting right after that. The biggest reward is when we actually hit the final thing at 412. The XP we get at 412 isn't really doing much, but having a 10% XP pot there is pretty solid. These 2 potions are pointless. I guess the AFK potion could be cool for 10% Minds of Matube and AFK. That would actually be really strong. So yeah, that would be the main goal then. Is hope that from 500 Mind Fighter we have enough bank to get 30 levels pretty much. 29 levels actually. I don't think it would be enough for 29 levels, but it would definitely be more than none. I'm not sure how close it would get us to 29 though. I believe that's the one that requires the slime. That's the 490 in the area. So if the combat rework makes it so you can kill it way earlier, we might be able to, because it's weak to blue, which is pretty relevant. We'd have to go a tank build though, because you can't range it, so you can't just run circles around it. We're actually going to need tank armor. That's my only concern with taking them on, like to farm them early, is we're going to need tank armor while having no tank armor. Because for one, trading won't exist when that initially happens, unless we take forever on the grind, but trading likely would not exist yet, unless trading comes out before combat rework. But even if it does, armor maker definitely does not exist by then. So we're gonna have to pay an armor and a like if we want good armor. I don't know, we'll see. We might be able to get away with really cheap armor, or just get really lucky on drops and have them supply us our armor. Because we don't know what kind of RNG we're gonna get up to 500 mining. I have Mind Fighter, I mean, or Minds of Matubin, Obelisk, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what to call combat anymore. Because it's going to be kind of changes of next month or two, or whenever they do the combat rework. Merchant will always be the best profit, just with the cape looked cooler. Merchant's not the highest profit in the entire game of any skill, but it's definitely really, really high. Technically, combat and leatherworker both make more. And combat and alchemy also make more once trading comes out. But even combat pre-trading, I'm pretty sure it makes more money than alchemy. Like if you're doing 500 combat compared to 500 alchemy. I mean, 500 combat compared to 500 merchant, I mean. Even pre-rebalance. It is really high, though. But I believe 500 merchant's only like, what, 2 to 3 gold an hour? Maybe 4? Whereas the other workers like double that at the same level range. Assuming you have the merchant level already. Yeah, merchant's a lot more engaging. I do still need to get back to the merchant grind. My bare minimum that I want to have before Chapter 5. Ideally 500. But if we're going to be going and combat pivoting and everything to a bunch of combat 500s, I want a bare minimum have 322 merchant before Chapter 5. Just so that we can do perfect tiles. How relevant they are, we have no clue, but they're definitely used for something for Builder. How relevant they are for Builder is to be determined, but they're gonna do something. So I want to have 322 Merchant before then, and 310 Leatherworker to support our 322 Merchant. So basically I need 100 more levels in both the two skills, essentially. Post 200 levels. We'll get around to it eventually. As much as I would want both of them to be 500, that's my bare minimum. 322 and 310 if we're doing like a huge combat pivot in the next month or two. Because that's still realistic to go get. Whereas 500 isn't as realistic. Particularly for Leatherworker, for how long it takes to do Leatherworker. Leatherworker's a really slow skill. Like, to get this from 500 from here without using any knowledge on it, if we wanted to get like every last hide from it, it would take something like 600 hours. Like, if you don't use any knowledge and no passives, though we probably use a little bit of both. But if you weren't, that's almost a 600-hour grind. Especially in some of the dead zones later on. If you're not bothering with the passive. It's like a 500-600 hour grind. Whereas the other one's a lot more realistic. He's getting something like 310 from where we are right now. Or 320, or, you know, however much we want to cash in on that one hide. But going from there from here is only like, what, 50 hours? Oh, sorry, 200 hours. I forgot, it's like almost like double whatever it is. It's like 150 to 200 hours, which is still a lot of time. But it's a lot more realistic than several hundred hours. Like, it's still insanely high, but it's more realistic. Plus, we'd be printing money the whole time, and or armor-making supplies, depending on how we want to go about it. I do want to start banking Marvit rather than selling, though. I just don't really have a better moneymaker at the moment, so I've been selling a lot of it. But I do really want to start banking more than I have been. How soon is the combat rework? People keep estimating 2 to 3 months. We have no clue. It could be a couple weeks from now, could be a month from now, could be 2 months from now, could be 3 months from now. I've kind of been guesstimating about a month from now, but maybe it is way longer than that. I also thought trading would already be out by now, and it's not. Actually, I technically said trading would be out by the end of this month, because otherwise it'd be over 3 months since trading. So if it's not out by the end of this month, then it's definitely way later than I was expecting it to be. Because trading should be the next really, really big thing. If I had to guess, there's probably going to be a quest added in the next few weeks. Then trading within the next few weeks, but after the other thing. And then combat rework in like a month or two. And then probably PvP would be the next priority. Finally getting PvP into the game. Not counting all the small quality of life stuff. Because they posted a roadmap thingy the other month. And every single thing on it, except for trading, was added to the game so far. Because they mentioned they were going to add 200% knowledge meter. They did that. They mentioned they were going to add a holiday transmog system. They did that. They mentioned... what was the other thing? They mentioned queuable action, and they've done that. The only thing from the several thing they mentioned a little while back on like a little mini roadmap they did was trading has not been implemented. It's literally the only feature not mentioned. Or not done from what was mentioned. Why a quest? Oh, he's going to be adding a billion quests in the near future. They even hired a 3D animator just to help, like, literally just with quests. They have so many quests planned. He used to add, like, 1 to 2 quests a month back in the day. And he's definitely going to be adding a quest, like, every 2 months or every month or something similar soon. He just needs to get the system rolling for it. Once we start getting quests, we're going to start getting a quest, like, perpetually forever. He really loves his quests. Because it gives more life to the game and, you know, unique things. Also, interesting reward space to add almost anything. They already confirmed in one of the Q&As they're going to be adding equipable potions for one of the rewards. Maybe shortcuts to some chapters, other stuff like that. As well as kind of everything else they've already been doing for reward systems for them. But, yeah, I'm really curious to see. Because we haven't gotten a single new quest since launch. It'll be like 2.5 to 3 months before we get our first quest. Yeah, quests do a lot to do world building and stuff like that. Even if you mash through them. There's just so much that you can end up doing with them. And he definitely loves doing really in-depth quests. Not like go kill 20 thing kind of quests, but, you know, actual, like, quests. I would say as far as dialogue and what you actually have to do during any quest, Spider Nest quest is probably my favorite. Not the grind you have to do for Spider Nest quest, but the actual quest itself is probably my favorite quest in the game, currently. I also like the puzzle of the, of every single one in Mines of Matubin. Matubin's Legacy puzzle and Lost and Found puzzle I like. They were really straightforward, didn't take too long. The requirements for them, possibly. But the actual puzzle themselves, pretty straightforward. But still challenging. But, yeah, I hope to do more like those. I was not a fan of Spirit Essence's puzzle, though. But I did like Matubin's Legacy and Lost and Found's puzzle. You don't like the Mines of Matubin zone? I don't know. There is one issue I've always said with Mines of Matubin. And I feel like it just feels like a generic mines. I know it's more than just a generic mine. But I don't feel like you could just copy-paste Hopeport and, like, Chronopolis and just put it into another game. But I feel like you can copy-paste Hope Forest and Mines of Matubin, put it in another game, and you wouldn't even notice. Like, it doesn't feel like Brighter Shores. I'm not sure what it is about the chapters. But I feel like these just feel like a forest and a mines. Even though Mines of Matubin is, like, one of my favorite areas in the game, it does just feel like a mining district. It doesn't feel like a Brighter Shores mining district. Maybe once it has some bosses and a few other things to give it a bit more life in that regard. But Hope Forest feels like a forest and Mines of Matubin feels like a mine. It doesn't feel like a Brighter Shores Hope Forest or a Brighter Shores mine. Whereas Hopeport seems like a, you know, Brighter Shores town, and Chronopolis definitely feels like a Brighter Shores city. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Chapter 5 is. The community manager said it's his favorite chapter in the game currently. Not sure if he's just trying to overhype it or if it's actually that good. It really comes down to how good is Builder. We know so little about Builder. He's either going to be the best skill in the entire game or is as bad as Detective. It could be literally anything in that range. We don't currently know. It could be as worse as Detective, or it could be even worse than Detective as far as usability. Or it could be better than Alchemy, or your production skill in Chapter 3, or anything like that. Could even be better than Armor Maker. We keep mentioning that we're going to be boosting Armor Maker a ton because of how useful it is. But there's a good chance Builder is even more useful than Armor Maker. Especially since Armor is going to be a bit less needed after the combat rework. His damage is probably going to matter way more than durability. At least until bossing and PvP comes out. But against a generic enemy, DPS is going to be like the only thing that pretty much matters. And there's currently no armors that give you offensive stats at the moment. Pretty much all armor is just tank armor currently. It's the same way he did it last time around, though. He just kept doing tank armor, tank armor, tank armor, and then eventually started adding utility armor. I think it took like 4 or 5 years into the game last time around, though. Hopefully it gets a little bit quicker to that this time around. Because all the way up to dragon armor was still tank armor back in the day. It wasn't until a few strength pieces and barrows came out in 2005 that he really started adding like DPS armor sets to the game. So it took like a good 3 to 4 years. But hopefully we'll get to it a little bit quicker this time around. Question, if you didn't have a YouTube channel, would you be playing the game grinding so hard? Yes. Especially once we get our Steam Deck. Like, our playtime, you're going to see it skyrocket. Because my off-stream playtime is going to be so much higher when I get the Steam Deck, hopefully, tomorrow. Supposedly, it's coming in tomorrow, so... You'll start to notice this number start creeping up. It's been creeping down lately, just because I've been streaming a bit less. But, my off-stream playtime is going to be so much better. This used to be, like, 160, 180. It's now only 130. That's just because I've been streaming a bit less. I'm just doing a few other things. But I can multitask IRL way better once we have the Steam Deck. So that time's going to go way back up. As I'll probably be able to play in like an extra 20 hours a week after the Steam Deck. Because the game doesn't have a mobile version, it's kind of annoying to play when you're like out and about. But Steam Deck would kind of solve that. Which is why I finally got it. Which means I'll be buying 2 portable consoles this year. We bought the Steam Deck a few days ago, and it should be coming in hopefully tomorrow. And I'm going to be buying the Switch 2 later this year, whenever they announce that. Also, I heard the Switch 2 is about as powerful, if not more powerful than the Steam Deck, which is kind of cool. Because I have a friend that keeps up with all the rumors and everything. And he keeps sending it to me like every single day. Well, not every single day, but a lot. And we will be streaming some Switch games when they do come out, or Switch 2 games, or whatever they're calling the thing. I'm not sure everything that's really been announced in that regard, but Pokemon ZA, or Pokemon Legends ZA, and Pokemon Legends RC is like the main thing that got me back into Pokemon the other year. I only tried it for a year and then kind of stopped again. But Pokemon ZA might be the thing that kind of gets me a little bit back into Pokemon, I guess. Because I didn't bother with their mobile trading card game that came out recently, or whatever that was. Oh, this thing's going too long. Go look at the thing! Aside from that, trying to think what else. Whatever the next Mario Kart is, we'd probably mess around with that a little bit. Probably not too much, though. But it'd make for a fun stream or two. And a few other games like that. I'm sure if they're going to add another Smash. Because I really like that kind of like brawling kind of game. There's been a couple spin-offs for indie-wise as well, like Brawlhalla and a few others like that. I've really played most of the spin-offs, though. Or, you know, like indie games and smaller ones based on it. But Nintendo definitely has a good handful of series I like keeping up with. There we go. Yep, we got our thing. Yep, billion pop-ups. Alright, let's see. Yeah, Builder has a lot of potential for Brighter Shores. It really comes down to... One thing I was mentioning the other day is I'm curious if they're going to do it like Fortune Hold, or whatever the thing is called in RuneScape 3. Because the more I think about it and the way that they've hinted at it, it almost seems like it will be the case. I'm not so familiar with that mechanic. I know it exists, but I'm not familiar with everything about it. But it's basically a hub area where you can make a bunch of facilities that help you throughout your journey. Which would make it into one of the biggest hub towns in the entire game, if not the biggest. In the sense that everyone would want to go build it up to get all the facilities that they could end up using. Because I do feel like Builder in some way, or shape, or form will have a facility system. AKA building up areas that you can then start using. Where it'll originally be, you know, destroyed, or you need to, you know, build something there. And over time, you know, you keep building more and more. Increasingly better stuff there. And then be able to use those facilities. What exactly those facilities would be and everything, who knows? Or if that's even going to be the mechanic. If the community manager thinks this is the best chapter in the game, that could be why. Because it could be almost more of a hub town than Chapter 1 is a hub town. You might be able to do, like, everything there. Or at least a good chunk of stuff. Obviously, you won't be able to train, like, alchemy and stuff like that, you know what I mean. But there might be a bunch of utility stuff that's just really good to always check. Or be able to utilize. Who knows, maybe even some auto-processing things. I don't think Chapter 5 would add that. But it could be a chapter that does. Because I played quite a few MMOs that have done that pretty nicely. I know most recently, probably Palia. They have a bunch of timed processors that are just really chill. Really easy to use. You just put a bunch of stuff in and you're good to go. And it just does it slowly over time. You don't get XP or anything for it, but you get the material out of it. I think Albion Online has something like that as well. And I believe RuneScape 3 has it with Invention, to some degree. Where you can, like, auto-make planks and a few other things. Alright, this thing might go over a little. But I'm pretty sure we have so much time that doesn't even matter. The thing is so generous. It's actually insane how generous that is. Every single time I think we're gonna go and have the potion explode or something. It's like, nope, still plenty of time. Hey, that reminds me, what's my level goal? I never actually mentioned it, nor do I even know what it is. Our level goal today is, oh gosh, 104. I forgot, it's kind of a high number, isn't it? Yeah, we got a level goal of 104 today. Are we gonna reach that? No. We're gonna try to get as close as we can to it. Technically at 95, we do get another potion we can go make. I have a couple hundred of them banked, but not a huge amount. Those were those little dandelions we were doing the other day from Gatherer. I believe that's what those were. Oh, and this is the tier beforehand, in which case I have almost none of them. Wait, was I gathering the... Oh, I didn't even think about that. I wonder if what I was gathering the other day was actually for the post 200 fear potion. For the 12-minute one. I didn't even think about that. That might not be the 6-minute one. That might be the 12-minute one I was gathering. Oh no. That means I have almost none of them banked then. Because I thought I had a couple hundred banked, but now that I'm thinking about it... let me go double check. I need to go check what the dandelion streaky is. Dandelion, dandelion, dandelion. Dandelion. Right, let me go check this streaky dandelion. Alright, streaky dandelion, streaky dandelion. Well, actually, I can just check it this way too. Yeah, it's only the sunshine one. No! I thought we were banking that one. Oh no, I was banking the post 200 one. Oh, that's kind of funny. Well, we don't have that many of them to go use then. Never mind. That's kind of funny. Yeah, the one I was banking earlier is actually this potion. The 209 fear potion. Oh no. That's not ideal. Because I barely even want to make any of those to utilize the fear potion. I wouldn't even start making those until level 219. Once we can stop making the boost potion. But yeah, I can't even make those till 219 even though they say 209. Because I wouldn't want to take any XP away from the boost potions. Because I want as many of them as possible. But, well, that's unfortunate. I thought that was for the lower one, but no, that's actually the 12-minute one. Which I guess we get to save those then, at least. That's the only plus side of it. We actually get to save every last one of them, because 12 fear potions is honestly not that bad. Honestly, that's almost better than collecting the bones. I might even go back to Dandelion. Because if you count banking time, Dandelion is actually better XP than, Oh, we might have to go back for them later. If we do post 200 for both of them. Because it is actually better XP rate to do Dandelions with 0% bonus than it is to do Goat Horn with 20% bonus. Or 15 or whatever we have right now. And the main reason for that is the bank time. Dandelions bank almost 0 time. I think at most they take like a 2-3 second bank. Which is quicker than if you were to even go to the alchemy shop. And goat horns are very far. So our XP is probably the same, if not better, for dandelions. And it's quicker than banking it from the other thing. And that way we can also skip the Hope Port potions, which is huge. Because I don't really need the AFK Hope Port potion. I would literally just be using it on itself, if that makes sense. I would be making the Hope Port potion in order to boost Hope Port alchemy. Like, I would literally chug one and get in an infinite loop where we just keep re-drinking the same potion. Because we'd be making an 8% Hope Port potion while drinking an 8% Hope Port potion. In the infinite loop of chugging our product. Which would be really funny. But also not needed. Because I'd be making a potion that I'm literally just chugging down instantly. It's a funny concept since we'd be drinking it as we make it. But, it's not practical. It would be hilarious, though. So at that level range, we'd start making the Dandelion Fear Potions. 10 levels late, but still good XP rate at that point. It'd be the highest potion we can make at that point. Which allows us to get to the really good Fear Potions. Which we'd have from 500 Mind Fighter. Which gets us one step closer to doing the plus 80 strength Cryo down the line. Also getting our Gatherer up a little bit. But yeah, that's a pivot we'll do at some point. No time soon, though. I would have to not only finish 200 alchemy, but also finish the AFK to 219 alchemy before we even start considering it. And even then, it might not be the thing we do immediately. So we're still a good, like, 2 weeks away from that. If we even do it when we can. But no, something to consider. Because apparently we're on a bit of a alchemy pivot. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Up, active EXP potions have taken the lead. Oh no, it's actually a tie between passive AFK potions and active. They're both really good though. Also, combat boost potions making a little bit of a comeback though. Fear potions still in dead last though. Not that fear potions are useless, but I was originally going to call it the utility potion category. But then I realized when I was making the poll that the only utility potion in the game is fear potion. There's actually not another utility potion. It's literally just fear. I always thought there was at least one other one, but no. It's actually only fear potion. I'm actually kind of surprised. Hopefully when Alchemy Part 2 comes out, there'll be more utility potions, like an aggro potion, all this stuff. But, yeah, fear potion is actually the only utility potion in the game right now. Everything else either does EXP or combat or passive. There isn't anything else that does, like, a special utility effect. Oh, you know what would be really, really cool? Oh, I just realized something that would be the most broken potion ever, but actually wouldn't be that broken. Imagine an auto-banking potion. Wait. A 3, 6, 9, 10, or 12, and 15-minute auto-banking potion for the next potion-making skill. Where you drink it, and every single thing for its duration gets auto-banked to the corresponding bank. Do you know how good that would be? It wouldn't increase your XP rate at all, but you wouldn't have to, like, use a storage rift ever, or bank anything, or drop it to the ground. It's just anything you would touch would automatically go to its corresponding bank for the duration of the potion. Could you imagine? That would be so good. That potion would definitely have to be a little expensive, though, to make. But, oh, that would be so good. An auto-banking potion. For those resources that are, like, 10.5 miles away from a bank. Those are called Imp in a Box? Yeah, you can use Imp in a Box. Imp in a Box is pretty clunky in old school RuneScape, though. Because they only have 2 charges. Like, the amount of time it takes to get one. It's just really slow. But yeah, old school RuneScape does have an equivalence of it. And technically, I guess RuneScape 3, though RuneScape 3 has probably an even more broken version of it. But no, Imp in a Box in old school RuneScape is pretty underwhelming most of the time. Like, the amount of time it takes to get it is just really slow. Like, I do use it on my hardcore for some things. But it's used very rarely. Just because of the amount of time it takes. The biggest issue is that imps aren't particularly good XP. They are at, like, a certain level range, but they don't stay good XP. There's just so many better hunter activities to do. And I think you only get 2 charges each time. And you can only catch, like, a couple hundred an hour. Though you don't have to bank them anymore with the Hunter's Kit that they have now. You just put them in the Hunter's Kit and it can have infinite on you. It's actually possible to have infinite storage space in old school RuneScape currently. But only for depositing, not for banking. I mean, not for, you know, grabbing stuff out. But you basically have infinite storage rift in old school RuneScape. But it requires doing 1 billion Imp in a Boxes. But having a potion that automatically does it is such better quality of life. I don't think old school RuneScape could ever get away with a potion like that, but Brighter Shores could, with how the systems work. A potion that you just drink and for several minutes you auto-bank everything that you touch. That'd be too broken in old school and would never pass a poll, but in Brighter Shores they could easily add it. And it would actually be balanced. Just think about how many people do gathering skills while dropping everything to the ground. Imagine if you auto-banked everything. from that grind. Just at the cost of having to chug a ton of potions. More than you already were. You're hoping Builder will be something that will allow us to bank anywhere. But that's what I was mentioning with the potion, because it's basically what the potion would do. But I'm not sure if we're ever going to be able to storage rift anywhere. That would be huge if so, though. Like, storage rift from any location. Though, even if that was to exist, an auto-banking potion would still be good. Because an auto-banking potion would save you the time of having to use the spell. I'm not sure if a storage rift spell will ever be usable everywhere, though. Because that's really strong. That is, like, really strong. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. Because the problem with this is it has no cost associated with it. If you can storage rift anywhere, there's no cost. Whereas if you have to drink a potion to auto-bank stuff, you know, the material that you grab, that has a cost associated to it. It has a, you know, the potion. But having storage rift work anywheres does not have a cost associated to it. And they likely want to money sink it or resource sink it in some way. Since it'll be a very popular, overly used mechanic. I'm not sure if they ever will add something like that, because that's really strong, though. The potion or the storage rift anywhere are both absurdly strong. Yeah, I'm not sure. Were people really complaining that much about the leaderboard? Because I didn't hear anything about it until he mentioned the post. I was literally just checking the patch notes on his Twitter. Because I saw that there was a patch thing. He says, like, oh, I'll go check the official thing on his Twitter. And then I see the thing. It's like, oh, a bunch of people are complaining about the leaderboard. High-level community stuff, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I didn't realize people were even complaining. Like, I don't think... We streamed for, like, what, 10-ish hours yesterday? 9, 10? And I don't think a single person complained about leaderboard. Or, you know, the changes that happened to it. So I guess this is like a really vocal minority. Hello, the Knights. You feel like the scaling on this game's gonna be like old school RuneScape? It's gonna take so much time to get those skills up to where you're at now. Oh yeah, it's very long in that regard. After trying to think about how long would it take to 200 all? Because we're gonna get there probably in about a month, month and a half. So if we break that down, yeah, 200 all with only 4 chapters in the game of the dozens they're planning on adding is already over 1,000 hours. So by the time we have, let's say, 20 chapters, 200 all, realistically, though we might have some more efficient ways of training and other utility stuff that makes things quicker and stuff like that. But 200 all by the time we have 20 chapters is probably like a 4,000 to 5,000 hour grind. 200 all by the time they have 220 chapters in the game. Would be 4,000 hours, give or take like 1,000 hours, depending on efficiency and what utilities exist by then. But it's about 4,000 hours, give or take 1,000 hours, to get it to just 200 all. Not counting a single 500, just 200 all. By the time 20 chapters exist. Would take 4,000 hours, give or take 1,000. But keep in mind, that's going to be like years upon years from now. Like the earliest we're going to have 20 chapters in this game is like 7 years from now. Could be even longer than that. So you have to keep in mind, it's a long period of time. Like 4,000 hours sounds like a lot of time. But we're talking about a time frame of multiple years, almost a double-digit number of years. Or a really high single-digit one. Someone got 200 all at 900. Yeah, it's definitely possible if you play really efficiently. Especially if you drop everything to the ground. That's of, like, lesser value. I just always bank everything, which is really inefficient. Or bank almost everything. But yeah, max efficiency can definitely do it quicker. Like, someone maxed an old school RuneScape in under 1,000 hours. But they use, like, the most ultra absurd, sweaty boosting methods possible. But they maxed the main account in under 1,000 hours. Something that normally takes over 2,000. I think they did an Iron Man in under 1,500? I forget the exact time. I think it was like 1,003 something hours. Where it normally takes like 2,000 to 3,000 hours. But if you play ultra efficiently, it's definitely possible. Obviously, most people aren't going to be playing like that min-maxi. Do you feel like you're clicking way more than before with the map update? It does nerf bigger rooms, depending on what you're doing. The circle update is technically a nerf, depending on your activity. But for most things, it's a buff. If you're doing, like, big sweeping areas of rooms, then you might actually be able to go a shorter distance than you were before. But generally speaking, it should be an improvement for most activities. I feel like a few of the bigger rooms in Hope Farce are a good example where it could be nerfed. Like if you're around where the carpentry area is. It's like one of the bigger rooms in the entire game. Whereas pre-update, you would actually be able to move even further than you could now. But in most situations, it's an upgrade to how far you can move. But there are some rare circumstances where it's actually a downgrade. Yeah, in Chronopolis, if you don't have the shortcut, you could probably go like 1.5 miles. Actually, even with the shortcut. You can literally go from the center of Chronopolis all the way to north side with one click. However, going to the farm room might actually be harder now because that's a really big room. And it probably lets you go less with the circle rather than more. But getting into something like soap is way easier now compared to before. Especially if you don't have the shortcut. But even if you do, it still helps. So we're actually making pretty good progress on levels. We've been doing this for about an hour and we've gained 3.5 levels. Which means we're actually gaining more than 3 levels per hour. Though, of course, we are dumping knowledge into Gatherer, though. I mean, into Alchemy. Which is where all the extra XP is coming from. But we're gaining over 3 levels an hour. We're actually close to 4 levels an hour, though we are doing it right at the threshold, so we'll go down a little bit. Once we get a little bit higher and need more XP per level. But this particular hour, right at the threshold, we're getting 4 in an hour. And it's going to go down to like 3.5. I don't think it's ever going to dip down to 3. At least not with this potion. Oh, maybe. We got to go to 104. So can we make that today? Yeah, we actually can. That means we'll be able to get 104 today, potentially. Depends how much the XP curve curves. But yeah, we can almost get 104 today, if not all the way to 104. We calculated out earlier as it would take 14 hours, not counting knowledge. So it really comes down to how much does knowledge help us there. I originally calculated out as 2 hours, but I'm not sure how much knowledge actually saves us directly. I also did not account for 5% boost pots, which we are using some. But I counted all that as saving 2 hours from 14. I don't know, we'll find out. Technically, we'd have to save 2.5 because how YouTube is, I can only stream for like 11.5 hours. But we're going to go for another 10 hours. And however far that gets us is how far it gets us. It really comes down to, in 10 hours, can we gain 24 levels? Which seems pretty doable. It's what, 2.5 levels an hour? That seems very doable. Given that we're currently getting 3.5 to 4 an hour right now. Though it will go down as we get closer to the number. The higher our alchemy level, the slower the XP is. Not because we're getting less, but because we need more per level. And normally that's not an issue, but our activity isn't improving until 104. Because all the in-between potions we're not doing. Like, I'm not doing the Tempest Stay, I'm not doing the other Tempest Stay, I'm not doing all those other ones there. I'll do a little bit of the 95 Fears, but not a lot. Oh, your turn to get over New Year's? Oh yeah, I finally caught up on sleep. I have for at least a couple days now. It really hit me hard the first week, though. Everywhere you go, Taz it goes. Oh, so we have like 4 people added in this room. I've been seeing poking a lot as well. Oh, someone's asking fishing levels. Too bad my thing doesn't say 69 because that'd be funny. Also, it feels funny as a level 2608 player saying my fishing level is only 57. It's actually one of our lowest levels. I did not mean to drop that. I'm trying to use the other thing. Also, someone asked when we're going to be doing the fishing stream. Well, we're likely doing woodcutting carpentry first. That's probably going to be our next thing after this, by the way. 24-hour carpentry stream soon. We're at the same spot again? Nice. What potion are you making? These all of them are going to be great profit when trading comes out. Like, there's pretty much no bad potion. Some are more useful than others, but pretty much every potion in the game right now is useful. To some slightly more than others. But I wouldn't say any potion right now is dead content. At least not currently. 81 alchemy rolling in. So I wonder if I should first time the Tempest Day potions. The problem with that is if we don't do the Forager grind, or the other thing, we're getting almost like nothing from them. I'll double check what they require. But, I'm not sure if it's worth going out of our way for them at all. I don't believe it is anyways. I recall their supplies being like way too expensive. Plus we don't need them, which is another big factor. I just simply don't need them as a Cryo Knight. Maybe after all the combat reworks, there might be some niche situations where we would, but I highly doubt it. It's just like a boss weak to yellow in the future. Or for standard enemies, I don't think we're ever going to need to use yellow. Or green. It's really just going to be boss enemies if they ever have weaknesses on them. It's just way too overkill for a standard enemy. Yeah, let me go check it on the wiki after this potion. I just want to see if I have any of it banked. I believe the answer is no. And if I do, I have whatever gatherer component it is. I think I misspoke a little while back. I think all of them do have one for gatherer. Yeah, because the flat scale and the purple orchid. I have one flat scale bank, so I can go get one of those then. I don't know, I guess I could one buy each of the thingies. I don't know, is the first time bonus even worth it for one potion? I guess we could, just for the sake of it. Have like a placeholder one in the bank. Either of them are particularly worth it though. I guess if we really wanted to, the flat scale ones could be okay. But they're like 1.5 silver more and we don't even need them. They are better XP rate though. But I'd rather just stick with Cryo the whole time. I'll one-time bonus this, I'll one-time bonus this. We have a few of these banked. And then we do a ton of these tomorrow. But yeah, aside from using whatever I have banked of these and just one-timing both of those, I don't think we're making much beyond that. So 83 we could one-time the thingy. The problem is I have to go all the way to the shop to go do that, so it's probably not even worth it. Just for one shop run to go do that. So we're just gonna ignore them. I will do the one skill one just because I already have the skill banked, I guess. And eventually we are going to need to start running to the shop once I run out of banked stuff, but we still have probably another good 5 hours before we run out of banked items. Like 4 to 5 hours before we run out of bank. And then we actually have to start doing the 11-11 thing. Instead of just grabbing them from the bank. But that's an issue for 5 hours from now. Because yeah, these actually last us a surprisingly long amount of time. That's something I didn't really put into consideration with potent potions. Is whatever you bank while doing gather or other skills, they last for a while. Because you only make about 110-ish per hour. So when you gather like 1,000 of them, that's lasting for a good amount of time. So hello, Blader Shore Central! Hey, I've been seeing you around doing alchemy. Also, congrats on 500 Forager, by the way. Oh, so you haven't done a video on it yet, have you? The big full monument reveal. I don't think you have yet. Looking forward to it, though. But yeah, currently we're working on 200 all. Currently doing 200 alchemy, of course. And we got all the money for it. It's just a matter of training it now. I'm just power grinding over the next 5 days. Goal is to finish it by Sunday. Yep, so I'm trying to get 200 all skilling before the combat rework comes out at this point. It's pretty much my main goal. And then we like hard pivot to combat after 200 all. Hopefully by the time I have 200 all, the combat rework will be in. Because that would be ideal. Like the very next day, it's like, oh, there's the combat rework. I'm hoping the week after we max 200 all minus combat is when the combat rework hits. That way we could just focus on combat for a while. Messing with all the new features and everything. Hey, that reminds me, I need to go check the cooking thing before the end this hour. It's actually been reset. We're right across the room, so really good value to do it. What's our current cooking contract? Oh yeah, I never actually made the first time bonus for cod and chips yet. Still need to go do that. Oh yeah, British Shore Central, did you hear anything about the leaderboard drama that happened earlier? Because honestly, in my entire stream yesterday, I didn't hear anyone complain about the new leaderboard. Not sure if you have. Or seen it just in the medias and stuff, because I haven't actually really checked much. I like never checked the Discord. And like rarely ever the Reddit or anything else like that. It seemed like most people actually like the new leaderboard thingy. Because I saw his post earlier, disappointed with the high-level community. Which I think most of them are still hiding too, aren't they? Let's see. Yeah, I know earlier there's as many as 10 people in the top 10. I'm sorry, there's as many as 8 people in the top 10 hiding earlier. That's not what I wanted. It's the only problem with queuable action is it tries queuing both the storages. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Grab that. Grab those. Oh, there's probably just a few people emailing support. Oh yeah, I never have emailed support on anything. I've seen a few handful of bugs here and there, but most of them got fixed before I would even report them, so everyone else was already on it. Yeah, currently 7 out of the top 10 are all anonymous, and it was as high as 8 out of 10 because Peticio was hidden at one point, though he has unhidden himself recently. So hello, Yusef! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. You really want a mob or an item that is rare that we can grind for like a 1 in 10k chance? Could be anything, just a chance of an item. I don't know, I'm actually kind of glad that there's currently no RNG in the game. It's one of the things that's kind of burning me out on the max hardcore for Old School RuneScape that's still going. We are currently like 4 times dry on the whistle for the activity we're doing right now. Currently we got roots. But we're like 4 times dry on the whistle and 3 times dry on the woodcutting pet. And, yeah, I hate RNG. It's honestly like the worst part of Iron Man mode. I don't mind stuff like that existing to some degree. It just feels so awful going dry on it. I've literally been over 1,000 hours with no drop. Going for 2 items. Over 1,000 hours over the last 3 months, and I've gotten 0 drops. Because they're all luck-based. I've been doing it for literally the entirety of Brighter Shores, and I still haven't gotten it. Even before Brighter Shores, when I was sick, I was still doing the grind because I was sick, so I need something chill to do. And I still don't have it. 3 months over 1,000 hours and no drop yet. Normally it takes like a few hundred hours. Yeah, it does feel good when you finally get it, though. Well, last I recall, they're not doing a boss until after 1.0. Which means the first boss isn't coming to the game until like 6 months from now, at like the earliest. Based on what they mentioned from the Q&A and everything. Because they mentioned they were going to do it after launch. Which means after Chapter 5. Which means like half a year from now. And even then, the boss probably isn't going to have anything like ultra rare. Like obviously it'll have uniques and some other thing like that, but I highly doubt it's going to be a 1 in 10,000 kind of rare. At most it'd be like a 1 in a couple hundred or something. Though I would love to see boss having KC cosmetics. Where after you have like a certain amount of KC, you get a cosmetic for whatever weapon it drops or whatever armor it drops or whatever it drops. Like, let's say the item itself is like a 1 in 100, 1 in 200, 1 in 300 or something. But then if you kill it after like 3,000 times, you get a guaranteed cosmetic that applies to whatever the drop is. Like, stuff like that I enjoy. I just hate when the cosmetic or something like that is pure RNG. Where you go like 20,000 kills for the 1 in 3,000 and still don't have it. Veggie stew cosmetic. The veggie stew reward for doing 10,000 veggie stews. One kind of funny thing he added to old school RuneScape, I believe this was still doing the Andrew Gower years, but there's a cabbage shield in old school RuneScape. And I'm pretty sure that was still added during the Andrew Gower years. It was added through Clue Scroll rewards, but it'd be funny if you got a reward for selling X number of cabbages to the cabbage seller. You got like a cabbage shield cosmetic. That'd be so funny. Like if you sell 1,000 cabbages to the cabbage seller from Hopeport all the way to Chronopolis, you'll get like a cabbage shield override for your shield. Like stuff like that would be cool. It'd be so pointless, but it'd be a fun thing to grind for. Or it could even be a % chance every time you sell a cabbage to them. Or just guaranteed after a certain X amount. Because I know he loves his cabbages. Oh yeah, Black Knight Fortress quest had a cabbage mechanic as well. He always loves incorporating cabbages with stuff. I believe he even got a cabbage-related quest in RuneScape 3. It was like one of the anniversary quests that they did. Where they added the Gower brothers to the game and some kind of cabbage quest. I never actually did the quest, but I'm aware of its existence. I'm not sure what the quest was like. But there was some kind of cabbage-related quest in RuneScape 3 related to the Gower brothers. Like, they're literally characters in the quest. The 3 Gower brothers. Or, of course, working on Brighter Shores these days. You hope they're careful with cosmetics like RuneScape, Raw, and Mismatched Luck. Yeah. That is one thing I do have concern with a transmog system. It was actually my main gripe with the transmog system. In this game or any game. Is I hate when gear doesn't look like gear. That's one thing that old school RuneScape does very, very absurdly well compared to other MMOs and even other games. Oh, I gotta redo my tangent. Are we back? Are we back? OBS says I'm disconnected. Are we back yet? There we go. Alright, are we back? We're back? Hopefully we're back. Anyways, yeah, it's one thing old school RuneScape does really well compared to other MMOs or even other games in general. You look at a character and you pretty much exactly know what their stats are. Because there's no transmogs, there's no anything. Even if it's a cosmetic, you know exactly what the item is. It's not like it's some kind of cosmetic that's completely hiding what they're wearing. Like, you look at a person and within like 3 seconds, if you know the game, you know exactly what their stat distribution is and everything. Like, you just simply look at them and boom, like 2-3 seconds later, you know everything just by looking at them. But there's a lot of other games where you look at a character and you might not even be able to tell what they're wearing or what tier they're wearing or how overall their stats are. If they're even wearing tank armor or offensive armor or whatever else. Because there's just so many cosmetics kind of getting in the way. It's the only thing I'm kind of concerned with Brighter Shores. Because we already have the transmog system where you can hide your armor. They did mention that it won't work that way in PvP, so at least in PvP you'll still be able to read it instantly. But, yeah, that's the only bad thing with having a lot of cosmetics like that. Is the readability of gear goes to basically nothing. I don't mind that though, as long as cosmetics like that don't apply in like group content or PvP. As long as it doesn't work in raids and PvP and bossing, or you know, group bossing if it ever exists. But it working everywhere else isn't that big a deal. Like if you're just training combat or something, or right here just standing around making potions. Like so areas like this, it doesn't matter. But in all combat areas, you should auto force off every transmog you have. For if you're ever doing a raid or PvP or anything. So there's still the visual readability of whatever your gear is. Yeah, another level about to roll in. Honestly, the XP from this is a lot higher than I thought it would be. Because we're doing slightly better than 3 levels an hour, though I am dumping all knowledge into it, so that's probably helping. Oh yeah, that's one other thing that's gonna be nice. This is one of the few activities in the game where we're actually gonna know exactly how much product we do as we do it. You can see we have currently made 152 potions as of right now. So it's gonna be really easy to track our progress compared to some other activities. Like compared to like mining iron ore or something else. Where we don't really know until the end how many we got. Or banking the bones like we were for 200 Gatherer. But we actually know the exact number at any given time of how much we've done. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it's the only activity in the entire game that's like this. Where you can actually keep track of an entire session. Just by your inventory. Because whatever this number says is how many potions we made today. Because it's the only potion we're making all day. The only exception is that 95, I guess we could technically make some fear potions. Like the weaker fear potion. I don't have that many to make though, like maybe 2 inventories full. But beyond that, every other potion is just going to be Cryo. Are we doing this potion all the way? Yes, I'm doing this potion all the way to 104 today. Just because I don't need the Tempest Day ones. They leave a bigger hole in the bank. So I'm just doing Cryo because they're cheaper and also because I actually need them. We also have a lot of them banked. From when we did the Gatherer grind. Whereas I have nothing banked pretty much for the Tempest Days because I didn't do Forager. And the ones that you do for the Gatherer are just really annoyingly located. Because the Snake Room. You basically need fear potions to take them. And we don't have fear potions until 104 alchemy. Which is rather ironic. I just now realized that. Well, I guess you could use the weaker fear potions. But you don't get access to 6-minute and 9-minute fear potions until after you would have needed to do the grind for the weird Tempest Day material. Which is in a room where you need fear potions. You would only have access to 3-minute fears. That's kind of clunky. I didn't realize that until just now. But yeah, the fear potion... You would have access to almost no good fear potions to go do the grind where you need fear potions before the point where you get to build fear potions. A little bit unfortunate. You get it after the fact rather than prior. Honestly, I'm enjoying the alchemy grind a lot more than I thought I would. I could easily do this for 50 hours. Over the next 5 days. I thought maybe I would eventually burn out a bit, but honestly, this has been a lot of fun. The minigame's like just engaging enough while still being chill. Especially with cueable action, being able to triple them. Which is a great quality of life for this minigame. Or whatever you would call this contraction. So I keep walking over to the side so that I can queue all three. If you keep wondering why I go all the way to the right even though we're hitting the first one, we're already at it. It's mostly just to set up the cycle. Because otherwise you won't have enough time to click all three unless you click absurdly quick. But being over here gives you more time to do it. Oh, unless you misclick. That's fine, I'll just do it on next cycle then. Yeah, generally using whatever you have in your bank can be pretty good. Even if it's not necessarily your best potion. Just because of the time it saves on banking and everything. If it's already pre-banked. As well as the money you save from it. What's my pickaxe enchant at? Currently 30. Considering getting it max as soon as trading comes out. I'm considering as soon as trading comes out, trying to trade up to the point where we can get a pickaxe upgrade. Is it due on a level 50 pickaxe before we do commit to the 500 grind? Even once we do have a 50 pickaxe, doesn't mean I'm immediately doing 500 mining. But it gives us access to be able to do so. So far I spent like, what, 30 gold on it? Somewhere around there? It's like 28 or something around there. It's like 28 or 30 gold into our pickaxe right now. And you need 118 total to have a level 50 pickaxe. So we still need a good like 80-ish gold or so. I think it's like 78 or something. Somewhere around there. It's like 70-something. High 70-something. And right now we do technically have 25 gold, but most of that gold is going into alchemy. And most of that money we don't get back. As we're using almost all of our potions down the line. So pretty much anything we do in alchemy is just pure loss. It's one of the other reasons I'm doing Cryo potions, because they are about 50% cheaper than the better one coming up in like 10 levels or so. But they're also just more useful to us. Like we actually need these, whereas the other ones are kind of pointless to us for the most part. I don't know, maybe I'll still make them. They're just kind of costly, though. I'm definitely doing all the green potions we have banked. And then from there, we'll kind of see if we want to go for the higher rate or not. I was not sure if the cost justifies the extra XP rate. They are 1.4 silver more. For 35,000 more XP rate per hour. But it's also a potion I don't really need as much. Is the problem, though. I don't know, maybe we go for it. It's not that bad. It's a little costly, though. I don't know, it's worth considering. We'll see. We'll figure it out once we get there. What level it is again? 89. We can decide by 89, or by the time we're done with all these pots, because I'm pretty sure I have enough to get over 89 with these. But how many we have banked? But after I finish every single last banked potion, we'll consider if we do it or not, which is 599 is how many we have banked. And then we'll decide if we do the Tempest Day pivot or not. It's about a 25% XP increase per hour. But we're burning 50% more gold. For about 25% more XP. Which, I don't know, that kind of sounds somewhat worth it. The potion itself we don't have much of a need for, though. But what if we do? Because the combat rework might actually make yellow more relevant for Cryo Knight. So maybe I do get them just so we have some. I wouldn't have to do it that far either. We only have to do it basically until 104. It's still a while though. We'd be at like 92 to 95-ish. And would have to do them from there until 94, or 104 I mean. I don't know, we'll consider it once we get there. My math didn't calculate out for how much more money we'd lose from that though. But I also got some spare money, so we can splurge a little bit. It does get us to 104 way quicker today. For merchant, is it worth it to wait for the new board? Sometimes, if you don't have to wait that long. Or if you just have like a really, really bad route and you just want to kind of just wait. Normally it's best to run whatever's there though. But if the timer is like 30 seconds or lower, it's not horrible to just wait there for the next set. If it's like a really high time, you should just go and run whatever's there. If you only turn in like an item or two. Oh no, I got the fox fin again. Well, not oh no, but... oh no from a clicking perspective. It's actually exactly what we want, but also... I gotta multitask. I know, machines, I know. Trying to get to you. Multitasking's hard. Please just give me a whistle already. I don't want to be 5 times dry. No, I think we're only 4 times dry. I wish I would tell you how many events you've done. Is this something the game doesn't actually track? Surprisingly. What's the plan if the hardcore dies? I'm still going to play as a normal Iron Man. Just because I don't have a normal Iron Man. Because I just made it to try to Iron Man mode and was like, oh, I'll just make it a hardcore, and if we die, we die. And then 2 years later, maxing and multiple top leaderboards. And it still hasn't died yet. It kind of refuses to die. But I would just play it as a normal Iron Man. It'd be a lot more discouraging, though, because I definitely wouldn't feel like playing it as much. But I would just play it as a normal. I got it! 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 It's done! It's done! It's done! Oh, sorry, potion. Wait. It's done. We got it. It's over. We still need beaver, though. The thing you use it on. This is a transmog for the beaver. Alright, we finished half the grind. Now it's got to do the other half. Back to redwoods. Okay, that's good, because redwoods are so much more AFK. Alright, back to redwoods. It's over. I'm done with forestry. It's over. Yeah, we can actually see our collection log real quick. Let me go bring it up. Which is something I really hope Brighter Shores adds. I'm currently rank top. Let's see. Can I even see that? There it is. Yeah, we're currently rank top 20 for collection logs for hardcore, which is basically the percent of the game that you've completed. And if we go over here and go to mini games and go to forestry, or is it under other? And we go under forestry. There it is. We now have every last item. So this lets you change your beaver pet that I don't have into a fox. This lets you change your beaver pet that I don't have into a pheasant from that one pheasant random event. Then there's the woodcutting boost outfit, the cosmetic for the woodcutting boost outfit, a glove that helps you get more nests, another transmog for the beaver pet we don't have, a log basket lets you hold more bags, the wieldability of it, cosmetic clothing, a better axe that gives you more XP, cosmetic cool looking bird outfit, a useless amulet for some reason, and a useless birdhouse. Yeah, we got them all now. Anyways, I can go back to AFK Redwoods now. Perfect. Alright. Now we don't have to click nearly as much, because there's not going to be any random events or anything getting in the way. Perfect. Alright, let me go bank this. Let's see, I could do it in the AFK while we do the potions. Yeah, the grind's finally over. We still haven't gotten beaver yet, though. The one that I'm over 1,000 hours dry on, that we still haven't gotten. I got the easier one of the two. Now for the other one. But yeah, now I never need to do forestry ever again. Which, forestry was a pretty controversial update in old school RuneScape. I don't hate it. I just wish there was a way to get what I just got without pure RNG. Like, just being able to buy it with a bunch of the bar currency you get or something. Because I just hate having an RNG for it like that. It is so annoying. Especially when you go that over drop rate. That's over. Alright, get rid of that, get rid of that. Don't need that anymore, don't need that anymore. Get a knife out. Where's my knife? Let me get back to Redwoods. Let's see, get over there, put that over there. Okay, teleport over to Redwoods. I really wish the woodcutting keep had a woodcutting guild teleport. There we go. Oh, I did the wrong one. Whoops. What's my rank on leaderboard? For what? Brighter Shores? We're currently 26. We dropped a lot. Still pretty high though. But we have dropped quite a bit. Alright, let's see. Grab that. Grab that. Boost. Actually, no, I don't need boost pop. We're already boosted. Alright, give me those AFK Redwoods again. One click every 5 minutes. No random events, no nothing. Just simply click every 5 minutes and we're good to go. Alright, this will be way more chill now. Perfect. Welcome home. Alright, now let's do Redwoods for another 1,000 hours until we get the pet. At some point we'll get it. Hopefully before 200 million woodcutting XP. I'm currently at 70 million out of 200 million. You on average would get it by about 20-25 million. Anyways, back to Brighter Shores. Move that over, move that over. Okay, all my interface is now back to normal. And we have returned to the golden age of Redwoods. Back over this area. It's one click every 5 minutes. Really nice. Anyways. Now we can go back to full-time Brighter Shores. Now that we don't need to worry about clicking over again. Because that's super ultra AFK. Oh, why are you already doing a panic attack? You're panic attacking too early. Stop panic attacking. There you go. Wow, that thing gives you so much time still. Even when I think it's gonna explode, it's like, nope. Still got plenty of time. You thought I saw a ghost or something? Yeah, there's one benefit of RNG drops. When you get them, it feels so good. Especially when you're like a billion times dry on it. Like, you'll know the second we get beaver. It'll probably be another 500 hours from now. But you won't know when it happens. That'd be insane if we get both of them in the same day, though. The two things have been dry on for like 3 months now. Over 1,000 hours. Which is kind of insane. Luckily, it's like absurdly AFK. Like, when I say 1,000 hours, I don't mean like 1,000 hours of active time. What's high-level community? Oh, high-level community is HLC. Not sure if the term is used much in Brighter Shores. but Andrew Gower referred to it in his post earlier. He said high-level community, but he didn't actually say HLC. But high-level community is normally abbreviated as HLC. It's basically like the top 1% of people who are playing like 16, 20 hours a day of a game normally. Like the ultra high-level community that are pretty much just like 24/7 playing. But apparently some of them were complaining about the new leaderboard change. And then he made a post on Twitter saying the following with his disappointment. Where'd it go? It's right over here. He mentioned the following, quote, "I am rather disappointed that we put considerable work into improving the leaderboards for the top players, who are the only ones really affected by anonymous players." I'll read the rest in a second. 1 second. Anonymous players, and in response, they just complained and boycotted the leaderboards even more. Makes me feel we totally wasted our time trying to improve the leaderboards for them. Certainly won't make that mistake again. We will focus on improving the game for everyone else instead. But that was his post that he made. But no, mad's not the right word. It's just the only one that would fit in the title. He's just disappointed with them. That basically he tried fixing the leaderboard and they just boycotted it even harder. But no, I personally like the leaderboard change that they made. Yeah, we are only ranked 26 now, though. Though we already knew we would be around 25 after the change. That wasn't really news. We were even saying that before it happened. That we would almost guarantee drop down to 25. Oh, we might take back our 25 today, though. Only 1 level away. Yeah, personally, I really cared about the leaderboards too much. The only reason we even tried staying top 20 for a little bit was because we were a lot higher than I thought we were. But I mentioned before leaderboards even came out that I would never really let it affect our gameplay much. Like, I don't really mind getting there like a month later or a few months later. Like, I'm not in a rush. So if we don't ever get like any leaderboard ranks, it doesn't really matter too much. As long as we're getting whatever goals we want to get done. But the main one right now being 200 all non-combat. That way we'll be ready for the combat update. And hopefully the combat update will happen like the week or day afterwards. Yeah, that's something that Old School RuneScape had quite a bit of an issue with. The high-level community influencing endgame content too much. It's one of the things that has led to Old School RuneScape basically being a bossing simulator. It's mostly the high-level community that did that. Because they keep needing increasingly harder bosses. Which keeps getting more of a focus on PVM rather than skilling. Because they'll basically complain whenever hard skilling comes to the game. But then complain that all the bosses that are in the game are not hard enough and don't drop good enough gear. Yeah, opting in and out system, I believe that's some kind of law with his area that he's in. Due to the age restriction of the game. Because I believe the game's age restriction is like, almost like E for everyone equivalence kind of thing. Whereas something like Old School RuneScape's like 16 plus or 13 plus or whatever it is, 18 plus, whatever kind of number they have. It's not adult only, but you know what I mean. Like, it has like alcohol and a few other things, so they have to make it like 16 plus or whatever the mark thing on is on. So the laws that they have to abide by in their country is a little bit different than this game, which has a wider age range. Which is why he has to have the opt-in, opt-out kind of system. Because a lot of other games like that don't need to deal with it. Like Path of Exile 2, Diablo, RuneScape. But it's because their age restriction is higher. I keep clicking that even when I don't have any supply left. I just keep clicking it out of habit. Okay, the last 3, you don't have to click on the first hopper. Oh, you can't actually walk out of that text box. Oh no. Honestly, that's something I almost want to go send to support, because it's getting really annoying. I know they keep fixing it, but there are still some chat boxes in the game that you can't click out of. But they've improved so many of them that I just assume all of them you can. But there are still some boxes in the game that you cannot click out of currently. And I almost want to go through every single one and just send a whole thing to support for every single one that's still broken. Because every time that happens, it's so annoying. It's not that big a deal. You can just click the escape key. I just hate clicking escape instead of walking. They made the improvements to it like 3 times over, but there's still some windows you can't walk out of. That being one of them, apparently. But yeah, after we finish out everything we have banked here, we'll consider the pivot. I might pivot over to the Tempest Days. Because our XP rate per hour goes up by about 20-25%. It will hurt our cash stack a little bit more, but for how short we have to do it, it's not that big a deal. For how much quicker it gets it done. It saves like 1 hour at the cost of probably less than 500 silver. Maybe, let's even say 1 gold piece. That's like nothing. Saving an hour for 1 gold piece is not that bad. Given that we can already make like easily 2 gold an hour right now with the other worker. Plus, Tempest Type potions might eventually be useful for Hammer Mages. I mean, for Guardians. I mean, for Cryo Knights. We'll eventually say the right class. We'll cycle every single one until we get there. Because right now, they're not really that worth using. You can for some things, it's just not worth it. Currently, is like the only one really worth using. It's only a slight issue with doing the other potion, though. We get a lot of this Cryo. But until Boston comes out, there really isn't anything strong enough to use these on at the moment. Unless they get reworked a bit with the combat rework, but I don't think they are. Everything just dies too quick to really justify them. Even more so after the combat rework where they die even quicker. As I just realized, we are going to hit over 100 alchemy today. I didn't even think about that just now. Obviously, we're not hitting 200 today. That'd be impossible. But we will hit 100 today. Obviously, 104. I'm not sure why that didn't, like, really faze me. Because our goal is to try to get to 104. But I didn't really think of the fact that getting to 104 will mean we're going to be over 100. I know that's really obvious, but still. I didn't even realize that until just now. That's another 100 off the mark. By this point, we're kind of doing 1-200 at a time. So it's just a nice milestone. It's not actually what we're ending at. Well, today, kind of, but, you know. Going all the way to the 200. Even beyond 200. Once we get to 200, I'm going to start doing the alchemy AFK instead of the smithing and stuff. Because I want to do it before trading comes out, before the price hike. I want to start doing all the money skills. It's why I want to go do woodcutting carpentry next. Because the only money skill I pretty much have left is carpentry. A skill where we might have to offset it with money. I guess technically cooking, but as long as we do foraging and fishing first, we shouldn't have to spend that much on cooking. Even if it does get price hiked. Like, some things will always still be profit for it. Like bacon sandwich and stew. If anything, they might even up the profit on them a little bit. Whereas everything else would probably be more expensive if you don't forage and fish for it and gather for it. The gathering part we could do, though. But yeah, I'm slowly pivoting to the 500 alchemy grind. Not all the way to do it. But if we're doing 500 Mind Fighter, we actually have a lot of post 200 alchemy banked. Between the AFK potions that we're going to need to go get anyways, combined with once we finally get to be able to cash in all the 500 Mind Fighter material. If we actually do commit to that, which we might be, I'm considering it. 500 alchemy is actually not going to be that hard. If we get 322 merchant and 330 leatherworker, that will be able to pay for it, combined with 500 Mind Fighter. If anything, that's probably more than enough. We're not going to be able to do all that anytime soon. But we'll be able to do some of that soon. The main priority right now is 200 all. Not counting combat. So Andrew's angry. Well, I don't know. Mad isn't really the right word. It's just the only one that would kind of fit in the title with everything else that was in there. But he was just disappointed in the high-level community. He did all that work on leaderboard, and then everyone was just even hated it more. Well, not everyone, but you know, some people hated it even more. But now he's just not going to listen to the high-level community as much now, which is a really good decision. That is a really, really good decision on his part. So it's actually kind of good that that happened. On something as small as like a little leaderboard change. Rather than on something more substantial. Yep, level about to roll in. I do want to make sure we get that level before I use my knowledge point on it, though, so I might bank it. Or just keep stalling it as we're doing the activity. Because that's one nice thing about alchemy. You only get checked for your knowledge bar 3 times with the method that we're doing. Once after you process 11, again after you process the second 11, and then you get to do 22 of these in a row without the knowledge ever getting in the way. It's actually really nice compared to most skills. The amount of downtime and the amount of actions you can do before your knowledge forces a screen up. It's not like many other skills where you constantly take one node and it's like, hey, go use your knowledge point, and then you take another node, it's like, hey, go use your knowledge point. And just keep doing that every single time. You can do 22 in a row for alchemy before it tells you, hey, you should probably go use your knowledge point. But it doesn't tell you like every potion you do or anything. Which is really nice. Leatherwork are somewhat like that too, where you do like 23 or 24 in a row. But they go way quicker than these 22. This, I think, is the longest set of actions you can ever do before the knowledge tells you to go do something. I don't think there's anything in the entire game longer than this 22 cycle. Technically 24 if you really clear out your inventory. But I don't think there's anything in the game that goes longer without bringing up the menu. Which is actually a good thing, not a bad thing. Oh, we still have one left. I thought that was the final one. I was like, wait, why didn't it bring me back? Never mind, we got one more left. No, I hate that, though. That's the only problem with having queuable action on. I keep wanting to click on the potion storage, then I remember I need to click on the other one, but then accidentally queue it instead of the other thing. That's the problem with having left-click queue. I keep forgetting you have to click on the ground to cancel it. It's not the game's fault, that's my fault for always clicking on it. My instinct, because I almost always go for potions, is to click on the potion bank first. But when you're actually doing alchemy, you gotta obviously go for your reagent bank, as that's where all your material is. Right, there's a level up. I keep wanting to click on Gatherer for some reason. I think it's because they both have a green icon. So they're basically the exact same thing into my brain. Click on green object. The amount of time I keep hovering the Gatherer without clicking it. Like, I notice every time that I shouldn't click on it. I guess it was also the Gatherer grind that kind of did that too. Because there were some points where we were doing the 200 Gatherer grind not too long ago. We were just like dumping in together. Just to speed some of the sections up when we're in dead areas. It's also where all this thistle came from as well. I didn't bother doing the clovers, but I did grab all the thistle. That's actually the main reason why I have to do post 200 Gather at some point as well. The whole reason we ever need to get it up, I guess to some degree to 208 leaks. But the real reason is the 224 clover and the 248 thistle. Those are what makes the better version of the potion we're making now, the plus 80 instead of the plus 60. And the best part is, it's a good majority of, like, every single thing here is actually good. It's one of the few times where every single thing is good. The leek is good, we need that for cooking. The clover is good, we need that for plus 80 cryo. The ram horn's okay, but we don't have to do it that long. And the thistle is good because that's the plus 80. Like, we're in pretty much as a whole straight of good until we get to the 280 bone spike. It's really solid. Now, one of the things that we need to go do towards the 500 alchemy grind whenever we do slightly pivot towards it. Because apparently we're like hard pivoting to it all of a sudden. Because once I get 219 alchemy, I might just keep going. I want to do the 219 purely off the AFK though. But beyond that, we might just keep going. At 219, I make all the fears that we have banked, which I should have a lot of. This does require the 500 Mind Fighter though. So I guess we are eventually going to hit a wall. But I can still get all the other material. But yeah, we'll hit a wall at 238. The problem with 238 is the potion we need to make, I need Mind Fighter for. Like, really high Mind Fighter. Which means we need the combat rework patch to be in the game. So I won't be able to go that far with it, but it's worth considering. We're talking a lot of time, though. Because 500 Mind Fighter, and like 270-ish Gatherer, and 500 Alchemy are not short grinds at all. But those three things in combination banks us really close to probably like 400-something Alchemy. Counting whatever we offset from shops. We would need the assistance of 322 Merchant and 330 Leatherworker, though. But all those things combined basically buys us almost max Alchemy. Without needing to worry about Forger, or Further Gatherer, or anything else. Especially if trading is out by then, because then we can actually cash out some of the spear potions to throw back into alchemy. Because then we could sell some and buy some back. Or, you know, sell the items, buy back the material. Either from the shop or other players. Or, you know, potions get sold to the players. The reagents get either bought from the shop or from other players if they're cheap enough. I do feel like most supplies are going to cost more from players than from the shop, though. I don't see too many of them really being that much cheaper. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. It depends how much they price hike the shops. But if they only do a mild price hike, like 10, 20, 30%, there's a good chance players will be selling it for more than the shops. Especially with how much of a meta there is right now and just dropping everything as you get it. So there's going to be a lot less supply in the game. Because a lot of people who have 500s in a gathering skill do not have all the material banked. Actually, most of them don't currently. Some of them do. But a lot of them don't. Or if they do, they have like a partial amount banked. Like most people aren't banking Carbonice, for example, when they're doing 500 mining. Yeah, the main reason you would buy over vendor price is if someone's selling thousands. Because the amount of time it would take to go back and forth from a vendor. For small amounts, you would have to sell under the vendor price. But if you're selling like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 of a material, or even higher than that, you could definitely get more than whatever the vendor's selling it for. If you have good bulk. Because you're paying for the bulk cost, basically, of not having to walk back a billion times 24 items at a time. You're paying for the bulk convenience. But yeah, if you're only selling like 100 or 200 or 50 something, yeah, you're gonna have to sell it for less than the shop. Maybe even like half the price of the shop. But if you're selling like 1,000 plus, you could probably get 10-20% more than whatever the shop price is. If you're selling like a really good bulk. I'm not sure if they would ever add a bulk option to a vendor. Currently, the only vendor you can buy in bulk is potions. There's currently no other vendor in the game you can buy in bulk at the moment. It fits us to be an Iron Man. I actually will be enabling trading, but we will still be self-sufficienting a lot of things. I finally decided on like the trading route. And we engage with it with as much as we feel like engaging with it. If we feel like completely abusing trading, we will. If we feel like one day or 1 week we want to play 100% Iron Man, we will. But we'll just have the option. So depending on how we want to go about it, we'll go about it. But I like the option being open. I will eventually play a harder Iron Man if they ever add it, though. Like if they ever add hardcore or something similar. Though they would need another slot, because I'm not going to delete one of my 3 characters for it. But I will be skipping over normal Iron Man mode for this game. But if they ever add more slots plus another game mode after that, that's harder than normal Iron Man, I would definitely do that. But initially, I will be enabling trading on all 3. Yeah, how close are we to the Tempest Days? 89. We're going to be overshooting it a little bit, because I do want to use every last one we have banked. But yeah, I think I am going to pivot over to Tempest Days after we finish every banked resource we have right now. It's going to save us about an hour today, at the cost of like 1-ish gold or so. Plus we get some of those potions in case we do need them. Like, who knows, maybe after the combat rework there's some kind of yellow build with Cryo that's like really meta for some reason. So it's nice to have a few banked just in case. And by a few, I mean a few hundred. I should probably be checking our cooking contracts. I'm gonna go do that after this set. I keep forgetting to go check them. I haven't done it since the beginning of the stream. We're like 2.5 hours later now, and I still haven't checked a single one. Which means last hour I actually missed it. But after this set, I'm gonna go check the cooking thing. But have you guys been trying out the new circle map yet? Okay, so far the little bit that I have done with it, I've been enjoying a lot. The new circle map. It's kind of what I'm used to, because that's how he did it in his other game as well. And now he's also done it for Brighter Shores. So instead of a 2-room limit, you now have a whole circle limit. Which is sometimes more, sometimes less. Normally it's going to bring you further than it would have before, though. There are some rare circumstances where it's actually worse than before, but overall it's generally better than before. Because I haven't really had a good chance to try it. And we probably won't until like Tuesday. We're going all in on Alchemy Grind. And Alchemy Grind doesn't actually gain any benefit from it. The only thing we do get a benefit from is whenever we do a cooking contract, there's some cooking contracts that are way better now. Like being able to one-click to brand off inheritance is huge. Something that originally was like 7 rooms away is now only a one-click. Let's see what cooking contracts we have. I always like bringing food in with me just so we can get some XP while we're there. No XP waste. Let's always bring a full inventory of stuff to cook. Let's go see if we have anything good here. I don't think I have any contract for bacon sandwich right now, though. But there might be one on the message board. I wonder if there's left we sell to the guy. Yep, perfect. Melv. Oh, he's really close by as well. Perfect. I think the rest of these we just scrap. Actually, this one's not bad. The other ones I'll ignore, though. Alright, let me go do this for Melv real quick, then. Yeah, Shore Central's over here as well. But yeah, he still hasn't posted his video yet on getting 500. But he has gotten his main goal that he had set out for at the beginning. He got 500, Forager. Where is it? There it is. He was the 11th person, I believe. But, yeah, he's currently working on cooking and alchemy. I wonder how much alchemy he has banked. Because obviously he did 500 Forager. But I don't know what distribution of stuff he grabbed. Because he definitely doesn't have 500 alchemy banked. And also probably not the money for it. As he hasn't done any, like, the money-making skills yet. He hasn't done combat. He hasn't done, actually, he can't even do combat because he's actually no class at the moment. He has no class. He's level 1,240 with no class, which is kind of insane. He wanted to wait until after the combat rework and all the special attacks and everything came into the game before he decides what class to go for. Which means the highest he can ever get combat is level 50. Which means the most he can ever do is 50 guard and 50 scout. Because the game caps you at that. Pretty much our levels right now. But you're actually capped to 50 guard and 50 scout and unable to go to chapter 3. No, they haven't made a final monument reward. They said it's going to be cosmetic. So I haven't been in any rush to go get it, which is why I don't really care if we go do Forge or last or in any order. These doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, it's going to be purely cosmetic, whatever they do for it, they said. There will be some reward in the future for it, but whatever it is just cosmetic. There'll likely be some kind of transmog of something. So while I'm over here, I might as well buy one set instead of getting it from the thing. Since I'm already in the area. No, that's not what I wanted. I'm trying to give you an item. Hey, and that's our cooking run. Not much of a cooking run, but we got our value from it. Oh, let's see. Get our clover. Get our other thingy. Yeah, we still got over 25 gold. With the profit we got from cooking. And right back to alchemy. Yeah, that was a pretty convenient turn-in. He's pretty much right there. It was probably one of the most convenient cooking tasks we could have gotten. And eventually we'll do a full run. I just want to wait till we have like a full run. Not like a partial run. We got some pretty good synergy right here. Scrap Merchant into Sentry. These we'd want to turn in separately for a different run though. Not worry about that later as we get more bounties. Just gotta keep remembering to check it every hour. Because I did miss one of the hours, but that's fine. We're just so close that it's such free value. We're pretty much one click away now with the new circle system. Before you wouldn't be able to one-click this, but you actually can now. I believe you can. It's pretty close to being able to one-click it. Of course, you could always teleport back to Hopeport. But it's actually best to do when you're in the alchemy room. Because if you teleport, not only do you have teleport delay, but you have to go all the way from there to there. Whereas it's way quicker to go from there to there. So you should pretty much always be doing cooking when you're doing alchemy. Or, you know, the bounty board, that is. Because you're never going to be doing any activity other than cooking that's going to be closer. This is the closest non-cooking activity to cooking. The only other one that's comparatively close, especially with the one-click circle now, is eels. Like if you're fishing eel pufferfish. That's like the next closest. And you can also bank 24 eels or however many you have whenever you do that as well. For whatever eel task you have at a given level range. But those are like the only two that you can really synergize perfectly with cooking bounties. Everything else you have to do a really long teleport and walk all the way around. Which is still worth doing, but you should always be doing it while doing eel puffer as well as whenever doing alchemy. But every other skill in the game you don't have to synergize it with if you don't want. But these two you pretty much always should. Just for how much free value you get from it. Yeah, I know, machine, we're getting to you. Hold up a moment. Calm down. Calm down. There we go. Also, on the poll that we had earlier, after 37 votes, active EXP pots are pretty much at 50% right now. It's, what is the best potion type currently in Brighter Shores? Active EXP potions, currently at 49%, which is, of course, whenever you boost for knowledge points, as well as, you know, the 5% we have right now. Then we have passive potions, which are the XP, wealth potions, boost potions, stuff like that. The wealth potions do give you a lot, especially for the combat AFK. Well, that's the only thing they work on. But if you're like level 400 plus for combat AFKs, they give a lot of extra money. And of course the XP and boost ones, which give you a ton of XP without even playing. The combat boost potions at 19%, or sorry, the passives were at 24. The combats are at 19%, which, you know, they are useful. Though the one use per battle thing is kind of annoying. But they do help you speed through battles even quicker. Which is one of the things that gives combat its good XP rate currently. And then in dead last right now is fear potions, which makes sense. I was even going to exclude them, but I figured, I might as well still put them in there. Yeah, fear potions, of course, are the least useful ones at the moment. Also, there's no other utility potion. I was going to make it the utility potion category. But it's the only utility potion in the game, so I just called it fear potion. Yeah, they really got to add some more whenever they add alchemy 2 to the game. I would love to see more utility potions. There's a lot of them that you can add. Aggro potion, definitely the biggest one. Basically the opposite of fear potion, so enemies will always stay aggro on you. So that you can just AFK combat for 3, 6, 9, 12, or 15 minutes in a row. You still have to come every 10 minutes to go pick up all your stuff, though. Or, you know, like every 8 to 9 minutes. But that would make the 9-minute one really good. Because by the time the potion goes out, you can go check everything from the ground and then pick everything up. So 9-minute aggro potions would be so absurdly strong. If they ever add them in the future, making a ton of them would be almost better than the 12 and 15-minute ones. This is a perfect interval for the 10-minute ground items. Another level about to pop in. Then we'll put our knowledge point into it. Or get in there. Ooh, 6% hope port AFK. Oh, never mind. I thought that was Stonewall Hill. I'm not sure how I confused the two. The Stonewall Hill one's really orange. And when that's grayed out, it looked more orange to me. Never mind. We don't care about that one. But I will be getting a ton of these from the alt accounts. Because the two passive accounts, you know, they're going to have to AFK all the way to 200 alchemy whenever they do it. There's no time soon. We're talking like 9-10 months from now. They're going to start on that grind. But when they do, we're actually going to be getting every single potion. The boost potions, they will be using themselves. The forensic potions, I'm probably just going to have to sell because they're not worth using unless I save them for, I guess, their detective AFK? Not sure if that's worth it, but I guess they could use it for that. But, yeah, every other potion would go to us. The only two we don't care about are the low-level forensics and a low-level boost. The boost they would use themselves, and the forensics, I guess they would use themselves? That would just sell to other players, I'm not sure. But everything else in there was actually useful. Wealth potions for way cheaper. XP 5% and 6% for way cheaper. Stuff like that mixed in between. It's stuff that's not worth doing on a main account, but on an alt account trying to get to 200 alchemy is actually pretty useful. Particularly the 6% Stonewall Hills there. It's a pretty big one. You even get 7% as well for every single chapter. These are potions you normally would never make, but on an alt account would actually be, you know, something they would have to train with. But post 200, we can start getting them ourselves. There's just quite a few of them we don't really care about, like the 8% Hope Port one. But a lot of the other ones we do. Oh, so we're making way better time than I thought we would. We started at 77. We've gotten 8 levels in 3 hours. Oh wait, is that better then? Well, half that time, not half, but a half an hour was doing the cooking run. So it's more like 2.5 actually. Because I was gonna say, that's not too good. But I forgot, we were doing some other stuff the first half an hour. But some of that was banking our supplies, so... Yeah, I guess you would only minus a half an hour for anything we did related to cooking. So yeah, that is 2.5 hours then. But 2.5 for 7. Or sorry, for 8. Yeah, it's still good. Counting knowledge is about 3 levels an hour. And at our goal of 104, that is what? 19... 8... No, that's not how math works. 6. Yeah, it'd be about 6.5 hours. It's about how much more alchemy we would have to do. And we do get an EXP boost when we do go to the Tempest Days, as I am going to do them. Or is it going to take like the 1 gold hit or whatever it is and just get them? In case we ever need them for something, just to have them. Yeah, that's a lot shorter than I thought we would need to grind today. That means this whole stream would probably end by the 9.5 to 10 hour mark. Because I expected we'd have to go like 11, 11.5. I might still dip a little bit into the Fear Potion just so we're 1 step ahead for tomorrow. The main gap that's going to be like gigantic and a half though, and going to be the slowest grind of the 200, is I plan to Stonewall Hill from 158 nearly to max. We're going to be running a 158 potion until basically max level, or you know, 200. The only exception is at 197. I do 197 to 300 with, or sorry, 197 to 200 with the Arbore, which I already have banked. Actually, I believe I have both components banked, right? What do I have banked out of that? No, I have the Catkin. I don't have the other thing banked from it. Gosh, all the pop-ups. Alright, let's see. But I have the 490 Catkin. Oh no, I do have them almost all banked. Yeah, I only need to go buy 100 chestnut. Oh, that's perfect. Actually, that's probably overkill. That's probably more than enough from 197 to 200. This is like overkill. I won't even be able to make them all until like 219. I didn't even think about that. That's so overkill how many I have. I only need it for 3 levels. Unless I want to give up some of my boost pots. But, never mind. That's, like, absurdly overkill. That's kind of funny. Whoops. That's fine, though. Rather have too many than not enough. Yeah, it's a confusing title. Yeah, I was trying to fit a lot in the title. It's day 71, but day 1 of 200. It's a part of our 5-day grind. Maybe I should have made it 1 out of 5. Day 1 out of 5 for 200. Maybe I'll fix that later. There's just so much stuff I need to put into title. But yeah, 1 out of 5 would make more sense instead of day 1. I use this day 1 of the 5-day grind for 200 alchemy. We're just power grinding it until it's done. I'm gonna say, what does the title say exactly? Because I was making it like earlier this morning. Yeah, I put Alch there. Let's see. How much more space do I have? I'm literally at max capacity. That's funny. Oh yeah, I need this. Put this into alchemy. Keep going on that. Give me those. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Where's my stream thingy? Oh, let's see. Day 1 out of 5. I was gonna say circle map update instead of old school RuneScape. There we go. So now the title is Brighter Shores Day 71. Day 1 out of 5 of 200 Alch. 60 plus Cryo, Andrew Gower, Meta, HLC, high level community. Circle map update. There we go. I fixed the title. The title has been fixed. Or about as fixed as it's gonna get with the YouTube limit of how long you can make a title. Overly bloated title simulator. And I try to put every single piece of information I can normally. Even if it makes the title a mile long. You're watching. Thank you, Mad Hatter. Greatly appreciated. Hope you've been doing well today. If you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the channel as well. But yeah, this is our grind for the next 5 days. We're just going to power grind it all down. We will get to see a new potion every single day, though. And today we'll probably see 3 different potions, because we're going to do the plus 60 Cryo, the plus 60 Tempest Day, and then the... might still have some time to do a little bit of Fear Potions. At the 104. But the biggest grind will be when we end up hitting the wall with, what's it called? The Stone Mall Hill. Also, thank you for the $5 tip, Lamback. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Helps out a lot. And good morning, Lamback. Welcome. Hope your morning has been going well. If you guys have any other questions or anything you want me to go over to, let me know. Because this is pretty chill. We could read chat so easily right now. compared to some activities like Merchant and such. There's not a problem with doing Merchant on stream. It is so hard to read chat while doing Merchant. Or at least I'm so bad at doing it. Because my whole mind is like completely preoccupied with Merchant. Or something like this is super ultra chill. Especially with queuable action. Oh, that's interesting. YouTube added a reply option to these. Oh, cool. I wonder if that puts it under the super chat. Let's see. I want to see what happens here. This is a new feature that YouTube added. Didn't used to be able to do this. Oh, it cancels it when I do that, though. There we go. Good morning, send. Does it apply it to it? Oh, it does. It like tags the thing. That's interesting. Oh, YouTube only recently changed that. Interesting. Because it like marks the super chat thing. That's cool. Yeah, YouTube didn't used to have that feature. So now if someone asks a question through one, I could actually directly answer it. Or, you know, by typing it as well as saying it. Yeah, they only added that within the last couple weeks then or something. I didn't used to see that before. They must have added it early this year. I just realized I replied back with the exact same thing he said. I didn't realize that just now, though. I replied back to good morning with good morning. The only problem with alchemy, at least at the early level range though, is a lot of these potions we're not going to be using for a while. Actually, I guess it's a issue with just the entirety of alchemy at the moment. Aside from EXP pots, like active EXP pots, most of these I'm going to be hoarding for later. These fear potions we only need for some really specific grinds, most of which we aren't quite doing immediately. The combat potions at bare minimum are being waited until the combat rework, like the ones we're making right now. Like the earliest I'm doing these is after the combat merge and everything. I'm not using any prior. So a lot of potions that we're actually making over the next 5 days, we actually don't use until like weeks or months from now. Aside from the XP pots. And even some of those XP pots we're not using for a while. Like when I Stonewall Hill from 158 to 197, we're not using those until Chapter 5 comes out, obviously, because Chapter 5 doesn't exist yet. And that's like 3 to 6 months from now. It's kind of a pretty long time frame. Despite that actually being the most potions we're going to be getting. Like, notice our Cryo right now say like 279. We're about to in any second now. But when we go do the Stonewall Hills, we're going to have over 2,000. Like this, but 10 times bigger. Imagine all the alchemy we've done today, but add a 0 at the end. That's about how many Stonewall Hills we have to make. To get to 197. But it's going to be prepping us for Chapter 5. The XP rate also isn't as bad as it seems relative to the price of the other ones. We're taking a little bit of an XP hit, but it's not that bad. And we're taking way less of a money hit. Because I kind of don't want to do the healing pots since they're not as needed. Especially after the combat rework, they might be even less needed. And there's no bossing to really use it on, and that's going to be way too far away to really bother making hundreds to thousands of them. So my plan is just to skip all healing pots. If we truly need them, we'll just buy them from other players. Or convert some of the material when we do 500 Mindfighter. Because 500 Mindfighter does bank 35% heals pots. We'll get really little XP for them, but if we really need them in a pinch, we can just process the ones we have in our bank. That or let our alts do it from level 170 to 200. Because that could be their ticket to getting 200 alchemy. Use to split the stack from 500 Mindfighter to the other two accounts. And have them both get 170 to 200 alchemy, making 35% heal pots. They still need to solve for the other 170 levels, but... but at least solve their final 30, if nothing else. They'd still take forever. You'd have to manually play them for like 10 and a half hours. Almost 11 hours, somewhere around there. So their total playtime right now is probably like less than 20 hours. 20, 30, somewhere around there. Because the only time I ever play them is when they need more knowledge points. At least currently, anyways. Hey, Mad Hatter's here. He's joining us on the alchemy grind. Also, I just realized we're only halfway done with how many we have banked. I really underestimated how long these materials last. When I was banking a few hundred, or several hundred, I was like, oh yeah, these won't last that long. But, they kind of do. I keep forgetting, you only make like about 110 an hour. Yeah, that's a good amount of time. Ooh, that's not gonna be enough for a level. I think we can do this whole inventory without over-encumbering knowledge, though. Because you get, like, what, 2.5? 3 each? Which, let's even say it's 3 each. 3 times 22 is 66. Yeah, we'll be fine. Even worst case scenario, we'll not over-encumber. Because the reason I don't want to use the knowledge now is we waste some XP. Not a lot, but we're getting XP rate as if we're doing a level 85 instead of an 86. So it's better to wait until after we process these in our inventory. And then we can use our knowledge. Also give us XP rate as if we're 1 level higher. Hey, no, Cream is here as well. A little alchemy party in here. Yep, there we go again. Always likes to have a panic attack at the beginning. And now we're in cycle. Luckily it's so lenient, you can basically just ignore them. And just get into perfect cycle. Yep, 86 rolling in. Getting close to those Tempest days. Oh yeah, how much do we lose on those fears? Don't you lose like infinite money? Pretty sure you lose like infinite money. Yeah, you lose infinite money. It's not worth it. Ooh, that XP jump though. Is it not worth it? Hold. Is it not worth it? That's a lot of extra XP rate. Plus I'll probably sell them back to the shop for minus 2.5 each. You only lose half a gold an hour. Ooh. What do you think about the map movement changes? Oh, I enjoyed it. I've really been able to test it too much though because we're doing alchemy. So the only time I've really been able to do it is when we do the chef runs. But yeah, I like the new circle system. It'd be cool if you could lock it to a circle as well, like what he did for his original game. Instead of a square, you can have it just be a circle. Just so you can see only visible range rather than everything that exceeds it. That way you know exactly what you can click on. Because anything in that circle would be, you know, what you can click. Because right now, obviously, you can't click all the way over to the square. But it'd be interesting if he has an option for that later down the line. If he's going halfway to the original system, he might as well go all the way. And have a circle option rather than a square option. As far as, like, the overall map. Or at least when you do it like this. I would love if it was a circle. Whereas right now it's really rectangly. But yeah, overall it's a great change though. Definitely some cosmetic quality of life I would love to be added to it though. Where you can only see your visible range. Because right now it lets you see further than what you can actually click. And while this is fine as an option, I would love a option that's just the circle itself as your visible. Just so you know anywhere that you would click would guarantee move you there. They haven't really had the chance to test it for a lot of skilling methods though. There's definitely a lot of broken things you could do, particularly in Merchant, where you can skip this whole area. You can literally go from the middle of town all the way to top right. That is so good for, especially detective work. Because you can one click all the way over to your detective assignment. It's actually insane. Like whenever you get a detective assignment to go to the maid's place, you literally just one click halfway across the map. Because you go all the way from this room over here to that room over there. It's actually insane some of the things you can do for it. Particularly in Chronopolis. Which is great because we're eventually going to have to do that 267 grind. Off of investigations. And investigations got a huge buff today with the circle thing. Whereas there's a lot of investigation locations that benefit a huge amount by that circle. compared to the 2-room system. I guess technically Merchant in general also improves from it. We would definitely use the map a lot more when doing Merchant. I feel like Detective gains a little bit more of a benefit from it than Merchant, but they both gain a pretty big benefit from it. Yeah, another Merchant buff. They just can't stop buffing Merchant, can they? They just love buffing Merchant. Indirectly, of course. Yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah, if you made it round, it wouldn't really fit into the AI properly. Like, it makes sense why it is the way it is. I just kind of hoped he would, since he's adding so many things that are already like RuneScape. You know, it'd be nice to also have it like that. At least for this one. I understand not doing it for the sidebar. But I feel like at least this one could have an option for it. Like a circle option instead of a square. As a pop-out menu. But it makes sense why the sidebar would have to be square though. Given the rectangularness of the entirety of the sidebar. It's like overlaying a mini-map over a world map, pretty much. It definitely does what it needs to do, though. Like, functionality-wise, it's perfect. I just feel like visually, it's like a radar that's around us. Compared to if it just showed only a circle visible. Because whenever I look like at this, it feels like we have just like a radar sense around us. Which breaks immersion slightly. Compared to if the whole map was just that circle. But functionality-wise, it does exactly what it needs to do. Yeah, we're about halfway done with our Cryo, which is slightly more than half, as of that batch. Yep, 302 to go. We've done 308 so far. Oops, I forgot to grab the other thing. Oh, I'm already boosted. What am I doing? Let's see. Alchemy, there we go. I'm gonna double check that. We might actually do the fears instead of even doing the Tempest days. Wait, what are these bars again? What's the other one? Yeah, this is buy value. Sell value. Okay, that's what I thought. Just double checking. Yeah, we'd lose half a gold per hour for like 20 something K more XP. I don't know, is that worth it? You have to keep in mind, we technically lose more money doing the Tempest Day ones, as weird as that may sound. Because even though we get a valuable potion out of it, the money's completely tied up. Whereas we get to sell these immediately. So for these, we're only losing 2.3, whereas these we're losing 4 each. So we're actually losing less on the fear potions. Technically. Not because we're actually losing less, but because the Tempest Day ones would be consumed rather than sold. Whereas the fears would simply be sold because they're way too low of a number. Oh, that reminds me, I still haven't checked the cooking thing this hour. Should probably go get it. Honestly, I need to start having like a timer going to remind me. Almost gotta bring out like that steam clock. Put in like the dead space right over there, where our skilling thing is. Just to remind me to keep checking the cooking bounty. I'll go set one up real quick. I still gotta go check it this hour though. There we go. I'll recenter in a second. Just to remind me that I need to go do the cooking bounty. Or at least check the board if nothing else. That's good enough. That's about as center as it's gonna get. I'll just raise it just ever so slightly though. I wish there was an auto center. I wish it was like content aware and centering. Like how photo programs are. I'm making it worse. I'm not improving it. Okay, that's about as good as it's gonna get. Unless I want to tinker for it for the next like half an hour. But there we go, that's about as centered as it's gonna get. But after this set, I'll go check the cooking bounty. And around when that timer hits 0, we can actually do a full chef run. Oh yeah, I forgot we already have them all. I always do that every time. The final 3 you do differently, because you have nothing to put into the hopper. I still always click on it though. I wonder, does that actually take longer if your guy's not facing the right direction? Because if you're already moved there, he doesn't move. Let's see, is it any slower if I do it like this? He's facing the wrong direction right now. Oh no, he eventually moves back in time. Alright, let's go do our chef run. And by that I mean 11 bacon sandwich and check what the message board has. And only turn in if it's bacon, otherwise sell everything. I just try to get a good run going for the next set. Oh no, we're almost finally under 25 gold. Our precious gold stack. Oh no! Alright, let's see what we have. Anything good? North Wall is way too far to turn in right now. I'm not going all the way to North Wall just to turn in that sandwich. So I guess we're just cooking them and selling them then. Oh, not raw bacon though. Yeah, North Wall is way too far to go to. It's still worth doing when we do a full run. It's not worth doing just to turn in a 2 bacon sandwich to North Wall. But then we could do our actual chef run in about 34 minutes then. We're likely going to have to double run. Run everything through the main street going to Northwall. And then run everything from Scrap Merchant to Century. And back we go. Little chef break. And we should have a really good merchant, merchant, wrong skill. It's kind of like merchant. But then we have a really good double cooking turn-in. For now, back to the grind of the potions. Grab those, 280 to go. That's not the total we have to do today. It's just the total till we upgrade our potion. Not a big fan of what? The new map layout or something else? Or constantly checking the chef thing. The only reason I'm normally not too paranoid about always checking it. But the main reason I'm doing it now is because we're so close. Normally I wouldn't be paranoid about checking it every hour. But it's actually really good value while doing alchemy. Since there isn't any location closer other than cooking. The map overlay feels like a nerf. It's depending on what you're doing, it will be a nerf. I feel like Hope Forest in particular, in some of the big rooms, probably has the biggest nerf. But overall, I would say it's a buff. But there are definitely some areas where you actually get to move way less compared to before. Like you were able to at one point move from here all the way to that tile over there. You can't move even like half that much now. It's definitely a huge buff for Chronopolis, particularly Merchant Chronopolis. Merchant and Detective, particularly Detective actually. But both of them gain a pretty big benefit as well. There are some situations where you'd move less room though. Like out of the tower, I don't think you can move as far. But it's a bit of a mix on if it helps or doesn't help something. But overall, I would say it helps more than what it doesn't help. We'll definitely take a little bit getting used to. I'm kind of already used to it, though, because that's how it is in old school RuneScape. As well as when he made it back in the day. So I'm kind of used to this system for, like, 20-something years. So it's not, like, pretty much no change to me at all in that regard. Because I'm already used to this system. But I do believe it buffs more than it nerfs. But really, I got a good chance to use it for much, though. Other than a couple chef runs, I haven't used it for really anything today. Because our alchemy grind doesn't actually need it at all. It's the same way we moved before, it's the same way we move now. But I think the main thing that the map change does is it gives you good clarity. Because before there was always spots where I was clicking where it's like, oh, can I click here? Can I not click here? Because those little mini rooms would kind of get in the way. But now it's very, very, very obvious where you can and cannot click, even if it's a shorter distance than before. Because as long as it's in that circle, you will be able to click there. Whereas before there was always some areas that were kind of ambiguous on if you'd be able to reach or not. If you miscounted like a mini room that was in between. Because I feel like that will help newer players a lot. It'll make it really clear where you can and cannot move. I just realized, whenever the light is showing over the armor, it almost looks like a bunch of arrows. I never noticed that just now. Almost looks like we have arrows on our hands, as well as a little bit on the helm. Like pointing arrows, not like throwing arrows or, you know, bow arrow. Hey, look, doesn't it almost look like an arrow pointing down? Whenever he moves his hand up to that in the light. Almost looks like downwards pointing arrows. Never noticed that until this activity. You normally don't get to see it up that close. Yeah, look, it's literally like a white arrow pointing downwards. It's technically in default stance, they're pointing upwards. There we go, 100% meter, but no pop-up. I love that so much. It's one of the things I really love about this whole mini-game. You don't get bombarded with a billion pop-ups being like, use your knowledge point, use your knowledge point. This happens right at the end. Instead of every time you make a potion. I said, hello, Chad. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We've began the alchemy grind. We're going all the way to 200. We started at 77. So we got 10 and a half levels so far today. Yeah, the main reason I want to get all this grind done all at once is just so we don't delay it. If we don't power grind over the next 5 days, I'll delay it for like 3 weeks and just spread it out. We're just gonna do all in for the next 5 days. Well, today and the next 4 days. It's a grind we've been putting off for a while. There's so many useful potions. Like, these are basically our best combat potion until post 200. For when the combat rework comes out. Another set done. Hey, Taro's here. It's weird to see him not in chapter 2. I don't recognize him in any area that isn't chapter 2. He's just here for his potions, though. I've kept blocks apparently on. Oh, he has done a lot of Forager, though. I didn't realize that. He actually has a really, really high Forager level. It's kind of weird, he hasn't trained much alchemy. But he's a really high Gatherer Forager. And we were doing the Carpentry grind together the other week. So if anyone's wondering what the timer's for, it's for our chef runs. So don't forget to go do it, because I already forgot an hour. So now, so we never forget. Normally I'm not paranoid about taking it every hour. But there isn't any activity we could be doing other than cooking that would place us closer to where the cooking place is. So we kind of have to be checking it while we're doing alchemy. There's pretty much never going to be a more efficient time that you can multi-skill it. As alchemy is the closest thing that isn't cooking towards where cooking is. So I'm normally not super paranoid about taking it every hour. This is one activity where we actually will always do it every hour. Just due to its close proximity to it. Which means there's a good chance we might actually get 120 cooking from our 200 alchemy grind. Which would be nice if so. Because 120 is when we get the AFK stews. That's the final stew pre-200. The 120 veggie stew. The tasty veggie stew. So if you ever want an AFK cooking, that's the best you have all the way till like 200 something. Obviously, you shouldn't be doing that. There's definitely other things you should be making in between. But if you wanted the AFK, that's your best option till like low 200 something. It's really good for the first 10 or 20 levels or so. Beyond that, you would only ever do it if you just really wanted to AFK. Otherwise, the XP rate is pretty abysmal. You don't get a good another one. I guess omelet? Yeah, you don't get another good one until 217. As far as like the really AFK one. So I like how the things you put in, those little beads, are colored based on what you're putting in. Like, it's not just a generic one. The green bar is. It's always green. But the actual little beads that you put in are always colored based on the two objects you have. So since it's green and pink, it's green and pink beads. I like that little touch. I wish this bar also corresponded to color. It makes sense why it doesn't, though. Also, I'm so in the zone right now. The potion zone. What's tomorrow's set of potions other than fear? Are we going to be able to get any further than fear? I don't think I have many, if any, at all. Oh, no, we do have 69 of those. Ooh, we do have 69 7% hope forest pots, which will be used saving exclusively for carpentry down the line. I wonder if it's worth making them. It's like 9 silver each. -2 for the pot we'd already buy. They're like 7 silver each. Yeah, it's not worth it. We'd be burning 7 silver each time for effectively 2% XP gain. Oh no, is that worth it? Just so we don't have to do as many fears? Because our XP rate by fears is pretty bad. But fears are just so cheap. Oh, let me check the XP difference. The fears are like cheap though. They're less than 1 silver each. It's actually insane how free they are. What kind of XP difference are we talking though? 60% or 60,000, which is a little more than 25% extra XP. That's pretty hefty. It's a 25% increase, but you're paying so much more per though. You're paying an extra 7 silver per for 25% XP gain. But the ultimate benefit being that you have a 2% extra XP gain whenever you go to Hope Forest against the 9-minute fear pot. Yeah, we might just have to stick with 9-minute fears. I'll still use the ones we have banked though, of course. Hello, Kerbo! Welcome, welcome! Oh yeah, you fell a lot in ranks from the thing, yeah. Yeah, we fell like 26, or we fell 226. We were like 19th or 18th or something. We were mentioning that we'd fall to about 25. We actually did yesterday. Let's see, where is it? Right there. Oh wait, we actually did go back to 25. But yeah, we fell like 6 ranks. So obviously, bigger the number, the more you'd fall. Like, we definitely fallen way further in some other categories. Like, we were as high as like 100 something for Hope Forest. Now we're 209. Hope Port was over 1,000. Now it's under 1,000. That will be fixed soon after this alchemy grind. And cooking grind. And everything grind. But I don't really care too much where we go on leaderboard, as long as we get whatever goals we have done at any given time done. By the time you hit 500 herb, how big of a difference do XP pots make? A decent amount. It might not seem like much, a few percent. But when you end up using them for things like knowledge points and stuff like that, they really start to add up. Overall, it's basically a bonus that you can live without potions, as far as where their effects are and everything. But it is so much better having them. Like a 10% compared to a 5% is quite literally double the effect. It's like the difference between using no potion at all and a 5%. But yeah, that's the main reason that you do alchemy. Alchemy makes pretty much every skill in the game quicker. It's a small amount, but it literally helps every skill in the entire game. XP pots make it so you get quicker XP in every single skill. Combat pots makes it so combat's quicker, plus they stack with XP pots. All the AFK pots mean whenever you log out, you gain more XP for whatever activity you're doing. Sometimes even more money in the case of wealth pots. The fear pots make it so some skilling activities are actually viable to do without being annoying, like collecting some gatherer and forager supplies. Most notably Malamute pieces and the ones that have snakes in them in Gatherer. Just stuff like that. Where it mostly just saves time when doing every other skill. The only problem is it feeds from so many other skills, so you have to train so many skills to be able to feed back into the skill. But it makes every skill in the game go quicker. Not a lot quicker, but slightly quicker. Yeah, that's one of the big things that they're really good for, too. Using 7% pots for whenever you use a knowledge point is something I haven't actually been able to do yet, ever. But we're finally going to be able to do after this alchemy grind. For example, the main one to use 7% pots in Chapter 1 would definitely be alchemy. The best one to do it in Chapter 2 would be carpentry. Best one in Chapter 3 is whatever your main combat is, depending on your class. In our case, we're a Cryo Knight, so blacksmith. In Chapter 4, it's easily leatherworker. And in Chapter 5, it's either armor maker or builder, depending on how good builder is. And whenever you use a knowledge point, you can get the extra value from it, which is really nice. You can also use them on ventures. Potions work on ventures now. You can cash in a lot of XP at once. Like, we gained a whole mining level from ours earlier. We gained like a 1/4 of a level. Because the post 200 ones are actually really strong. Takes a while to get to them. But when you do, the payouts for ventures are really, really solid XP-wise. I only have it activated for mining. The easiest one to get is fishing. I think you only need 219 for the venture. Sorry, 226. It's the lowest level requirement on any. And for that, you could even use a 10% pot for as well. Because you get 10% as early as, you get them pretty late in quite a few other chapters. But for Chapter 1, you get 10% at 185. Which is really good for double taking the fishing venture. So much so, even though it burns a ton of money, I might actually take them for if I ever do the fishing venture. Just because double claiming it with that 10% is so good. Also, in half a level, I could technically move on to the better pot. But I'm going to still use whatever is left in the bank. And then we'll do whatever the 89 pot is all the way to 95. And then, honestly, I think I might just take the hit and just do the 95 to 104. I'm not sure. We're going to lose about 2 gold for doing so. But it saves like half an hour to 45 minutes. We still haven't decided yet. Actually, sorry, we don't lose 2 gold. We lose closer to 1 gold because I'm just going to sell them back. Because we don't need 6-minute fares. I think that's worth it. It saves like 40-ish minutes at the cost of like slightly under a gold. If even a gold. It's definitely worth it. The only downside of it is I don't get to bank plus 60 Tempest Day potions. So if they're ever meta, I would have to go buy them. But, I highly doubt it. I highly doubt we're going to be needing anything but cryos. I say the only exception is if they ever add a boss week to yellow. But we're a good half a year to a year before that happens. How we make it so queues can be selected when NPCs are stacked on the same tiles? Yeah, that's one thing that's really annoying, because whenever you bring up that right-click menu, it cancels your queue. There's quite a few weird things that cancel your queue that you think wouldn't, but actually do currently. They'll likely tweak that in the future, though, in some quality of life update. There's a lot of really random things that cancel your queue, that being one of them. Yep, time to go reset the chef thing as well. Reset it to like an hour. Yeah, we'll go check it and do a run after this then. That means whatever I buy here has to be for the run. What do we need? Probably do all the leaks first. I don't want to get all the fishing stuff first because I might need to go grab some more. The leeks will take up 20 inventory and then the bacon sandwich take up the rest. Oh no, I can't because I'm going to over encumber then. I'll just do the leeks then. Because I gotta buy 20 material for that. Anyway, I can also do the sandwiches if I drop my potions on the ground. Which I guess we could do, that'd be kind of scary though. But if we drop both our potions on the ground, I can actually grab all that except for the fish in one go. Yeah, XP pots and potions in general are going to go for so much money. Because they're constantly going to be consumed at an exceedingly high rate. Like, the consumption rate of potions is going to be quicker than the rate at which they come into the game. I'm not sure what that's going to ultimately do to the economy. But it'll literally be quicker to, or, you know, there'll be more potions going out of the game than into the game. Yeah, all of the classes get some pretty amazing gear at high level range. Or we're in the second highest for Cryo Knight right now. Though we are wearing the lamer chestplate of the two, though. The other chestplate looks way better. I just have to wield this one because this is our better quality one. This is a 3-star 218. So I'm kind of forced to have to wear it. But yeah, this is the tier 5 visual of Cryo Knight armor. But the only one being slightly off being the plate body. Not because it's not tier 5, but because it's the one that doesn't look as good. Alright, let's make the very dumb decision of dropping everything to the ground. And hoping that the server doesn't crash. Alright, come on, Andrew Gower. Don't crash the server somehow. That is like multiple several golds worth of potions on the ground. Are gonna despawn soon. But I have exact inventory to buy what we need, so I need them on the ground. That is exact to the T, exactly what we need. Don't worry, potions, I'll be back for you. Anything worth taking here? The captain for one item, I guess, is fine. Are we ever going to do Forager? Yes. Though with my current pathing, I really don't need to do Forager that much. The main thing I was waiting on Forager for, oddly enough, was 104 Alchemy. I wanted to wait until the 9-minute Fear Potions. That was the main thing I was holding off on. And we get that 104 Alchemy. It's the main thing that we're going to be making tomorrow. Might even be able to make some of them today. That was the whole thing I was waiting on the Forager grind for. As monument pieces kind of require them. What's my goal for the new episode? Honestly, 500 all. I wish I was joking, but I'm not sure if there's any skill that isn't needed. Because Shieldbreaker is going to drop Builder Supplies and or Armor Maker Supplies. The Gathering skill will drop Builder Supplies and or Armor Maker Supplies. Armor Maker is like one of the top 5 skills in the game. And if Builder is good, Builder is one of the top 5, if not the best skill in the game. Depending on what they do with it. It's likely to be top 5. It's either going to be as bad as Detective or top 5. Pretty much nothing in between. It's either like one of the best skills or useless. I don't think it has any in between space. It's gonna be one or the other. Oh yeah, I already grabbed my thing. Alright, we're good to go. Let's go grab my ground before they go despawn. Grab her like 5 gold off the ground. Alright, what do I need to go get? I've never actually made this dish before. It is the cod and chips. So I assume I just need to buy a bunch of cod and then a bunch of potato. I'm not sure if it needs another ingredient. I probably should have double-checked that before I went out. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's cod and the other thing then. Oh, cods are pretty cheap. What's even the point of doing the fishing skill? I know they're price hiking it eventually. But still. Oh, I also need one manta. Just one. Alright, now I believe I need tier 1 potatoes. I don't think you can substitute tier 2. For the next one, I have infinite tier 2, so we should be good. Let's hope this is all you need. I didn't actually bother double checking. But I believe all you need is cod and potato. We'll find out when the dish doesn't work. But it should work. Alright, so you gotta batter them up. You didn't have to put them in there at the end. Do we still have to go through the whole potato process? Because it takes a little while. This might actually be one of the longer dishes to make. The cod and chips. Because you gotta batter it. Then I think you still have to do every process for the potato. But then instead of putting it to the frying pan, you put it into the deep fryer. Because I assume what we're doing here. Just don't want to mess it up somehow. Oh, was I supposed to be using it on chopping table? No! Oh, maybe this is a chopping table only. No! I messed one up. I gotta drop it and go back. Yeah. You gotta do it on the chopping table. You gotta make them into fries and then, yeah, deep fry them. That makes sense. Just wasn't sure if you had to boil them first. No. Rip. Alright, well, drop that on the ground. I need one more potato now. But now we know. That's why you should probably read the chef instructions on how to cook it. But, at least we only wasted one. Alright, one more potato, please. One potato. And then we combine it into fish and chips. I should probably XP pot for the first one, just so we get the first time bonus. I have no clue what my route is, but we'll figure it out in a second. Alright, what's our route? What's our route? Those two we'd have to do separately later. We start heading to North Wall. Cohen. Oh yeah, you can one-click to Cohen now. I guess we go run to Cohen. Because you can do that in one click now. Big Sheen's the hooked hand, which means we would do it on next route. Captain, we just tele back for. That's fine. After we get to the tower. Yeah, it should be every item. I probably should use this in alchemy. Let's see. Dump this in the alch. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's go do a chef run. So I think this is a pretty small one. We're gonna do a triple. We got to turn this into no, not Big Sheen. We got to do Cohen. Oh, I forgot to do Cohen. No. Wait, what is this then? Is this North Tower and what? Guard North, Scrap Merchant. Wait, is this really just North then tele back? It looks like it. Yeah, just this North Tower then tele back to Captain. Now he got me with the diagonal. If only we had a fear potion that we can make at level 104 alchemy. Oh, what do you want again? I think it was a bacon sandwich. He was a baconer. Which one was this for? Captain? Yeah, Captain won the fried thing. Oh, so I really wish there was a, there we go. Wait, that isn't what you ordered? Wait, what? Oh, the fried, I meant the other fried thing. There we go. Oh yeah, that one Trident looks really cool, the gold version. Though the one before it, I do feel like looks slightly better. I'm not a big fan of all the gold tools in this game. Like the weapons that Cryo has and everything. I don't hate their appearance, but some of them do look slightly off in gold. Some of them do look cool. But the fact that like almost all of them become gold seems kind of weird. Oh, I can go all... Wait, can I one-click that? Oh, it doesn't let me. No, you still can't go infinitely. Because you need the whole path that wraps around. Now, we're still going to need to drink one more potion, but that's fine. Oh, what am I even turning in here? I'm turning in the leek pie. And then we do another leak into the other thing. And then we telly back and get back to the grind. Back to making potions. How much gold do I have? We have 25 gold right now. That will likely be way less over the next few days, though. Because we're dumping almost all of it into alchemy. Oh, this is a nice buff. Normally you wouldn't be able to click all the way to that room. But overall, I've been liking the circle so far. The whole circle radius thing. I haven't been able to try it too much since the patch, but I don't know, what I have tried I've liked. I don't know, I haven't had any issue with it yet. It could just be the scaling activities I've been doing just haven't really had a negative effect on it. I feel like a couple things in Hope Forest might be hindered by it just because of how wide and big some of the rooms are there. But Chapter 4 should get a pretty big buff from it. Oh, wrong city. Oh, we got a cooking level. Nice. Yeah, that's when we can claim our next contract. Actually, at this point, I might as well put it on a loop. Alright, back to potions we go. Let's see, where to go? Oh, I went way too far. Wait, what happened? How did I overshoot it that hard? Is this my favorite content so far? What, alchemy? I definitely enjoy alchemy in this game. It's definitely not my favorite skill in the entire game, but it's definitely pretty high up there. Favorites overall as far as what they do is definitely like Merchant and Detective. I also really love like mining smithing synergy, especially as a Cryo Knight. That would be the same thing, miner stonemason if you're doing hammer mage. You can't do that as a guardian though. Guardians don't get to experience it quite the same. But I really like what Merchant did. I like Detective in premise, but I feel like it has a lot of quality of life it needs, and small changes. I like what it tried to do. I just don't feel like it executed it fully yet. I hope it gets a little bit of rework in the future. It's also one of only 3 skills that has no synergy with any other chapter. Those 3 being Cooking, Fishing, and Detective. They currently have no out-of-chapter synergy at the moment. They're the only 3 skills that have no out-of-chapter synergy. Not counting gold. Because technically everything makes gold. But not counting gold, those are the only 3 that have no out-of-chapter synergy. Well, the way that mining works is there's 2 different materials, ores and stones. Ores go for blacksmith and stones work for stonemason. You don't get any bonewright or guardian equipment from doing mining. For that you have to do gather, woodcutting, and carpentry. Technically all of them use woodcutting carpentry. But Cryo Knights and Hammer Mages can mostly annoy it, or ignore it. Whereas Guardians require it for everything. I was gonna say basically everything, but no, literally everything. They don't have a single item that can avoid it. Whereas you can train all the way to 500 smithing and stonemason without ever making a wood-based object. You technically could with bonewright as well, though it'd be way harder to do it that way. Yeah, fishing's really chill. You know what I've actually been doing a little bit off stream, which is how we got to like 50, or went from 50 to 57 fishing. I was actually AFKing the cubable action on fish. This is worse EXP than doing it manually, but it is so AFK. You just click 6 fish, wait till they respawn, click 6 fish, wait, and keep doing that. And just drop them all on the ground. It is so chill. I just keep boost potting occasionally. Because I've been doing it on all those bigger shorelines. Like I did it on Manta Ray, then I did it on the guppies, or whatever they're called. Then we'll be doing it on the flounders. Until we can get back to doing the puffer eels again. Which we'd of course do manually. But I've been AFKing all those like bigger room fish. And they're really, really chill. I do enjoy fishing in this game, it just has no real use at the moment. So I feel a lot less motivation to go and get it up. You don't even bank the fish, you literally just drop them on the ground. Yeah, the venture is really good. Not only is it the only free-to-play venture, but it's also, relative to the XP you gain, it's the second best venture in the game from an XP perspective. The best one being for Miner, from doing the Brimstone one. And you also have 2 of them right next to each other. Or if they ever add more, 4 of them all right next to each other. But yeah, they're really, really good. Yeah, it's currently the only free-to-play venture in the game, so if you're free-to-play, you're forced to have to do it. Luckily, you're forced to have to do actually a pretty decent one. The byproduct that you get from them is pretty bad, but the EXP that you get from them is one of the best in the game. Only really outdone by the mining venture one. As far as how long it normally takes to train the skill. And the mining venture one's locked behind an entire quest. You don't need to do any quest to do the fishing ones. Just go over there, set it up, boom, you're good to go. And the fact that there's 2 right next to each other, or technically 4 if we ever get more venture slots, you get so much XP so quickly. You don't have to walk a mile to go to a billion different ventures. There's one thing that's a bit downside with Mines of Matubin's mining one, because there's only 1 of them there, not 2. It's a really good value one, but there's not a second one that you can take in Mines of Matubin. It's actually the only chapter with only 1 venture. Hopeport has 4 in groups of 2, all right next to each other. Hope Forest has 0. Mines of Matubin has 1 and is quest locked. It's the only quest locked one out of any of them. And Chronopolis has technically 4, but technically 2. Only 2 of them function at the moment, and you can only have 1 of those 2 active at a moment. So technically 1. Oh, sorry, plus the detective one. So never mind, they actually have 5. But there's 2 groups of 2. One group of 2, you can only have 1 of them active. The other group of 2 currently don't work. They're either going to be quest locked in the future or Chapter 5 locked. And by those 2, I mean the bricks and tiles for Chapter 5. You currently can't do them. It's unclear if they'll be available when Chapter 5 releases, or if it's going to be locked behind a quest that's going to come out before Chapter 5. It's still unclear which it will be. Yeah, the requirements for the mining venture are 29 mining, 35 smithing, and the ability to kill level 35. It's definitely worth it, though. I even did it on my old accounts, it's so worth it. It's the only venture they have unlocked. Just because it's the best venture in the game. And also because the quest reward XP is actually pretty good, too. The one thing that is slightly annoying about the mining venture, though, is you have to wait for the whole cutscene of them to make your explosives. There's the only really big downside of it, which kind of equalizes its benefit out a lot. Whereas when it comes to the fishing venture, you literally just grab them, then drop them on the ground. Like, there's no extra delay. I've actually been doing that with my alts, actually. I've just been dropping the brimstone to the ground. I don't even bother banking it. Because it takes so long to do it. On my main account I do, of course. Because it has the higher quality stuff. But on the tier 1 stuff my alt's been getting, I literally just do the venture, just drop it on the ground. Because it takes too long to go do the animation thing. Because the XP drop's the main thing you care about. Same as the fishing venture. It's not the resource that you get that matters, it's the XP drop for the skill that matters. As mining and fishing are pretty slow to train. Compared to something like Detective and Merchant. Yeah, another set down. And a knowledge point from that, though I guess it makes sense, we just use them up. How many more do we have left? Should be like 100 something. Until we move on to our next potion. 192. Because right now we could technically move on to a better potion. I still want to do everything I have banked, though. And after I finish whatever we have banked, we're likely going to do, so what's the rest of our path for today? After we finish every last thing we have banked, we're going to make the Tempest Stays until we can hit 95. I'm then going to make the 95 potions and take a little bit of a cut. We're going to lose a bit of money doing these, but I'm just going to sell them so we can recuperate some of it because we don't need 6-minute spheres anyways. And then, yeah, just take the small hit for the better XP rate. And then we can get to do that all the way to the 104 fears then. That doesn't mean there's going to be 9 levels that we otherwise would have been gaining Tempest Ray Strength spanked. Then instead, I'm just going to be powering through with the fears so we can get to the bigger fear. Is that overall worth it? I'm not sure. But at least I'll have some amount of Tempest Days banked, so if we do need them, we'll have them. This won't have like a huge amount banked. We don't really need a huge amount. Yeah, I definitely bank a lot of stuff. There's definitely been some things I've been dropping to the ground recently, though. Like, technically, these thistles that we got earlier, we should have just been dropping to the ground, but I still bothered to bank them. Actually, I banked slightly too many of them. I didn't even realize it. Because we're going to be overshooting. We already overshot. Though back then, I didn't know for sure if we'd be acknowledging alchemy while doing alchemy. So we definitely are right now. Wait, how would you even collect 1,000,000 cabbages? How would that work? Because there's nowhere you can bank them. Yeah, I know there's a cabbage spawn, but there's no way you can bank them, so you can never have more than 124. 24 in your inventory and 100 on the ground. Because there's a 100 ground cap. I don't believe there's a way to bank them. There's just no storage that they would go into. But last I recall, they can't be banked. You filled every inventory space with cabbage except for one. Oh yeah, they mentioned that meme during the Q&A thing. It's funny that someone actually did it. That's an account type I've never made in old school RuneScape. Like making like a Snowflake Iron Man account that has like an extra restriction of many kinds. I'm not sure if I would ever make a video series on something like that though. Like some of the restrictions people do waste so much time. And it would hurt my efficiency brain too much. I know there's been a couple challenges for Brighter Shores so far. People doing like one room at a time kind of things. Kind of like a region lock thing. Like how they would be in old school. Someone's done a one inventory challenge. There's not really anything particularly hard to do with a one inventory challenge, though. What I mean by that is, the whole point of the one inventory challenge in Old School RuneScape was to do absurd bosses with only one inventory. But there's nothing hard, per se, to do with one inventory in Brighter Shores. There's things that are, like, extremely tedious and would take forever. But, like, actual difficulty-wise, there isn't really anything in that category. It's the main video that originated from. Someone ended up doing fight caves with in Old School RuneScape with literally one inventory spot. So no food at all. And I think their one inventory was just a prayer pot that they didn't even fully use because they're just prayer flicking the whole time. Is this one thing that's kind of interesting with Brighter Shores? You actually don't need any inventory space to do bossing in this game. Unless they had boss mechanics that specifically need you to gather stuff during the boss and then utilize. But with how combat currently is, you don't actually need any inventory space at all. Every enemy in Brighter Shores right now can be fought with 24 inventory space occupied already. With just junk items or nothing. Because all the stuff you have is already equipped to you. All your boost potions are equipped. All your healing potions are equipped. Soon to be, potentially, all your utility potions are also going to be equipped. So you technically don't need any inventory for a lot of that stuff. As far as combat currently. There likely will be boss mechanics where you have to do things, though. In the future. Like some boss in Mines of Matumin, you might have to mine something, then make it into an explosive, and then maybe, I don't know, like, do something with, like, a bone boss kind of thing. There's a lot of angles you could do for it. Obviously, in Chapter 2, you might have to go and woodcut something to go get a plank. That we then need to go repair, like, the boat if you're doing the raft thing. Like that one boss we already saw in Chapter 2. I really want an animated bone boss for Chapter 3, though. Something that utilizes combat, mining, and bone rate. I would love to see a boss like that. And you could easily do an animated golem as well. And I guess an animated metal creature of some kind. So it's fairly distributed across the three. Like some kind of trio boss even. One of bone, one of metal, one of stone. A golem, a bone wyvern, and some kind of metal creature. That would all require the respective skill, mining, and mind fighter. Well, they mentioned PvP in this game is not going to be full loot PvP. It's going to be some kind of staking system. So you're only going to be gaining currency. You don't actually lose any loot. It doesn't have any loot deletion system. Or even dropping system. At least not the initial PvP that they're adding. They technically are reworking the movement system. Not directly, but one of the perks from the combat tree that's going to be coming in is higher movement speed. So that should end up fixing it a lot. So, hello, Isabel! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. But the movement system should be a lot better with the extra movement speed you'll be able to get from the skill trees. Because the tick system in this game is almost twice as quick as old school RuneScape, so it's going to be almost twice as responsive. And combine that with better movement speed, and it should actually be pretty good. We'll have to see how exactly that works once the rework happens. Because we'll be able to respec in Chapter 4 and just go all in on max speed. And see what it's like. But yeah, movement speed will be better in, after the change. The responsive rate of it will be the same. But the rate at which you move from tile to tile will be quicker. Just woke up. How have I been doing? I've been doing pretty good. We're currently on the 200 alchemy grind. 1 day at a time. Our guesstimation before was it would take about 5 days. We're on day 1. Numerically, we're almost halfway there, though. So today we did, like, what, 13 levels so far? We're trying to hit 200 by the end of Sunday, or by Monday. Ideally end of Sunday, but if we need a little extra time, let's do it on Monday, on the shorter stream. Kind of like how we got 200 gather on the other short stream. That might be the game plan, to just get 200 alchemy on this upcoming Monday. Also, the Steam Deck should be getting in tomorrow, so I finally get to try it tomorrow. Assuming it actually comes in on time, it doesn't get stolen, or it doesn't get brought to the wrong house. But assuming it gets here in one piece correctly, we should have the Steam Deck tomorrow. Which means tomorrow night I'll be able to mess around with it. And you know the first thing I'm testing with that. Brighter Shores, Gems of War, Old School RuneScape. Everything that we currently play right now. Then I gotta try at least one indie game on it. I'll probably try normal Slay the Spire, because Slay the Spire 2 is not out yet. I'll try like one normal Slay the Spire 1 run. You're up to 4 AM grinding Power World? Oh gosh. Are you still playing on a cookie server? Yeah, I'll need to go join you guys at some point. The Old School RuneScape's League is finishing in 1 week. And I hope to finish the last of that grind on like Monday or something, or Tuesday of next week. Because I think I have until Wednesday of next week to finish it. I've been putting it off. I need like 5,000 more points. And I'm running out of easy to do tasks that would give it to us. Oh, you've been playing on your own? Nice. Yeah, I definitely need to go check Power World. I haven't checked it out since the big update did last month. Mostly between the holidays and playing Brighter Shores, never had the chance. You only need 2 more Steam achievements? Nice. Did they add that many to it? I'm pretty sure I had 100% at one point. Guess I got a billion things to go do. You can't wait to see player trading in an auction house. Yeah, initially when trading comes into the game, it's going to be only player to player, as well as being able to trade your entire bank if in around Chronopolis Square. The auction house system is coming eventually, but it's not coming in the first wave of them doing trading. Player to player, as in trading whatever 24 you have in your inventory, will be doable anywheres when it first comes out. As well as be able to trade from bank to bank, like if you want to sell 1,000 of an item or 10,000 of an item, so on and so forth. You'll be able to do that around Chronopolis Square. But auction house isn't coming until a little bit later. They are adding it, but it's not coming in with the initial trade release. Yeah, I haven't really been making much content for the game. I've just been streaming it pretty much every single day. And by pretty much every single day, I mean literally every single day. We've not missed a day yet. But, yeah, as far as, making content, I haven't made anything other than like a first impressions, first week video kind of thing. I really need to at some point. It's just the game is constantly changing so much every single week and month that I've just been hesitant to really cover guide videos in that sense. Just because things keep changing so much. Like, even the mining guide video is somewhat considering. They already changed how Tentacle Road works. And they already added queuable action. They already added, like, 2 things since then that would have changed how it would do the video. And that was just in a few-week period. Yeah, Brighter Shore just needs to eventually get endgame content down the line. They're not really working on too much of it in that regard until after 1.0 release, though. They just want to get the shell of the game fully out and optimized and everything. But we're likely not getting, like, true endgame content until after launch. Like, bossing raids, anything like that. Even mini-games and the such. You're getting coffee? Nice. Do you know what I've been drinking for caffeine recently? Liquid Death, the raspberry one. I tried it the other week. And, you know, it's like, it's not that bad. I was just gonna try like a few of them just to kind of see. But I actually ordered more. It's a pretty nice low sugar alternative for caffeine. Liquid Death is water, but they also do sparkling water and tea. And this is their raspberry tea. It's just way better than doing something else for caffeine, because I'm not a fan of coffee. And soda is obviously way too high in sugar. Or at least most of them are. Yeah, normal Liquid Death is literally just water. But I also make carbonated water and teas. And I'm really big on teas, so I figured I'd try it, and it's actually not bad. Actually, I use this one of the same sweeteners as the poppy thing. The agave flower thing. Or whatever that one plant is called. Agave. I've read really mixed things if it's actually good or not good for you. But I feel like a lot of the ones that are saying it's not good for you are just like big sugar. Still wanting to keep sodas intact. I was not sure if what to trust out there, information-wise. Hello, Tyrion! Welcome, welcome. Your gifted membership expired again? Someone needs to get on that. Well, Brighter Shores has slowed down just a little bit as they're pumping out more content, so we haven't really been getting that many from the Brighter Shores stream. So any that we have been getting are greatly, greatly appreciated. Because the game's in a bit of a stagnant state, but it's still in early development, so it's getting there. They've done an update like 3 days in a row at this point. One update at a time, they're getting there. They had this big circle thing today as one of the bigger features and some bug fixes. But it shows you the radius as how far you can click to get to your next room. Also allows you to click way further than you were before in some situations. Does make it slightly less sometimes, but normally it makes it way more. Nice little quality of life for map movement. Oh, he's wearing that good Hammer Mage armor. See if we can see him again. Oh no, he's leaving. No, come back. I want to look at your armor. Also, thank you, Chad, for the 5 gifted memberships. Well, speaking of which, thank you so much. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. Let's see, does Tyrion get it? Oh, Tyrion didn't get it, though. Can you not gift to people directly on YouTube? I just realized that. I think it's random every time. But yeah, Tyrion didn't get one. Reptile did. He was there earlier. Not sure if anyone else from that list is, but welcome, welcome. Game over. Better luck next time. It is random? That's interesting. Because I'm pretty sure on Twitch you can give someone, like, one directly. Like, you do random, but you can also do it directly. But YouTube only has the random option. You can't buy your own due to how YouTube interacts with iPhone. Yeah, I've heard some people mention issues with that in the past. I never use YouTube on phone, so I'm not sure what the issues are. But people have mentioned that in the past. Does YouTube not have a PayPal option? Because I could have sworn I paid for something on YouTube in the past using PayPal. And not credit card. Oh, okay, I see. Are we making potions like this for the next 5 days only? Well, we definitely need to make more in the future, but my plan is to do the whole 200 grind in one go. AKA for the next 5 days until it's done. But no, we'd still have to make potions more in the future. But there'll definitely be a bit of a break between, since we need to go get 200 on everything else. But this isn't the last time we'll be making potions, but yeah, we're doing the whole grind in 5 days. And then definitely taking a break from the skill for a bit. Hello, Beast! Welcome, welcome! We've been doing pretty good. But yeah, that does mean we're basically doing exactly what you see right now for the next 5 days. Not sure how to make it more entertaining other than conversation topics. But yes, this is our next 5 days. At least as far as on stream. We just want to get the whole grind done at once rather than delaying it over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks. Just want to get it all done in one go. Though if they do a big update within that time, we will pivot to the update. So far, they've been doing little mini updates like this little map screen thing. Which is still cool, an update. But not like a absurdly substantial one. Just makes movement a little bit easier. Or harder, depending on the situation. But normally easier. You're still waiting for that 12-hour carpentry stream? We are doing woodcutting carpentry soon, so... Give it about 2 or 3 weeks and we will have our 12-hour carpentry stream back to back. 2 days in a row where we just do carpentry the entire stream. That's going to be in about 2 to 3 weeks from now. Right before the end of the month. Or slightly early February. Do you agree that the people that started playing Brighter Shores today have it 10 times easier than when it was released? I wouldn't say 10,000 times easier, but there are definitely quite a few things that are way easier to do now than before. Merchant also got buffed today again. Merchant is probably about 25 to 30% quicker than day 1 release, between every indirect buff it has gotten since launch, compared to if you did it on day 1. Or technically day 2, because it takes a little bit of time to actually get there. But yeah, there's not a single skill that is slower to do now than it was at launch. With Merchant probably gaining the biggest benefit of any skill. And Forge are probably the second biggest. But most of them are pretty marginal. Like the average skill only got like 5 to 10% better. Through indirect buffs. Did I see Andrew's new tweet? Yes. We showed it on screen earlier too. But, yeah, I think it was just like a vocal minority of the high-level community. Because we streamed all yesterday, and I didn't see a single person complain about the new leaderboard. Yeah, it works out really well. It's pretty much what everyone asked for. I guess my only slight complaint with it would be that instead of anonymous player, maybe having like a couple dashes or something instead. Just because anonymous player takes up so much room compared to like 3 dashes or something similar. But beyond that, it works really well. It does everything we needed it to do. Now we're ranked 25. And now we know for sure we are exactly ranked 25. Don't need to guess like, oh, are we 24 right now? 23? 27? But no, we're 25. Yeah, I don't understand why people are mad about it. It's pretty much what everyone was asking for. Yeah, 25 is still really high. It's not like top 20 high, but it's still insanely high. Honestly, any level above 1,000 right now is still pretty high. He's getting level 1,000 is not quick. Yeah, it's still hundreds of hours, most likely. Especially if you were playing a little bit more casually through the storyline and everything. It's still like a good few hundred hours. Yep, time to go check the message board. Perfect timing, too. The notification came up right as we're taking our final few potions. What's my favorite area in the game? Oh, definitely Chronopolis. Chronopolis is definitely my favorite overall chapter. If I was to factor in, like, absolutely everything. It's really hard carried by Merchant and Detective, though. The Leatherworker is a nice money printer. It's the best money in the game currently. It's basically just better carpentry. I just realized Chronopolis is also the only chapter I have 200 all in. I never did bother doing that Mines of Matubin yet. We're getting there. We're pretty much there. Not quite there, though. Now, let's go check our chef bounty board. Do I think they should add a summoning skill? I'm not sure if they ever will. We're talking about one day if they should ever add, like, passives to pets. Or, you know, they mentioned that they were eventually going to add pets to the game, most likely. And then the conversation kind of came up on if they should be fully cosmetic or have a small effect or a big effect. And when we did do that poll, the purely cosmetic did win. But they did mention they are probably planning on adding pets in the game. If they're doing that, they're probably not going to do summoning. Or if they do, it'll have more of a direct tie-in. You know what? I guess taking all these is fine. Why not? I'll take them all. Either one's definitely not worth it, though. So how close is Jas VXR to getting max? Because I don't think I've ever seen him not cooking. He is 394 cooking. That is really high. He's getting there. He's currently ranked 14 in the game. He'll make it in time to make the top 20 cut, most likely. What are I always doing after cooking? I'll be right back in 1 second. Quick bathroom break. Alright, we're back. Alright, where are we? Let's go sell these. I already checked the message board, right? I think I did. Let me just double check. Yep, we are out of here. Alright, back to alchemy. Get rid of all these. Alright, let's continue. We'll finish whatever we have left for these blue ones, and then after that we pivot over to the green, the yellow ones, if we even need them. And then we do fears at 95. Alright, let's see. Grab a bunch of these, grab a bunch of those. Wait, what do we still need? We need 12 and a half more levels. We're almost there. The main thing that's going to be hard, though, is this is the easy part. Everything prior to, like, 158 is the easy part. The problem is everything beyond, like, 170-ish. We're doing 158 to, like, 197. Our XP rate at that range is going to be so slow. As I'm basically doing the 158 all the way to max. Or, you know, to 200. Technically to 197, because then we can do the other thing to 200. But that's going to be 39 levels in a row doing just the 158 activity. At first it won't seem that bad, but by like 170, 180, particularly 190, it is going to be so slow. That's the thing that actually takes up a good bulk of the time of the grind. Everything prior to that's actually pretty quick. The problem is after like 170-ish, we'd still be doing a 158 method. We don't really have an alternative without breaking the entire bank. Or training foraging to like 210. This is what our path looks like from there. But it does have the upside of having a ton of these potions for next chapter. So let's look at the buy price. We have 6.5, or double that, or quadruple that, or double that, or triple that, or quadruple that. That is every option we have. And these we already have banks, so we're good to go. But, yeah. Little expensive. Some of these we do have some material of, I believe. Here and there. Because don't I have a couple of these, or do I not? No, I actually don't have any of that. So yeah, it's gonna be rough. But 158 to 197 is really rough. But I think it's kind of worth it for the XP rate. We're gonna be getting about half as much by that range, though. Yeah, compared to the potion right before, we're almost at half the XP rate. If you compare it to some of these over here, it's not that bad. But it is quite a bit slower. Even if you just compare it to the healing potion, it's almost like 25% slower. Not quite. It's like 15-ish% slower. Somewhere's in there. But these just cost so much per. If we had the Mind Fighter grind done, it would be possible, but we're not going to be doing that beforehand. But yeah, the area is going to be really rough. Because our XP rate doesn't go up from 158 all the way till 197. We have the exact same XP rate the whole time. But the amount of XP we need keeps going up. What's going to be my first 500? Technically, it might be Mind Fighter. We were pulling that the other day. And there's a good chance when Combat Rework comes out, we're going to get 500 Mind Fighter. Well, first we're going to get 200 Guard, then 200 Scout. But then after that, we're going to get 200 Mind Fighter, and then make the determination if we're getting 500 or not. And if the answer is yes, then 500 Mind Fighter, or whatever you'd call that, the obelisk for Mind to Matubin, would be our first 500. And then I would do 500 Chronopolis, where we do Chronopolis to 500 and Detective to 500 at the same time. But yeah, there's a good chance it might be 500 Mind Fighter. Even though it's only level 100 at the moment. But there's a good chance our first 500 will be 500 Mind Fighter. Or technically, whatever it's called, Mind of Matubin Obelisk. Whatever they're going to be renaming it after the Combat Rework. Yeah, we're gonna be doing so much combat. We're gonna look like a combat-only account after the combat rework for like a month or 2 or 3. Because my first goal is as soon as it hits. Well, before then, I want to get 200 all skilling, but non-combats. But then after that, we're doing 200 guard, then 200 scout, then probably 500 mine fighter, and then definitely a 500 watch person and detective along the way. And then from there, it would just be prepping for chapter 5. But how many more hours of alchemy do we have to do today? Let's see. We're gaining about 3 per hour counting knowledge. We're basically at 92 right now. Counting that point once it gets in. We would have to do 4 more hours, it looks like. Which is actually a lot less than I thought we'd have to do today. I might still keep going a little bit more just so we have less to do tomorrow. I'll just grab dinner as soon as we hit it. Because our only goal today was to hit 104 alchemy. That gets us to our next big potion. It's also a really interesting potion because it's basically free. It costs 1 silver. Not just that, but I also have a lot of it banked. Wait, even if we don't, it costs 1 silver per potion. Not per ingredient. Per the entire potion is less than 1 silver. It's actually the cheapest potion in the entire game. The 9-minute fears. It's actually so cheap to buy that it sells for 3 times its value to the shop if you were to sell it. Though I will be keeping every last one of them. Is this going to be the main fear potion we'll need when actually doing other skills? Like 400, 200, and stuff like that. Actually, that's the only one. Out of any skill we haven't already done, Forger is the only one that needs a fear potion for monument pieces. It's actually the whole reason why we did the grind first. Is I need 104 alchemy to be able to do 200 Forger. I said, hello, Natalie! Hope you've been doing well. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I saw you in game the other day? Nice. Hope you're doing well. Always nice to see people around. Yeah, we've been going strong every day. Currently on the alchemy grind to 200. Then we're probably doing woodcutting carpentry. I'm dreading the carpentry part, though. We do eventually need to go get it done. And later this month, early February, seems to be around that time. Yeah, this grind should be done by Sunday. Hopefully. If I did the math right, it should be done by Sunday. Oh, one thing that's kind of funny with leaderboard now that we have true rank. I wonder if we're gonna take, just for the fun of it, 1000 Hope Port. I wish I could see what level we need for it. That'll be one kind of funny thing that happens during our alchemy grind. Potentially. We can finally get all of them below 1000. Though our combats are always going to be above low until the combat rework. What's kind of crazy is we're 238 watch person, and that's still only rank 185. I just noticed that. That's kind of crazy that many people have done that. Yeah, the only ones we don't have below 1000 right now is Hopeport, Guard, Fisher, Forager, and Scout. He's at 50 Carpentry, getting ready for Forgotten Things. Nice. Yeah, we did that on Thanksgiving Day. It was a pretty chill quest overall. I was expecting the boss fight to be a lot harder, but you can safe spot him across the chest. If you go to the other side of the chest of him, he can't attack you and use heal up. It's actually a pretty free fight. We took it down at level 30. I was expecting that fight to be way, way, way harder, because he hits similar to the hags in Chapter 4. He's basically just a reskinned hag, or more so the hags are probably a reskinned him. But, yeah, he's very volatile damage. But he stays stationary the whole time, so you can just heal up behind the safe spot. Let's say eventually remove the safe spot, but I hope they kind of keep it. You use almost like a little bunker to go kill him with. It's really funny. I actually enjoyed the mechanic, intended or otherwise. Yeah, we did it with the super cheese. And it still works as well. If anything, they actually did a patch the other week to make it even better. Because you don't get randomly aggroed from the auto-retaliate anymore. So when you mash click to stay at the spot, you'll actually stay at the spot. And not get dragged every time he hits you. Yeah, about 100 left. And then if we're not at 95 yet, we'll make the Tempest Days. If we are at 95, we just do the Fears. We do lose money doing these Fears, but it's worth it for the XP rate. So we can get to the true potion then. The only other big downside of that is we're not going to be able to do more Cryo Days, but honestly, I think we'll be fine. We're going to have like 600 of them. Technically 599. It's going to be one short. I was about to go buy an extra. Oh, no, I did buy some extra earlier. So we're going to have like a low 600 something. That's good then. Yeah, it should be fine. I'm not sure when I'm going to use them. I might use a few of them during the combat rework just to kind of see. But I'm going to save at least 500 for bossing and or other things in the future. We'll use about 100 of them on the day the combat rework comes out, just to mess around. If we go like a super heavy cryo build. But with how quick the time to kill in battle is going to be, it's probably not worth using beyond that. Because time to kill is just going to be so quick after the rework. Yep, not what I wanted. Oh, so I'm hoping this gives me a level. If not, we got a slight problem. Otherwise, I gotta waste a little bit of my knowledge, XP that we otherwise would have gotten. Or maybe this is the time to bring out that one-time bonus. Ooh, what if we bring out the one-time bonuses real quick? There's a couple one-times in there. Actually, quite a handful of them. The problem is I have no clue what we need ingredient-wise. They use those weird shell thingies. Let me get the other one real quick too. Purple and the other thing. Let me grab the purple and grab the other thing. Okay, let's see. I think I memorized what they are. Let's see. Where's the one snake skill? Snake skill. Is this worth doing what I'm about to go do? Probably not. Let me go do it real quick. Yeah, let's see if I can remember what those two objects were. Technically 3. We should know it the second we see it. There's one. Oh, it resets all the way to the top every time. There's another. I just need the one for the snake skill. Which was this weird flower. That should be everything. Is that some kind of soundboard laugh? No, that's just our natural laugh. Nope. Alright, what am I doing? XP pot. Alright, it should be both the 2 potions we need. We use one on here. Ooh, that looks good. So one of them is shells, though. The berries look so good. But then I just realized the other side is literally shells. Alright, let me go get these 2 one-time bonuses just to get our level real quick so I can get more XP from the knowledge. Was this worth it? Probably not, but oh well. Do the one time for this, and do the one time for the other thing. And it should get us over. Fortunately, he's going to put it in as if we're doing like 3 of them, the full animation. It's an iconic laugh, thank you. Alright, this should give us a level so I can go dump all my knowledge onto it then. Without feeling like we're getting gypped. I'm pretty sure I wasted more time than what we saved though, but oh well. Oh yeah, I can actually use that knowledge now. Why did I do that? I actually want to use that now. Alright, there we go. Was that worth it? No. But we did it. It's worth it to me. Alright, anyways. Now I'm gonna lose XP because I didn't redo the potion, but oh well. Oh, it should be in perfect cycle now. Yeah, about 100 more of these to go. Actually, slightly less. And then we can move on to the yellow ones that we were just doing earlier. That one that we did one of earlier. And then we can move on to Fear Potion. We might even just be able to skip all the way to Fear. Did I max an old school RuneScape? Yes. We've been playing it for every second of Brighter Shores. We actually got the Fox Whistle today, finally. Finished Forestry. So now we can fully AFK the Redwoods. But yeah, this is a max hardcore. Every single thing maxed. We're actually top 20 collection log as well. As well as a few other top things. But yeah, we made the account for the 10-year anniversary 2 years ago. Still no beaver, though. We're at 71 million woodcutting XP with no beaver. On average, you get it by like 20, 30 million. So we're about 3 times over drop rate, 2.5, depending on how you calculate it. It's a little bit hard to calculate with all the XP bonuses and everything. But yeah, we are way over rate. Luckily, it's really AFK. It's like 1 click every 5 minutes. What's HLC? High level community. What is Gower? What is he angry at? He's not angry. We're just disappointed. He's just disappointed didn't fit in the title, so I had to put mad. But yeah, he made a post earlier. I guess show it again real quick. We showed it a couple times this stream. Not that. That's our alchemy stuff. There it is. I am rather disappointed that we put considerable work into improving the leaderboards for the top players, who are the only ones really affected by the anonymous players. And in response, they just complained and boycotted the leaderboards. And a few other words. Let's see. And boycotted the leaderboards even more. Makes me feel we totally wasted our time trying to improve the leaderboards for them. Certainly won't make this mistake again. And we will focus on improving the game for everyone else instead. But yeah, that was his post. But no, he made a great decision on that. But yeah, I'm not sure why people were complaining about it. I didn't really hear anyone doing it, but apparently some high-level people were. Even though it's pretty much exactly what they asked for. Oh, no, I'm fine with the leaderboard in any way. But it's nice to see true rank now, though. Because we know we're exactly 25th. Even if there's, like, double the amount of anonymous players ahead of us. How many anonymouses are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. 7, 8. There's 8 anonymouses above us right now. There's so many anonymouses that ignoring the anonymouses, we are actually rank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We're actually 16th place if you count only visible. So hey, we're still top 20. But yeah, if you ignore everyone who's boycotting Anonymous or whatever they're doing Anonymous for. But, I know some more people were Anonymous before than right now. But yeah, technically we're rank 16 if you ignore every Anonymous person. Doesn't really matter what that number is, though. We'll be doing whatever grinds we're going to be doing regardless. With the current one being trying to get 200 all skilling before the combat rework. And then go, like, super into combat for a couple months. And if we still have time left preparing for Chapter 5. I'll still be doing some skilling in between. But it will be really combat heavy. After the combat rework hits. Just so we could finally actually do combat for the first time. Because most of this was not doing combat. These two we did because of base 50 and because of quest requirements. Though we did do the 2 quests at level 30. But these we basically did just for base 50 when we went for base 50 one day. This I just did for a little bit of extra alchemy supplies. And because it was like, let's do combat. I just felt like doing combat one day, so it's like, let's do Mind Fighter. And all this is basically AFK, the Chronopolis XP from raid dens. Which isn't really doing combat, it's just walking into a center of a room and letting your auto-retaliate kill everything. So we haven't really properly done combat. We've done more proper combat in Mind Fighter than we probably have in like any other skill combined. But we'll finally be able to do it after the combat rework. Hopefully it's in the next month or two. We don't know the exact date, though. What are they unhappy about? I have no clue. I have not the slightest clue what people are unhappy about with the leaderboard. Oh, if anyone knows, I would like to know. Because I actually have no clue at all. My only complaint I would kind of say is I wish it was like dashes instead of anonymous player, just because of how big anonymous player is. I guess that would be my one complaint. But it's more of a nitpick. It doesn't need to change. I just feel like a few dash lines or something. I guess that does relay what they are, though. Because something like a few dash lines could be misconstrued as anything. Whereas putting the word anonymous player makes it very obvious that it is an anonymous player. But you can make it so it doesn't show them at all. So if you hate that it says anonymous player there, boom, there's no anonymous players anymore. So they added a button for that, for people who have the exact complaint that I have, which isn't really a complaint. It just more so looks really big when you have it like that. But they have a button for that. You can literally fix it in one click. There we go. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Now you don't see any anonymous players. But I don't know, I can't think of one update they've ever done that I've hated. I can't think of a single one in the entirety of Brighter Shores so far. Where I was like, ooh, they shouldn't have done that update. I can't think of a single one. How many do we have left? Should be slightly under 100 at this point. Our stack is getting low. Only 82 left. Oh no! We're nearly in the stack. But we have plenty more to go do after. Just move on to the next potion. But the stack is almost gone. Is it going to be all the cryonays we get for a long while? We actually have to make these last a while. We don't get better cryonays until, realistically, since I'm not doing Forager, we don't get better cryonays until 277. However, at that point, we get our best in slot cryonay, so it kind of makes up for it. But we don't get it till 277, as well as like 246 foraging or whatever it is, 248. Plus, I gotta go get sickle upgraded so we get better XP rate while we're doing it. But we don't need that to like 248 gatherer. But yeah, 277 is when we get our next one, which we're not getting anytime soon. So this whole stack needs to last us for like half a year. Not counting player trading. And the fact that we can just buy 40s from him instead of 60s. What we have right here needs to last us for like half a year. I will be jumping at least 100 of them for the combat rework day though. Whatever day that occurs. But beyond that, we're probably going to save them for bossing or something. Or some kind of harder enemy if they add equivalent of that, almost like a mini boss. Anything harder than a normal unit. But we will test this some on launch day, though, of combat rework. With, like, a pure blue build of some kind. Just to see what kind of damage output we can get with a boost potion like that. Because you can get up to 20 higher than this. This is, like, the in-between mark. Where the plus 40s are really accessible. The plus 60s somewhat in between. And then the plus 80s being best in slot. So this is the nice in-between area to kind of test it. Because however much better this is compared to a plus 40 is how much better a plus 80 is compared to this. So we can kind of test that on launch day and kind of see. Yep, 93 rolling in. At this point, we're definitely going to reach 94. So if we do make some of the Tempest stays, it is going to be so few. At least we don't need to worry about burning as much money on them. Because we're probably going to make less than 100. Probably even less than 50. Like 1 or 2 sets of 22 and we're probably already capped out. Because at 95 we're switching over to the Fear Pots. We lose money on them, but it's worth it for the XP rate. It's also the only potion I'm willing to sell back. Because every other potion I want to keep, but that one I will be selling. Oh, so hello, 13 Faces. How do I like the new circle update? I've been loving it. I've heard some mixed opinions on it so far, but overall, it's been an improvement for everything I've tried doing so far. I can see some areas which could be a little bit more annoying. But I'm just kind of already so used to this because of old school RuneScape and RuneScape in general. Over like 20 years. So I'm kind of used to the circle parameter thing. Because that's how the minimap works in that game. But I've been enjoying it so far. I haven't really gotten the chance to use it for anything other than chef runs though. For whenever we do cooking. But for what we have done with it, it's definitely been an improvement. The only thing that's slightly weird with it is you do need to have the full pathing of your path available on the map. If you don't have like the alleyway to get to your pathing, it doesn't let you walk. Like an example of that is, I can't go over here to the Thieves' Den from here. Because the pathway to get around to there is not in my circle. Even though I can click on the room, because it's in my circle, I can't actually path into it. Because the path leading to it isn't in my circle. There's the only thing that seems slightly off with it. Like, I understand why they did that. That's the only thing that feels slightly weird. Because you would think, like, right here, oh, it's in my circle, I can click there. But no, because the primary path connecting it is not in our circle. So even though the final destination tile is, the path to connect to it isn't. It seems a little odd that they showed the circle on the map instead of it being invisible. Honestly, I don't mind. It would be cool having a toggle for it, though. Also, one thing I mentioned earlier, too. I almost want, like, the inverse of that. Where, it makes the map just into a circle. Not for the sidebar, but for this one right here. I wish this popped out as just a circle map. Without showing all the extra. So instead of showing a square, show a circle. The sidebar would likely have to stay how it is, though. Due to how it scales. But I wish this one had a circle option. Where you can't see anything but your clickable circle. Because I wasn't mentioning that earlier. It does break immersion a little bit. It feels like we have like a radar circle around us. But the whole map simply being the circle would kind of fix that. And just keep the outline on this one. Oh, so after 56 votes, we actually have a really even distribution right now in the poll. Well, not even as in all of them even, just clean numbers even. But after 56 votes, what is the best potion type currently in Brighter Shores? Currently, in first place at exactly 50%, is active XP potions, which makes sense because you tend to use them the most, and also because they work on knowledge points, which also counts under the active XP potion category. Passive XP potions at 25%, which is things like XP potions for AFK activities, as well as the wealth potions for the combat, which gives a lot of money, actually the best AFK money in the game, as well as the boost potions to be able to get even better XP earlier. And then a split between combat boost potions and fear potions, which are both at 12.5 each. So we got a 50, 25, and 12.5, 12.5. Until someone ruins it with a vote. No. It's really even right now. As far as clean numbers. But it does make sense. It's about where I thought they would be. I still wanted to do it for a poll today just to kind of see the... Yeah, active XP potions are so good. Even if you're just using them for knowledge points, but also chugging them, either or. Some activities are more worth chugging them on than others, though. Like Bone Right Dunking Bones is a really good one to be chugging them on. Whereas combat, due to the current speed of combat, is a little bit sketchier to be using them on. Like, they still speed it along, but barely. Because you normally only get 3 kills within that time. Plus, you can't drink them mid-combat. So there's always downtime that you're just wasting. A lot of skilling activities actually have that issue. Where drinking a 5% potion is almost worse XP than not drinking one at all. Or if it is better XP, it's better by like 1% rather than 5%. Due to the time that it takes to drink the potion. As well as the number of nodes you can hit within that time. Alright, there we go. I think we only have 3 more full sets left. Until we reach the fear potion. We got another knowledge burst. I guess we'll use it on our next thing. How much do we have? Yep. We don't even have enough to do the full other set yet. We'll do however many we have. That's only 11 levels to go. Oh, we should be getting some pretty good XP rate from the next potion. We're going from a, where is it? We're going from a little bit further back. Hope everything's ready. Oh, we're gonna do this. Let's see. Do down to you. Drop all those. Yeah, I'll check in a second. We're going from a something to a something. Grab those. Grab these. There's quite a bit of a boost. Where'd it go? We are currently going from 134,000 to 193,000. It is 60,000 more XP per hour, pretty much. That is pretty hefty. We are, however, losing 3 bronze per potion. Not 3 bronze, wrong number. That's per XP. We're losing 2.5 bronze per potion. Well, it's definitely worth it. 3 bronze per XP, 100% worth it. Just to get through that area at 60%, or not 60%. How much more is that? That is 40-something% more XP per potion. Oh yeah, that just reminded me. We don't even need to do the machine for it either. I didn't even think about that. That didn't even just come to me till just now. We're almost done using this machine for today. Because those potions go on the other standard machine. The AFK machine. You don't have to do this whole minigame for it. Though we will do the minigame again at 104. But yeah, from 95 to 104, we just did the AFK thing, where you just click on it and it does all of them automatically. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty chill for the rest of the stream then. I'll probably still do the 104s to like 105 today though. Just to get a taste of the fear potion. And what kind of XP rate we can expect. Oh, of course it will go down as our level range disparity between it goes higher. Not because we're getting less XP, but because we need more XP per level. Too quiet? Yeah. I get in full focus mode sometimes. There's only a problem with streaming it like literally every day. Because I'm bad at holding a conversation with, like, you know, just normally. Or in general. Or anything. I'm way too much of an introvert for that. I like the silence. Like, if I wasn't streaming, it would just be like 12 straight hours of silence of me just clicking these while multitasking other things. Especially once we get the Steam Deck. Because it could be so nice. Our extra amount of tasking that we could do with it. Because now indie games that don't have like a mobile version, we could easily be doing while multitasking anything else. As well as things like this game, of course. Which is eventually getting a mobile version, but it's likely like 8 to 12 months from now? Probably. Yeah, they were planning a mobile version. Even the terms of service before the game came out had iOS and Android on it. But they actually do have a working mobile version. It's just not public yet. And they mentioned they'll be releasing it after 1.0. And 1.0 is after Chapter 5. And Chapter 5 is in like 3 to 6 months from now. So the earliest it could ever come is like a month or two after 1.0 release. Which is around the time of 5.0 release. Which is around the time of like 8+ months from now. Oh gosh, you're trying to get 1 billion accounts to do all the ventures for? That'd be funny. Yeah, technically multi-boxing's not allowed in this game. However, technically if you play them all individually, that is allowed. So if you're just claiming venture, then a venture, then a venture, then a venture, then a venture over and over again. Yeah, I've just been playing the 3, or you know, the one main account and then the 2 that come with it. As you already pay for them with the membership, might as well play them. I have them both AFK and Lost and Found currently. Slowly but surely they'll get it done. They're about halfway done with Lost and Found. They should have it done by like first week of February. Then I'm having one AFK 500 Stonemason, the other one AFK 500 Bone Right. And after that, they're both probably going for 500 Alchemy. Unless Alchemy Part 2 is out by then. In which case they're pivoting to Alchemy Part 2. Whatever the next Alchemy skill is. If Chapter 6 is getting one by then. Because by then Chapter 6 should be out. By the time they have 500 in their respective skill, Chapter 6 might actually be out almost. And there is a small chance Chapter 6 gets Alchemy Part 2. Because they gotta figure out some solution by Chapter 6 for what they're doing with Alchemy. They're either going to be adding a new one every 5 chapters, or they got to keep merging it into Chapter 1's Alchemy. And we'll find out by Chapter 6 which one that is. Like, if we're getting another Alchemy skill, it'd be in Chapter 6. And this is going to be merged into Chapter 1's Alchemy. Yeah, there's so many potion types they could be adding, so I do feel like they're going to add a whole new alchemy skill. There's just so many they don't have in the game. Like time duration boost pots for combat, aggro potions, special attack potions, because special attacks would be in the game by then. Bunch of other fun things. But they could easily do like 2 or 3 more alchemy skills without running out of potion ideas. Doing literally every 5 chapters I might eventually run out of ideas though. But the first, like, 3 to 4 alchemy skills, they could easily have enough potions for that. Beyond that, they gotta get a bit more creative. Oh yeah, we were talking about a really funny one earlier, too. Imagine an auto-banking potion, where you drank it, and for the duration of the potion, any resource you gather automatically goes to the correct bank. That'd be so nice. But we'll have to see what Chapter 6 does. Because that's when we know if they're just going to be combining into Chapter 1 or adding a new one. If they're adding a new one, they're probably adding a new one every 5 chapters. The one interesting thing with that, though, is if Chapter 6 does hypothetically have a new alchemy skill that goes for 5 chapters, that means they're basically going to leak what Chapter 7, 8, 9, and 10 are. Which would be kind of interesting if that does happen. Because that'd be the most amount of chapters they've ever leaked at one time. Because while quite a few of the potions will be different, there will definitely still be XP pots for every chapter. So you'd be able to see pretty far in advance. If you're making it for 5 chapters, starting from Chapter 6. I wonder what the dev build of the game looks like compared to the live version. Actually, when they were showing the, with the dev build of the game, they ended up showing, before queuable actions came out, what queuable actions would do. And all the nodes around him respawned really quickly. And I thought that was a part of the dev build. But apparently that was actually a new feature that came in, where all resources just spawn kind of at the same time. Like basically all the respawns for the room is based on the first node rather than the last node. But, or, you know, independent nodes for each one. And now they're all just based on the first one you take of the same resource. But I thought that was like a dev build mechanic. But apparently that was a feature they were actually added to the game. Which was kind of convenient when that happened. But at the time, I definitely thought that was just like a dev build feature. But nope, it became a core mechanic of the game now. It doesn't increase XP rates by that much, though. Most activities get anywhere from 0% to 5% more XP per hour. Like, it looks like it would be broken, but it actually doesn't do that much. It just makes queuable action a lot easier. $94. We're almost there. Oh, I need to go check our chef stuff after this set as well. The board resets in like 1 minute. Oh yeah, the dev build probably has a lot of placeholders, especially for later chapters. Like anything chapter 7 and onwards is probably almost all placeholder. By now, most of chapter 5 should be developed though. But chapter 6 and onwards, if they have any build of it, is definitely like 90% placeholder. That are reused assets as placeholders, potentially, as well. Because they must have a lot of pre-made assets already for this game at this point. If they ever need to reuse, like, generic building as placeholder building. Until they replace it with a more unique one. So far, every chapter has had unique buildings. There hasn't been any chapter that repeated buildings. There's been some structures that get repeated. Like within buildings. But the building type in every single chapter has been unique so far. Some of the stuff in the rooms have been repeated. But like asset-wise to fill up the room. Just so it's not empty space. But the actual buildings themselves has never been repeated from chapter to chapter. Oh, so this is our last full inventory of cryopods, I just realized. Current theory is that Builder lets you build useful things in previous episodes. They did mention that during the Q&A, that you would be able to use this to some degree. I still feel like the bridge will be tied to a quest, though, to uncorrupt the river. Like, Builder might play a part in it in some way. But I feel like you're going to have to do a quest to uncorrupt the river first. Because the river in Chapter 3 is still corrupted after the quest. You decorrupted the crystal, but you didn't decorrupt the river. Which will likely be required before you can build a bridge across it. I gotta remember to go do the cooking thing after this, before I forget. I think that that's timer part of this timer. We're not gonna do a run though, unless we have like 4 really good ones, which is very unlikely. Also, 10 levels to go, we're almost there. And one more level, we get better XP rate by quite a lot. Our XP rate goes up by over 40%. And one more level. It doesn't feel quite like it, but this is actually the slow part, as far as the part of alchemy we're in right now. It's like one of the deader areas, other than when we do the 158. At least for this potion, this is one of the deader areas. And the XP rate still seems fine. I just realized we have exactly 10. I'm just gonna buy 10 and 10 to do the leek pies then. Because we can actually turn all 3 of these in regardless what the other thing is. So I'm just gonna do that instead of the bacon sandwich for once. There we go. Alright, let's go make 10 leek pies real quick. There's 10, right? Yep, 10. Perfect. Alright. Let's turn in all 3 then. Oh, those then. 10 of these, 10 of these. All right, we're good to go. Hey, Chino's over here. Wonder how his grind's been doing. Let's see, how much more efficient has he been? Oh, we're about the same. He gained like 20 more levels in the same time that we gained that many levels. All these are horrible except for that one. Give me that one. This one's a maybe. I'll take it, I guess. The rest are definitely skipped though. Let's go make these. We already have the leaks pre-bought, which is the only reason we're even taking these. Oh, so we still have a lot left. I won't even be able to use these soon. These get kicked off, I believe, after our next recipe. At 107. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, maybe it goes a little bit deeper than that. Wait. Let me count up from where we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. At 107 cooking, we no longer need to do the leaks things, so I'm not sure what we do with them. We could either buy, sell them all away, or wait till trading, or just leave them there. I'm not sure. But it's such a small stack, no one's really going to want to buy it. It's not worth cooking out of either. But we're going to have a lot of spirit leaks that we don't need. Gonna have like anywhere from 180 to 200 of spirit leaks that we don't need. I think they sell for like 2 point something each. They sell for 1. Oh gosh, they're so low. Yeah, I'll probably just wait for player trading and just sell them for like a few silver or something. Alright, so we're trying to get XP pot now if it wasn't for the fact that North Wall is so far away. So we gained a few cooking levels today. Not that many, but better than nothing. Slowly but surely we'll get our cooking XP in there. At some point it'll be 200. And we're getting really close to the AFK 120 as well. If you want to AFK from like 120 to 140. We should easily have it from the 200 alchemy grind. Well, I mean, not easily, but we should hopefully have it. Or be really close to it. By the time we get 200 alchemy, almost having 120 cooking. I think we'll be a little bit short, but we'll be pretty close. Also, at least we don't have to guess what item they want. There's only one thing it could be. Do you think you could buy a bunch of items before the vendor price change and then sell them back to have a lot of trading to make a profit? Yes. The problem is we don't know what will price hike and by how much. But it's one of the reasons I'm even doing alchemy to begin with. Because I'm trying to do all the things that require shops while it's cheaper. I'm trying to do a lot of price hike stuff over the next few weeks in case trading's coming out soon. Which it likely is. In case a price hike is coming with it. But that's one of the whole reasons we're doing alchemy. Not the only reason, but a pretty big reason. Because all these potions are going to be way more expensive to make later. If you're just buying it from the shop instead of gathering it. Even if you're half buying it from the shop, it's still cheaper to do it now. Like these we half bought. Half of it we gathered, the other half we bought. But it's cheaper to do it now than after trading. Even if you're an Iron Man still. Because all the prices are getting hiked regardless. Just so you can't stay as an Iron Man and then cash out for cheaper. So even if you're not activating trading, it still becomes more expensive to do stuff like this. Like what we're doing right now. I think the main thing I'll probably be buying out is the XP pots. That and the material to make the 200 AFK pot. The +4 boost potion. Because it's one of the strongest potions in the entire game. And currently it costs like what, 36.7 each? And it's gonna easily cost like over 50 each probably after the price hike. Because these potions are gonna be worth over 100 each. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Is this probably the other material I'm buying a lot of? Not just for my main account, but for my alts to have later down the line. That and 5% EXP pots. Lots and lots of 5% EXP pots for every chapter. Just in case they get price hiked by like 1 silver each or 2 silver each or however much. Because you use these so often that it's a pretty big hit. You can also mass buy these instantly, which is really nice. It's an issue that a lot of other things have. Like, let's say you want to mass buy ore. That is really slow. Because you have to do it 24 at a time. But you can mass buy all the potions, like, instantly. Super quick. So why did I even do that? I could just pick these right back up. I put them on the ground as if I would run out of inventory space, but we actually don't need that much. This is the final bit that we have here. Oh no, poor Tempest Stay potions. I might not be able to make any. Oh no. I think this with the knowledge point is going to be enough to push us over. And at most I would only have to make 11 of them. Really? Just let me drink the potion. There we go. I think they do that to make sure people don't accidentally drink it when they already have a boost active. Just so you don't accidentally like keep chugging it. But yeah, that's my current plan when it comes to our money before trading comes out. I'm dumping it all into alchemy supplies. For one, to train it, but also to have some spares of. And then 5% pots. Those are probably the two biggest things I'm doing. Alchemy supplies and 5% pots. Because worst comes to worst, we need both of them anyways. So even if they don't get price hiked, we still need them. How much gold it costs to get 200 alchemy is very variable. Given our circumstances, it's actually under 20 gold. I just wanted to make sure I had enough. But it depends if you sell potions back or if you keep them all. Also depends how much you gathered and didn't gather. But based on our circumstance, yeah, it was like slightly under 23 gold. In the worst case scenario. So far we've spent 0 gold. Even though we spent money, we somehow have like not dented our stack. The main hit is going to be from 158 to 197 though. That's where we lose most of our money. Because we're losing about 700 silver an hour. Or 0.7 gold. But we're getting 7% Stonewall Hill potions banked for Chapter 5. So it's a trade-off that's kind of worth it. Hello, Sibo! You finally 200 stonemason? Nice. You're not sure what to KP now? Well, it's smithing and bone right if you haven't already done those as well done. Having 200 all there is pretty useful. Especially if you're not going to be enabling trading. What are we doing on the hardcore? We ended up getting the flute today. The fox flute or whatever it's called. That one, fox whistle, I think it's called. But yeah, we finally got it after going like 3-4 times over drop rate. And right now we're just AFKing at Redwood, still trying for the beaver that we're over 3 times that over drop rate on. We're 71.2 million woodcutting XP. And we still don't have the woodcutting pet. We're almost closer to max than not being maxed. Like literally as high as XP even goes. But yeah, we've been crazy dry on it. It'd be cool if we get it today, because then we would have finished basically all of woodcutting in one day. Obviously, we spent over 1,000-hour grind already. Just for this one pet. But it would be cool to finish all of it on the same day. Yeah, these plus 60s for the combat rework would be really nice. That's one thing I'm going to go do on the day it comes out. Is spec everything into, or you know, respec everything into Cryo and see what kind of Cryo damage we can get with a plus 60. I only plan to use about 100 or so on that day though. I want to save at least 500 for bossing and stuff down the line. Because we don't get a better version than this until like 277 alchemy. And I don't plan to do 277 alchemy anytime soon. I will test some of these when combat rework happens. But I gotta make them last quite a while. Because we don't get a better option until 277, which we're not doing anytime soon. So this whole stack has to last us a very long time. Like half a year, pretty much. Unless we buy some from other players or something. As far as us making any, these are the last we're ever making until 277 alchemy. If I got max and got permabanned, would I restart again? I probably would. The account doesn't do anything malicious, though. It probably looks like a bot with how I play. I'm actually really surprised it hasn't gotten temp banned for how bot-like it looks when we're playing Brighter Shores. Because all it does is just stand at 2 tree spots all day and just clicks on them over and over again. But it has never once picked up the account as a bot. In the 1,000+ hours we've been woodcutting over the last 3 months, at no point did we get banned. So they have some way of knowing. Because obviously we're doing it manually. It's just really surprising because our behavior looks so bot-like. But it keeps detecting us as not a bot, which is correct. It's just kind of funny. Well, there we go. That's the final stack. 610 Cryo pots. This has to last us for like half a year. Or until we get 277 alchemy. However long that is. Which is not anytime soon. But yeah, that's gonna last us a while. I will mess with them on the day 1 of rework though. Maybe even day 2 a little bit. But I gotta save at least like 400 or 500 for bossing later. Whenever they finally add it. Because we'll need one of those per boss until we have the plus 80s available. Alright, game plan right now. What is game plan? I need a level. Do I just use knowledge on it? I might just knowledge it and skip the yellows. I think I'm going to. Let's go burn some money. Let's go burn absolutely all the money. Oh wait, I need to get rid of this potion then. Because I need to already have the level. As well as the potion not in my inventory. Actually no, I do need the potion in my inventory. What am I saying? What am I doing? Alchemy. Because I forgot, we're doing 1111s. Because I don't have any banked. Or actually, do I have any banked? What does this require? Wait. Hold up. What does this even require again? I actually do have some banked. What am I saying? I can see how much I have banked. I have 23 banked. Oh, did I do 23? I think that's what I did. Yeah, I did a 22. Okay. Oh wait, that's kind of annoying, I just realized. Because I'm gonna do 22 at a time. Wait, I haven't done the other potion, so we could do one extra. Right? No? Yes? No? Yes. There we go. brain is trying to math. Oh wait, I would still have to get rid of the potion from my inventory though. Well, just make them. Yeah, let me go get the one-time bonus real quick while we're here. Because these don't use the other machine, these use the AFK method. There we go, first time bonus. Then we grab one of these. And then we do 11-11. It's gonna feel weird now. Because, we're gonna be doing not the machine for like the next 3 to 4 hours now. Well, maybe not that long, because we're getting 40% more XP per hour now. Which is slightly more than 40%, like 43%. Do I like Mod Jed? Isn't that one guy who got in a conspiracy because, he was helping, Rot or something? Or some kind of mega clan in old school? Oh wait, what am I looking for? Oh yeah, the other thing right there. There we go. Perfect. He won the case against Jagex? Did he really? That's funny. There's actually a lawsuit about it. Oh no, he technically didn't do anything illegal, I don't think. It was morally wrong, but legally ambiguous. Did I ever get player mod invitation from Jagex? No. We do have a lot of hours in RuneScape over the years, though. But I never really was interested in player mod status or anything. Though if I ever got offered in Brighter Shores, I probably would accept it. Or even try for it. No, we haven't had any offense prior in either game. Actually, in this game, I haven't even had the chat filter censor any of my messages yet. We're that clean. Not even the horrible chat filter people keep mentioning has stopped a single comment we've ever mentioned. At least not yet, anyways. I know, I never really say anything that would trigger it, though. Oh, the 500 Dragon Cape. I can't wait till we get that. It's gonna be a while though, because I might be doing 500 Mindfighter before 500 Chronopolis. Which, if that's the case, is going to take like twice as long to get there. But we'll pretty much bank like so much XP for Mines of Matubin and for Alchemy in general. With all the XP pots between the two. Because that's how we get a bunch of the 8% and 10%. Oddly enough, we also get a bunch of healing pots from that too. I wouldn't need to make it on the main account, but the two alts could end up using them. You need an Iron Man guide on how to progress efficiently? I actually used pretty much no guides when I was going through on the hardcore. Like, for specific things I would, but as far as progression guide, I just kind of winged it. It was the first time I ever did an Iron Man as well. Yeah, I just completely winged it. It's a lot more fun that way. It's a lot less efficient, but it's a lot more fun. Just winging it. I kind of already knew generally what to do for efficiency, though, for most things. This is the one I need, right? Yeah, it should be. Gotta get used to buying these. Also, gotta get used to not accidentally buying the lower tier one. Because I know that's gonna happen eventually. I'm gonna double buy it, but I'm gonna buy one at the correct tier and one at the incorrect tier. It's more so a matter of when and if. I just realized I could technically do 11 at a time. The whole reason I did the drop thing earlier... Oh no, I guess we'll still do it this way because it's more AFK. But the main reason I did the drop thing earlier is you have to go through an animation that's really stally every time you go into the potion maker. So if you do it all at once, you skip the whole stall. Otherwise, you have to do it twice. But this doesn't really have the same stall. This is like a 3 to 5 second stall. This you kind of just start making it immediately. I might still just do the drop method though, just for slightly more AFK. It's a lot more chill that way. You don't even know how to make combos? You just put any of the many ingredients that can go into compost bin into it. Normally pineapples tend to be the best one. Usually buy them from charter ships and they make ultra compost without needing anything extra. That's interesting. Mightiest has been logged in, but doing the AFK for a while now. Wonder why he hasn't clicked log out. Because that's the AFK passive activity. Also, I love this new table that they gave it. Before, we used to do that AFK activity over here. But now they give it like a whole little array of table over there. Makes a lot more sense now. Because before they just had a second preparation table, which was completely pointless because everyone just used the better one. But now they actually separated them and it has its own little cubby hole. Though it does look like the color is slightly off. I'm not sure if that's deliberate, just to show it, or if they accidentally did that. But the color of this table does not match the other tables. I can't tell if that's deliberate or accidental. Oh yeah, if you want to buy material for any production skill post 200, don't. Because it is so absurdly expensive, even before the price hike. Tier 5 and Tier 6 material is pretty much impossible to mass buy. It is way too expensive. You basically have to train the gathering component. You can get away with it up to 200, but post 200 you definitely can't. Unless trading exists. After trading, you kind of can. But trying to buy it from the shop 24 at a time with how expensive it is way not worth it. You pretty much have to train the gathering component. I'm not sure if it's because we're not doing an active activity with it, but this doesn't feel 43% quicker XP. Even though it should be. I think it's because I know I'm just going to sell all these potions back. Oh, I ran out of bottles. I forgot they can even happen. We made so many potions today, I've actually legitimately ran out of bottles. I forgot that's even a thing that can occur. I was wondering because, wait, I still have some in my inventory. That's a pop-up I haven't seen in a very, very, very long time. Because you have a 999 bottle cap. Which means almost every day this week. Actually, literally every day this week we will run out of bottles at some point. I didn't put that into consideration. Obviously, they're basically free, so it doesn't matter. But at some point every day this week we will actually run out of bottles. Because every day this week we got to make more than 999 potions. I don't know. Is it worth it to keep making these? Do we go back to Cryone and just farm a little bit longer? So we get actual good potions? I still haven't decided. To Cryone or not to Cryone? I don't know. These are over 40% better per hour, XP-wise. But we're not actually getting any potions out of it. But the burn rate of it is about the same as keeping the Cryone pots. We're burning about as much gold selling these back than we are keeping the Cryone. But the problem with the Cryone is it's 40% less XP, which seems super not worth it. There's just too much extra XP. Because the price right here, let's say. Because I'm selling these back, so we're not getting any potion out of it. But it's only costing us 2.5 each. The Cryones are costing us 2.6 each. Also giving 42% less XP per hour, roughly. So these are technically better to be doing. It just feels weird because I'm not banking any potions while doing this. But it is better. Both XP-wise and burn rate-wise. So we'll stick with them to 104. I just kind of want to play the minigame again. We don't get to play the minigame with these. Honestly, I'm liking the minigame more than the AFK activity now. Because it became so much more AFK with queuable action. The minigame that is. It's not like AFK, but you know, there's like actual downtime in it. Unlike before. Oh no, they're AFK and they're destroying their potion. Oh no, look at them go! Their poor potion. Let's see, how long are they gonna leave the finished potion there? No, we didn't get the pet yet. No, you will know when we got the pet. You will know the exact second we get the pet. That is for sure. I'm still not sure if I want to sell these potions or not. I'm leaning towards sell. Yeah, we're probably just going to sell them. Because we could use them, but I feel like we're going to have enough of these that won't matter. And you don't have to go that much post 200 to go make your own 15-minute ones. 209 you can make the 12s, which I already have a couple hundred banked. So yeah, we definitely sell them. The 12 minutes I'll keep though. The 6 minutes are definitely sell. It's just not needed. The 9 minutes, 12 minutes, and 15 minutes are going to be enough. I shouldn't need these 6 minutes at any point. If we ever need more, we could buy from the people that have like 1 billion of them as spares. Because they should be pretty cheap. Like, there's no way that a 9-minute fear goes for anything more than like 4 silver or 5 silver. Probably even cheaper than that. Though not too much cheaper because it sells for like 3 point something. So the cheapest it would probably go is like 4 silver if we really need some in a pinch. It's better just to cash these out for like 2 point something now. Or, you know, once we're done with them. At 104, we'll cash them out. See how much money we get for them. Whatever it is negative money. We'll see what our cash back is. It's still negative money, though. Yeah, according to the wiki, we're burning 1 gold an hour doing this. Or sorry, half a gold per hour, I mean. And we gotta do this for like 2 or 3 hours. Well, that's why we're doing this higher method, because we have enough gold that we can invest into this. It still hurts, though. But for how much extra XP it is, it's worth it. It saves about an hour, at the cost of a little over 1 gold. Oh, so I think this is the last normal potion I need to make the entire way to 99. I mean, 200, I mean. Oh, no, that's not true. At 122, I'll be making some of them. And by some, I mean like 80-something. I have very few. But then after that, yeah, those are the last ones. I'll make like 80 something of these and then never again. That's pretty much the game plan. Because after this we make the Good Fears. Then we make the 2 Hope Forest ones. Mostly the other one. Which I need to double check what the full cost is on that. I don't think we're making them the whole time. I think we're still doing Fears at that point. We're pretty much doing Fear. Aside from a few things here and there, we're doing Fears almost to 131. We'll be able to make a few of these other 3, but barely any. Like under 100 of each, I believe. So we don't really have a real one again to 131. Then this one at 158, and then that one all the way to the end. So technically the 122 small pot will be the last one we ever make in the small ones. As far as substantially doing it for a long period of time, this is the last one we have to do all the way to 200. Because even though there's 2 others I will be making, those 2 will take barely any time at all. And most, if not all, the resources are already banked for them. This one's like 80 something, this one's like 23, I think? There's a good chance they'll be able to get 2 episodes out per year. We don't know the frequency that they're going to be doing it necessarily. But it seems like it's about 2 a year. Though this first year might only have 1. But based on their development speed, it does look like they're going to try for 2 a year. Because obviously we're definitely getting Chapter 5 this year. It really comes down to, does Chapter 6 come out before the end of the year? Because it might not. So once another chapter comes in, I won't be able to put my timer right here. There's not going to be a hole to slot our timer into. I'll have to go back to putting in the middle of our inventory again. So we should be getting about 3 levels an hour right now, if not slightly more. Which means we have to do this for about 2.5 more hours then. And that means we reach our goal by then. So that's way earlier than I expected. We're going to be under 9 hours to stream. Unless we go a little bit more, which we might. I was expecting like 11, 11.5 every day. But this day to reach our goal would only have been 9.5. Not even 9.5, like slightly under 9 at current rate. And across the entire stream, I think we only spent like 2 gold by the end of it. Though the biggest hit is going to be at 158 to 197. That's where we lose all of our money. Or most of it. Everything prior to that is pocket change comparatively. It is kind of worth it though, because Stonewall Hill, a 5% for Stonewall Hill is however much it says, like 3 point something. Oh, you can't even buy them yet. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's new intel. You can't even buy the 5% for it yet. Even more of a reason to mass make the 7%. Because you know what that means. That means you won't be able to pre-buy a bunch of 5% before the price hike. The price hike for shops will be happening before you could ever buy any 5% for Chapter 5. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that till just now. You can make them before Chapter 5, but you can't buy them before Chapter 5. Which means by the time you can, the price hike would have already happened. So it's not going to be flooded with cheap 5%. Oh, that's even more of a reason why we got to go do the 158 to 197 with Stonewall Hill. Because a 5% might cost like 4 or 5 silver by then. It would make a 7% for like 6.5 silver right now. Or not right now, but you know, 158 alchemy. But yeah, our plan makes even more sense now. The only problem is our XP is going to be a little slow at some rates, but that's fine. That's where our bulk of our grind's going to be. The 158 to 197 doing only 7% Stonewall Hills. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to go for. I plan to keep them for myself, but if they go for over 50 silver, I would probably sell. Because you can make about 110 per hour. Which means at 50 silver, how much would you be making per hour? Let's see. If you can make 110... Well, first we got to minus the other number from the other number. Which is 6.5 from 50. So 50 minus 6.5 times 110. If you sold them for 50 silver, which sounds like a lot, it's only 4.8 gold an hour. I say only. That is a lot. But 4.8 gold an hour compared to a leatherworker be able to do like over 7 or 8. Definitely over 7. It's not that much compared to like the best money in the game. But if you could sell them for 50 silver each or more, making them is 4.8 gold an hour. Or more. If you could sell them for 50 silver each. I'm not sure if they're going to go that high. If they go anything less than that, I'm just going to be keeping them. Or if they go more than that, I would consider selling them all. Not sure what I'll put the money into, but something. The only reason I feel like they might go for a lot is to be able to make an 8%, 1% higher, you need 470 alchemy. And if you want a 10%, you need 490 alchemy. Which is the only reason I feel like they might go for a lot. Because other than like rank, like the top 5 who are competing with each other, no one's buying 8% or 10%. Like, unless you're literally going for, like, rank 1 and something, you're not buying those. You're definitely not making them. That's for sure. Unless you're going for the 500 alchemy grind. Because it's quite literally the only way you can make them. Hello, Chipmunk! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We're on the alchemy grind. Trying to go for 104 today. I also do 105 and just do Set of Fears as well. Because I kind of want to get back to the processing machine. I actually prefer it more than the normal method now. Cubable action made it so much better. Not that it was bad before, but cubable action makes it so chill doing the machine. Oh yeah, we had 25 gold earlier today. It's the most gold we ever had. I did a bunch of money making yesterday so that we could afford 200 alchemy. And now we're doing 200 alchemy over the next 5 days or so. Probably 5 days. Well, you know, today and the next 4 days. Just to get it all done in one shot. But yeah, we made all the money yesterday and now we're spending it all on alchemy. But yeah, that stack will be like under 5 gold later. By the end of Sunday, we're going to have anywhere from like 3 to 8 gold left or so. Am I liking a new circle? I haven't had the chance to do it much, other than the chef runs we keep doing, which I actually have to do soon. I haven't really been able to mess with it much today. But so far what I have done with it, I've liked. People's opinions on it so far have been a little mixed. But I'm kind of used to it from old school RuneScape, so... Or, you know, RuneScape in general. I do wish there was a circle map, though. Like, this makes sense that you can't have a circle map. But I wish there was a toggle to make this into a circle map instead of a square. So it just shows only your visible area. And nothing else. Like a map view like this, but it just shows your circle. Like, you know, everything in the circle. With like a border around it like this. Instead of a square. But I definitely prefer it over the old system. It'll definitely take a little bit of getting used to, though. I keep forgetting. You start on this tile always, but your guy always stands on the other tile. That's so weird. But yeah, this thing only starts on this tile, but your character, like, almost the entire time is on, like, the middle or left tile. I guess he moves over here occasionally. There's a couple production things that are like that. Where it always forces you on the same tile. I think the funniest one is the furnace in Chapter 3. If you're at the normal furnace for ore, not the one that requires gas, but the other one, the goblin one, there's 2 petals on the bottom of the thing. And in the other area, you can use it from either side. But in that goblin area, you can only ever use it on one side, so the other petal doesn't even do anything. It's literally just there as a cosmetic object. If you use the sense spell, it doesn't even show it as part of the object. It's literally just a thing on the ground to pretend that it's used, but it's never used. Because it always forces you to the same tile. Yeah, that was the main thing I was saying with it. The visual of it. That's why I kind of want the circle border instead of the square border. And have the circle just perfectly around it. It just showed the internal circle. At least for this one. This one can stay like this, though. At least there's like an option for this one. Just because it looks nicer if you can only see what you can. Instead of being able to see beyond the circle. You know, basically like RuneScape has done it for since he last coded it. You know, like a circle like that. Where you see a circle right over there. You know, that thing. But I want it like this. Basically. At least like a toggle option for it. It's more immersive that way so you can only see. Plus it makes it really obvious where you can click. Because anywhere it'll let you click is literally where it will let you click then. Because right now you can try clicking outside the border, but it won't let you, of course, because it's outside the circle. It's kind of funny, he's basically just defaulting everything back to what he did 20 years ago. Slowly but surely. One mechanic at a time, he's just reverting back. Functionality-wise, do you think it's better than the RuneScape map? Well, one thing that people have been suggesting is, which RuneScape map does have, is one of the main things it's missing. There's no search option on the map. I think there's like a third-party one that you can do. But currently you can't search for something. Like, let's say I want to search for, I don't know, all the shops nearby or all the whatever nearby. Like, there's no way to search for specifically a node or anything like that. Obviously, there are ways to get there through the other systems that are in the game. But you can't try to find all of a certain thing. Like, you can't try to find every storage bank. There's no search for all the shops, stuff like that. If you ever want to highlight them all easily. Which will probably be a feature they're definitely going to be adding. They mentioned it during the Q&A, I believe. It's definitely on something on their to-do list for the map. So it is coming, it's just not in the game yet. So, hello, Alex. You think you'd rather have them work on content rather opposed to quality of life? They have been. They just keep doing a bunch of quality of life recently as well. But they are prioritizing actual content now. He just can't stop pushing out quality of life, though. He still feels the need to, even as he's working on other stuff. But they are doing that right now. It's just a lot of those things are taking a while. Because they're a lot bigger pieces of content, like releasing an entire trading system. So he's just doing some in-between stuff. Yeah, rank number 2 is catching up to rank number 1. But it's mostly because they're both working on post 500 at this point. They're both beyond the 200 all grind. So levels move a little bit differently now. Because they're both doing post 200 rather than any pre 200. And it could just be that they're prioritizing different things at the moment. Because even if Patisio falls from first, he could be doing something that sets them up better for later. I did it. I finally did it. No! No! I knew it was eventually going to happen. I'm just going to sell the Thistle back. It was only a matter of time. Rip. No! I need the dandelions. Give me the Thistle back. I meant to buy these thingies. Whoops. It's bound to happen eventually. It finally happened. It did take us a while, though. It took us 7 hours before we misclicked. But it finally happened. I finally bought the wrong item. You forgot to do your passive for 16 hours? Oh no! I kind of got pretty lucky. I still haven't forgotten it yet. The only time we didn't have a passive was on our 2 alts on the day that they bugged combat passive. Because it kept pushing people out of it. It got fixed the following day though. But it made it so my 2 alts weren't doing combat for the whole day. But so far my main account has never missed it, luckily. But yeah, that is brutal though. That's like a level and a half. Almost 2 levels. Especially if you're using EXP pots, it probably is 2 levels. Depending on your level range. I just realized something. Based on this thing's duration, relative to its cost, I think it's actually the worst value of every fear potion in the game. Out of any of them. is while the 12 and 15 minutes are more expensive, they also have a higher duration to make up for it. Yeah, this is definitely the worst ratio out of any of them. But I need the XP. So we're going for it. We're definitely just selling all these back, though. It's the only fear potion we're not keeping. The 3s, we already used all of them up. The 6s we're just selling. And the 9s and higher we'll just use as we need. But those will last us a long time with how many we need to make. Also, a lot of it I actually have banked, oddly enough. But you gotta make sure not to overbank them. Because I should only need like 500 or so? 400? With all the extra XP in between. But I gotta make sure not to buy too many. Because I actually might have more bank than I even need. I don't know, let me go double check those stacks. I'm actually curious now. Because it uses the eye and the tentacle suction thingy. I'll go check something real quick. Oh yeah, we do actually need to buy more. Yeah, we have 185 and 55. I can get rid of this tongue. I don't think we need this for anything anymore. Anything else we can get rid of? Cabbage I need to go get more of. Like 19 more later. Let's see. I think there's anything we get rid of. This is one tongue. Just gonna drop it on the ground. It's worth like nothing. Here you go, ground. Let me do it outside. Oh yeah, I need to go check the thingy. Let me go do that actually real quick before I forget. Before I go buy even more. Now, what's that much do I have to turn in if I turn one in? Oh good, we can do the one-click Branoff. Yeah, that's a new feature that came in today. You can click Branoff's room with one click. Which is huge. But yeah, that made him such a better task. He's still in a really bad location, but you can one-click him all the way from here now. Whereas before he was like 6, 7 rooms away. And now I can one-click him all the way from the chef place. What's our rank now? We're currently ranked 25. 25. And if you count every hidden person, we're technically 16th place right now. Let's see, 20th, 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th. Yeah, we're 16th place. True rank 25. Everyone hidden doesn't count. Oh, so are we top 1,000 yet? Almost. Slowly but surely, our whole port is going up. Every time we gain a level, we gain like 50 ranks. Actually, not quite. We gain like 10 ranks for next level. Any good tasks? Scrap merchant, and that's about it. I guess maybe I do this one? I'm not sure. I might as well take both the Cohen ones if we're gonna do that then. Since he got so much better. Alright, I'm just gonna sell these 2 to him. Why do we have so much Cohen? Alright, let me sell you 9 of these. And now we can one-click brand off. This is actually the first time we gotten to do one-click brand off since the change. Look at how clean this is. They made this so much better as of today. But it used to be so annoying to get to him. It's still really annoying because he's way off the path, but now you can one-click to him, which makes it a little better. I still haven't clicked again. He just goes all the way there. And here we are, at our destination. Technically, you can get back the other way as well. But we're going back to alchemy. Can I catch up to the top 10? Well, we definitely aren't going to try to. Even if I did, I don't think I could. A lot of them are like so far ahead unless they like stop playing. You've been missing all the grind you've been working on? I'm still not sure why. These feel so much slower than the active machine. Supposedly they're 40% better, though. Actually slightly over 40% based on the XP rate that the wiki says. Because we're now doing a 193,000 activity compared to a 127. Sorry, 134. It doesn't feel 40% better, though. Supposedly it is. Yeah, current rate, I think we have to do these for 2.5 more hours then. Which burns about another 1.3 gold. But then we get to the super free one. It's actually insane how free this is. There's not any potion more free than this. Like, honestly, even the low tier potions aren't as free as this. With a few exceptions here and there. But this thing is 1 silver each. To make a 9-minute fear. Which sells for 3.5. It's actually insane. It's better XP than what we're doing now. Of course, because it's a higher tier potion. The pricing on it's kind of bonkers, though. And we already have some banked as well. Not enough, but some. Oh, does this give less knowledge per hour? Oh, maybe that's why. Does this actually give less knowledge per hour? Does anyone know the knowledge per hour difference between this and that? Because I have no clue. I always thought they were about the same. Like, this is lower per potion, but per hour, they should be about the same. Is it not? Is per potion we're making less from this knowledge, but per hour should be about even. Because you can make more than twice of these per hour. I forget the exact number. I think it's like 260-ish. Look, he has it somewhere up here. Yeah, you can make 227 standard, which is twice as many. Yeah, look at this. According to this, it's only a 0.8 difference. You get 0.08 more knowledge per hour from doing the other thing. But yeah, they're pretty much exactly the same. That's what I thought. But yeah, the potent machine is technically ever so slightly better. But they're effectively the same amount per hour. Which is, this is more AFK, so if you're doing it slightly AFK, you would lose more doing this. Just because the other one you always have to be focused, whereas this you might go away for a little bit. Which would ruin a lot of value. But if you're actively doing the AFK potion, or whatever you call this one, it's only 0.08 worse per hour for knowledge. Which is pretty much trivially zero. As you'd have to do it for, what? 13 hours. Before this would give one less knowledge than that. So if you did it for like an entire day, you would get one more knowledge point doing this over this. Which is pretty trivial. But technically still higher. The main thing that makes these potions feel less is per potion you're doing worse, but per hour you're doing better. That's the main thing that makes these feel weird. Is per potion you're getting less value, but per hour you're getting more value. But I do have to say, this thing has grown on me so much that I actually prefer the machine more than the AFK method, or just standard potion station. Especially with Cubable Action. Cubable Action really helped fix the potent potion machine. Because it actually gives us some downtime compared to before where you had to constantly be clicking. But the amount of extra downtime makes it so clean. Because it's the first time I've ever really properly done it since Cubable Action. We've done a little bit here and there just to test it. But this is the first day we ever like really did alchemy since Cubable Action. And it is so much better with Cubable Action. Not that it was bad before. But Cubable Action just makes it so good. Since you could just triple an infinite repeatable set. You could just click on all three and get a perfect cycle. Don't have to time it, don't have to do anything, just click all three. And you're good to go. It's so much better than before. Well, we're almost at 100. As soon as we use that knowledge point. What's the difference between what? These two? They're both pretty comparable. You get more XP per potion from the potent potion station though. But you make less per hour. You make twice as many through this station. So if you need a high quantity of a potion, it's better to make these over the other one. But generally just make whatever is better XP. As long as you're not burning too much money on it. But that's the main benefit of doing these instead of the other one. Then this does have more AFK time. Like a lot more AFK time. Like pretty much like a solid over a minute of AFK time if you do 22 at once. Whereas this doesn't have any downtime. The only downtime you really get is when you're doing the prep for it. But you'd have to do that for either. But overall, generally speaking, the potent potion station is slightly better XP per hour at a given range normally. But you can make twice as many from the other station. But it also means you need twice as many gathered supplies. And ore buying supplies. Oh yeah, I definitely completely let go of leaderboard after the rework. Even though I wasn't really chasing it much to begin with after the last like couple weeks. I was before the holidays, but after the holidays I kind of just stopped trying even bothering with it. And especially after the combat, or not the combat rework, but the true leaderboard ranks. Because it's not worth trying to race for it. We have our goals, we'll get them done whenever. Doesn't matter if it's like 1 month later. How that guy's name is Hans, or Hans. That was the name of the first NPC in his other MMO. The first NPC that had a name was called Hans. Which is why so many people have that name. And I guess a lot of people are just named Hans as well, I guess. I don't feel like it's a particularly common name, though. But it holds significance in his other MMO. I just realized we're 26 right now for level. Nice number that's about to be ruined very soon. Alright, now we can go use our XP pot. $20,000 on the dot, which technically is 21 because of the 5%. 6 levels to go. So close, yeah, so far. There should be about 2 hours, give or take a little bit. Or probably 2 hours on the dot. Which means we would have gotten it done quicker, like 2 to 2.5 hours quicker than I thought we would take today. So we really overestimated how much this would take. Though I don't think I overestimated how long the 158 to 197 will take, though. That's the scary part of this grind. Is 158 to 197 with the same potion, with the same XP rate. There might be some sections where we're getting less than a level every... Or there might be some times where we're getting only 2 levels an hour. Instead of like 3 or 3.5. And that's with dumping all knowledge into the skill. But... Oh, also we're burning 0.7 gold per hour as well. Every hour we do it. It's almost a whole gold piece. Or at least 2/3 of one. But we bank so much Chapter 5 XP. Like an absurd amount of Chapter 5 XP is going to be banked. Like we're going to be able to get enough potions that if we double dip our knowledge, we would be able to use a 7% pot for every knowledge point for any one skill in Chapter 5 every single time. To get it to 500. That's how many we'll have. That without needing to buy a single thing from him, we would be able to go and 0 to 500 a skill, doing knowledge into it. Well, I guess 20 to 500 a skill. Always be able to double dip the knowledge point. We have to double dip it though, we can't single dip it. Single dip it, we won't have enough. As long as we double dip. As in using 200% knowledge. Or, you know, use that at like 195 or something and then, you know, use it afterwards. I'm still not sure if I'm putting into builder or armor yet, though. That's the thing I don't know. It really comes down to how good is builder. Hey, we got a new AFK potion we're never going to use. And it popped up twice. I'm still surprised by how little we burned so far, though. We're not even under 20 gold yet. But we get to see our number go skyrocketing down soon, though. We're almost there. We're almost there. Where is it? 6.5 silver loss per potion. Oh yeah, this doesn't show the accurate burn rate per hour, though. But it's this number times 110. Which is around 700. Technically slightly over, I believe. Because we're not selling it back. This number right here shows your burn rate if you sell it back. Which means the burn rate for the fear is correct. Because I am selling them back. But the burn rate for that one's not correct because I'm banking them. Which burns even more money. This burn rate's correct because it does accommodate for the fact that you're selling them. 1.5 levels to 100. So close, come on. Because after this, we pretty much never need to deal with these small pots again. The only exception is like 85 of this one. And like 23 of this one, I believe, or something. Yeah, 23 and 85-ish. Basically about 100 between them. But aside from those 100, we never need to touch these again, all the way to 200. And then we could do them all in the potent machine. Even though you do make more of these per hour, is there eventually a potion that's actually worth making post 200? That's a circle potion? Other than like Stonewall Hill 8%. Chronopolis one, definitely not. The 383 mining one would be. I don't think the Hope Forest one is. And what other one is there? Oh, the boost potions might be. That's a little bit annoying though because I need Forager instead though. Oh yeah, and the 12-minute fear. Which I'm actually going to be making a lot of, oddly enough. Not only is it the best fear ratio, but we are actually going to get a lot of dandelions if we do post 200 gatherer. As due to the proximity to the bank, it's actually better to do dandelion than bone. Even though I have an upgraded tool for bones. It's actually better gather XP, assuming I'm banking both. Or, banking either or. Due to the bank time, it's actually better XP to do dandelions for this than it is to go do bones. Which means we're actually going to have a lot of these. And it makes the most fear per hour. If you're looking to maximize how much fear protection you make per hour. It has the best ratio of any potion in the game. How much does it cost? If you buy the other component, I forget. I think it's actually pretty cheap right now, too. Not as cheap as some of the other ones, but decently cheap. Yeah, it's only the cost of whatever this is. It's 6.25. Not the most ideal price. But it has the best ratio of making fear per hour. If the only thing you cared about was fear protection. And 5 of them last for 1 hour. And you can make over 220 per hour. Which lasts you for a lot of hours. Which, what does that come out to? Let's say it's only 220 an hour. I think it's slightly more than that, but let's say it's 220. If you can make 220 an hour, what does that ultimately come out to? Divide that by 5. Just gotta put it in calculator so I don't mistype it. 220 divided by 5 in the brain. Yeah, but it lasts for 44 hours. 1 hour of making that pot lasts for 44 hours of fear protection. You do burn a bit per hour, though. It's whatever 6.25 times 220 is. Yeah, you would burn 1.3, 1.4 silver or gold per hour. Let's say 1.4. You would burn 1.4 gold per hour, but it would be the quickest way to get fear potions if you're just looking for fear as a duration. So that's not too bad. 1.4 gold for 44 hours of fear protection, which is the highest ratio of any potion in the game, even though it's only 12 minute. And that's assuming you gather all the other component, though. That cost does assume you gather the dandelions, but not gather the secondary component. But you would need to anyways for post 200, so it kind of works out. Be a good thing because we're gonna have to make a lot of them. Because for gather, I have to do them all the way from 194 till 208. So I would have to do them for 8 levels post 200. And then use all of them for potion making later. Because we're doing dandelion from 194 to 208. Banking every last one of them. And that's what makes the 12-minute fear. After grinding raids for a month, you don't know what to do now? I actually did the same thing early on. Where we end up doing raid dens like crazy, and then it's like, okay, what do I do now? But then we kind of went all in on Mines of Matubin. Right now we're kind of doing 200 roll. We're not kind of, we are. Doing 200 alchemy right now. Well, that was my pivot after doing those for so long, the raid dens. Was pivot into Mines of Matubin. Mostly for the weapon crafting. Because I was getting to the point where I didn't have like that good of a weapon. So I was like, oh, I'll just craft my own. And then we kind of went really hard on just going and leveling everything. But that originally started because I needed a better weapon for the raid den AFK. And then we kind of went crazy with it. But the whole grind started because I needed a better weapon for the AFK raid dens. Yeah, almost at the level. You know what will hurt, though? Selling all these potions back. We're gonna have to sell like 600, 700 something fear pots back. I kind of want to keep them, but it's not worth keeping them. I don't know, maybe we keep them. I don't know. It's only going to be like 1 gold worth of potions. I think we could live without 1 gold worth of potion. I might just keep them after all. We'll just take the full hit. Oh no, but what are we going to save them for is the thing. We're not going to drink them. No one's gonna buy them. Yeah, maybe I do just sell them. There's in a weird in-between. I don't know, maybe people would buy them. But the money now is better than the money later. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just sell. Because they sell for about 3 silver each. So by the time we have like 500 something, that's like a little over a gold piece back. The only fears we're really ever dealing with are 9 minute, 12 minute, and 15 minute. 9 minutes is the cheapest to make, and the one that most people will be using and trading. 12 minutes makes you the most fear protection per hour, but costs a bit more. And 15 is just the longest duration. But also has, I believe, the highest cost. Yeah. It's the highest duration, but also the highest cost. The 12 minutes are a little pricey, but if you get one of the material, it's not that bad. And they have the highest amount of protection per hour made. Because you make twice as many of these per hour compared to this. So you're making more protection per hour from this than you are from the potent ones. And then the cheapest, and the other one just has the benefit of being absurdly dirt cheap. It's literally less than 1 silver each currently before the price hike. Which is essentially free. It's about as close as you can get to free. But those are the only 3 that matter. Because the 9 minute is free, the 12 minute one is the most per hour of protection. And the highest tier one is just the highest duration. If you really want to min-max how minimal you have to drink them. So the 3 and 6 minute ones are completely pointless. Long story short. 3 minute and 6 minute fear potions might as well not even exist. Because the other 3 cover every category you would ever need. Yep, level, come on. No, I didn't get it. There's just not any other potion in between, right? Not counting AFKs. No. This is the only real potion we can make. So this is the best XP rate you can be getting at this point. There's no better option. Until 104, which is the whole main goal of the stream. Actually, I think that's what we'll do. We'll get to 104 and I'll use every single last material I have banked. And then tomorrow we'll go and start the real grind for it. Buying it all up and getting what we need and going to the next tier. Tomorrow's goal is to get to 131. Which gives the mining boost potion. Which is actually a really huge one. Like a really, really, really important one. For how many things we need to do in Mines of Matubin. It's kind of sad that we're only going to be able to make about 1,000 of them. Because we need more than 1,000. But it's only worth making about 1,000 of them. Until we hit a wall where we have to do something better. That's one thing interesting about how alchemy is set up in this game. You're pretty much always forced to have to go to the better potion. And because of that, you're pretty much always going to have to trade other people for the potions. That or just use the absolute highest tier ones by gathering them yourself. But that requires really high level ranges for most potion. Though oddly enough, fear is the lowest one that you can... No, that's not true. 10% hope port is the lowest one. It's the lowest max potion you get access to. I believe it only requires 209 Gatherer. And, what was it? It was 209 Gatherer and 185 Alchemy. Is the lowest requirement of any maxed out potion. The next lowest is Fear, where you can make the best Fear by 238, or even 209, depending on how you look at it. And then the next one after that is, oh yeah, Arboray too. Arboray Strength is at 197, which is the best green potion in the game. And then the next best in slot is Crown A Strength at 277. I can use this point now. Oh wait, I haven't actually done the thingy though. So we'll go wait into the other thing. And then we'll go use our point. Gotta do the next set of 11. And wait for that pop-up. Because we need to make sure we have an EXP boost. Also, I wonder if it's worthwhile for me to make a couple 10%. How much money do we burn? Oh no, wrong one, don't do that again. How much money do we burn making a 10% hope port? Because I feel like the number is big. Like, I think they're like 20 something each. Not sure that's worth it compared to less than 1 silver. Or not less than 1 silver, less than 2 silver. We're paying like 22 silver extra for 5% extra. I would only use it on knowledge. But yeah, you have to pay about 18.5 extra. But you do get EXP from it. Really good EXP. Like, or EXP otherwise would be like 660,000 per hour. So maybe I make like 22 of them. Because we'll get the first time bonus. And, yeah, we can use them just only for knowledge points. Nothing else but knowledge. I might do that. It makes some of that alchemy grind around that area a little bit better. Because that's the really dead zone. Yeah, we're going to do that. I'm going to make 22 of them. And use them exclusively for double knowledge dipping. When we hit like the 200% thresholds. Which will obviously be double dumped into alchemy. Because I think it actually saves more money than it burns, oddly enough. It looks expensive, but I think it actually saves us money. The only downside is we do get slightly less Stonewall Hill potions out of it. But I think even if we do that, we're still making like 2,000 of them. Probably more than that. I forget the math from the other day, but we did get the almost exact number. Also, why did we get such a dead room? Wait, what? Where did everyone go? All we got is this one new player. Guess the other room over encumbered. But we got the mega dead room. Got the whole place to ourselves now. I know he's over on top of us, but still. We got our solo server going. Our Brighter Shores private server. But I had this happen to me once in the Gnome Smither, and I was like, wait, why is no one using this furnace? But it was just because they were all on the other server. We somehow had the whole place to ourselves for like half an hour straight. And then we switched server. It's like, oh, there's everyone. There was then like 18 people in there. Oh, we're getting so close to 100. Then we got another 100 to go. It's only the halfway point. Technically less. Technically 110's halfway. Because the first 20 levels don't count. 110's technically halfway. So given how many Stonewall Hills we have to do, honestly, like 130 something's like halfway for us. But 110 is technically halfway. Because the first 20 don't really count. Let's see if we get a new server when we go back. Or we get the empty room again. I assume it'll put us back in the populated one. Yep, we're back. Yeah, 15 people. That's weird. How did this room reach cap earlier then? Is this room's cap only 20 people? I always thought it was a little higher than that. Yeah, this room must be a 20-person cap. It would be so nice when doing something like this. I highly doubt they'll add it. If you could do like last buy. Like whatever you last bought for in your last shop interface, it rebuys again. I feel like that'd be so hard to code. It would also encourage people to use shops instead of just gathering, which they should probably just be gathering instead. Which is why they want to price hike the shops anyways. But that'd be so nice. If you could do last buyout action. Like the entirety of everything you did the last time you had that shop interface open. Is that like a right click, single click option? Like instead of trade, it would be last buy. Even right click last sell as well. Have option for both. I highly thought they would code that though. This sounds very complicated. Plus the game would constantly have to keep remembering what that is. For like every NPC shop. It does remember for one of the shops though, the Quartermaster. The Quartermaster kind of does that. It remembers the last several items you sold to it until you log out. Or until you sell too many items, in which case it'll overwrite the other items. But it remembers like the last 20, 30 items you sold to him until you log out. But then it gets cleared from memory. It's gonna be nice, like super late in the game. Imagine accidentally selling your best in slot item, like your weapon, to the shop that's worth like 5 platinum or something. But then it's like, oh yeah, the buyback option. There we go, saved. Because Old School RuneScape doesn't have an option like that, or at least not if you're an Iron Man, anyways. If you accidentally sell something to a shop, you're never getting it back. You just lose it forever. One workaround that they actually did for that is they added a bunch of cosmetic kits, so a lot of endgame content. And if something has a cosmetic kit on it, it becomes untradeable, which means you can't accidentally sell it or high alch or anything like that. Which keeps the item way safer. It also gives it a cool little visual override. It normally just recolors it though. Not a full override. It's not like a transmog. It just recolors it. After the next set, we gotta go check the bounty board. Probably do a whole cooking run, actually. Unless we got a really bad board. As long as the board's half decent, we'll probably do a whole merchant run. Technically 2 runs. A lot of Cohen. Cohen really wants our stuff. A lot of fish as well. Every single one of those is a fish objective. That's probably why they're not done yet. These are the most annoying to do. Also because there's this useless skill in the game called fishing that apparently you're supposed to do in order to do cooking. But we just keep ignoring it and just dropping the fish to the ground. It still surprises me how little gold we burned. Because even that number's inaccurate. Because we still get all the value of selling this back. Like, it might look like we burned about 2 gold, but we actually haven't. Because we got... oh, don't accidentally sell the other thing, though. That'd be a huge fail. But, look, we got 1 gold back right there. If we ever go sell them. Which we will be, just not right now. I don't know we'll do them all at once. But yeah, that's a good thing I did that, though. I gotta remember not to accidentally sell these. It's not too big a deal if we do. But we do lose about 100 silver if I accidentally sell all these back to him. It's not that big a deal, though. But good thing I checked that menu. Because when I would sell those later, I'd probably forget and accidentally sell these. I might still do it, but... hopefully now I'll remember. So that guy has a little balance here to weigh them. I just not noticed that. Oh, it's weird that the drawer is facing outwards. It should probably face towards Ebsworth. I just realized you can't talk to Ebsworth Assistant, can you? Can you talk to it through here? Can you reach? Oh, you can. Never mind. Oh, that's cool. I thought you could only talk to them during the tutorial. You can actually reach them. That's nice. I wasn't sure. Because they're like a mile away, but you actually can talk through the little thing. I'm surprised they remembered to code that. The new bench. You can actually talk over it. Because that didn't used to be there before. There was a workbench there, just not the workbench that's currently there. What they probably just did is made the talk radius longer for that NPC. So it didn't really matter what they replaced there. The talk radius would still reach. Which means you shouldn't be able to talk from this side. Because she probably has like a 2 or a 3 tile talk radius. Easiest way to test is if you could clip into this and then talk to her. Because then she just has a 3 tile talk radius then. Which is why I could talk there. Regardless of what's here. Whereas this guy probably has like a 2 tile talk radius. We could tell because if we can't talk to him from here, we would get dragged there. That's interesting. But yeah, every single NPC has a talk radius then. Most of them would have a 1 talk radius, but this one has 2 and this one has 3. I wonder how long they can make that with how they have the game coded. Could he make a 10-tile talk radius? Can we just shout to the NPC? Given that that's a thing, I wonder if there will be a feature in the future that would give you a bigger talk radius. It's such a niche thing to have. But being able to scream to an NPC from the other side of the room would be so convenient. Imagine if you had like a 10 or 20 tile talk radius to an NPC in the same room. The way he did it in the other game is he had NPC contact, which is basically a spell you could cast that would let you contact certain NPCs. The closest thing we have to that right now is the Quartermaster spell, where you can kind of access that just by clicking on it. But it's basically a spell where you could talk to all the important NPCs in the game. You wouldn't have the functionality of everything from them, but in something like Brighter Shores, you'd be able to go get like merchant contracts by just talking to them with the spell, or getting cooking contracts by contacting them with the spell and stuff like that. You wouldn't be able to get into trade menus or anything like that, but it'll allow you to use like the more useful things that an NPC normally would do. There's not too many NPCs like that in Brighter Shores though. At least currently. Even if such a spell were to exist again. Higher talk radius would definitely be funny though. A quest that just makes your guy more social and yell. And it just like doubles or triples the talk radius of any NPC. I'm pretty sure they would never do that because it would probably break something in some quest someone at some point. It would like sequence break something or something. Oh yeah, I never did check the chef stuff. I should probably go do that right now. This was our first available time, so it works out perfectly. So I didn't actually forget then. I think I'm just going to make the bacon sandwich. I'm not going to bother pre-buying these right now. Just because we might have even more fish on the merchant board. Actually, can I even fit all this in my inventory? 9, 13. Yeah, we can. Okay, we'll just send a bacon in and hope we have good synergy. And if we don't, we'll do it on the following hour then. Doesn't have to be this hour. Though if we did do it this hour, we would get a cooking level. Hey, we got the 100k. Finally 100. Another one down. Then we're going all the way to 200 though. 100 is just the warm-up. I know, where is everyone that we normally know? Who are these people? All of our usuals aren't in here. Oh wow, he actually has nothing above his head. I haven't seen that before. He has everything hidden and hasn't picked a class yet. I've actually never seen that before. Someone has literally everything hidden above their head. Because he has no class picked, he has his name hidden and he has his level hidden. AKA, he's definitely a bot. No. That or really wants some privacy. It's the same thing as this guy, though. The only difference is he picked a class already and that one didn't. I just realized no one in this room is above level 1000 except for us. We got the really low level room. Actually, that's not true. Shammy is. They're not visible, but they are in here somewheres. Interesting. It shows a dash there instead of the other one. That's weird. Why does it show a dash instead of nothing? I guess to indicate that there's nothing, but then why isn't there a dash here? Interesting. I'm confused why there isn't a dash here then. Because there's a dash here and a dash there and there, but not the other one. Alright, anyways. What's our contract? Do we have anything good? Like bacon sandwich. These look all horrible. Do we have enough inventory to grab the fish? 7, 7, 3, 3, 3, 14, 9, 23. It does if we drop our potions. Is that worth it? I gotta go to Scrap Merchant anyways. To deliver literally the same exact item. Yeah, I guess it is. I'll do this as well. Oh yeah, these are all worth more because we got a better contract thingy. I was wondering why they were so much higher there. Yeah. I don't know. I should probably go do some of them then. Do we have enough room to do every fishing one? I think we do as long as we drop our fear potion. Because I gotta remember to go grab it. Easier said than done. Oh, I just realized I'm gonna have to come back for potato though. And let me pre-buy potato now just so I don't forget. How much potato do I need? I need only 3 potatoes. That's not a potato. Alright, then we gotta go drop our fear potion. Let me just do a recount real quick. How many is that again? 3. So 3, 3, 6, 7, 20, 21. I mean 23. Yeah, so I have to drop the fear. Alright, we're dropping 1 gold on the ground. Don't you despawn on us. Alright, we need not 3 of those. We need 3 of cod. 1, 2, 3. And then I need my entire inventory to be nothing but mana ray. Alright, let's not forget to pick up that fear potion. Is that slightly more than 1 gold just sitting on the ground? So why did I drop those? Wait. I just realized how pointless what I just did was. What I need to do is drop the mana rays after I do them. There's literally no reason to drop the cod. That served nothing but make it slower. Hey, Unbi's here. I got the high level room this time. I wonder if he's just doing his hourly contracts, because now is the time you would do your hourly contract. It is hourly contract time. And in his efficiency, he's obviously here. Every hour on the hour. Until his 500 cooking, he'll probably be here. The hour's doing AFK stews because he's just standing there doing nothing. So I like how he deep fries the fish and the fries at the exact same time. Pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to do it. Unless you want some really fishy tasting fries. Alright, let me go turn in Cohen before I leave my fear potion on the ground and let a whole gold despawn. I'm going a little bit out of our way, but just gotta make sure our fear don't die. There we go. I have saved the 1 gold. 1 gold successfully saved. We probably had plenty of time, but just in case. I just realized Ella is exceedingly off route. It's barely even worth even turning this in for her. Oh yeah, it's nice. You normally wouldn't have been able to click on that, but now you can with the radius thing. Ooh. Yeah, so far I've been enjoying a new radius circle. Still haven't gotten to try it out too much. It's kind of hard to when we're stuck in the merchant place. I mean, not merchant, the alchemy place all day. Oh, there we go. Is that level? Yeah, nice. Level 105 cooking. Alright, back to making fear pots. Oh, at level 107 cooking, I no longer get the leak task anymore. Which means any leaks I still have left over are just dead content. And will rot in there forever. Alright, now we got a little over an hour of alchemy left. Shouldn't be that long. Probably like an hour and 15 of alchemy. And we would have reached our goal for today. Until tomorrow, where we run it back. Tomorrow's going to be pretty similar to today, where we're constantly changing potions. But 2 days from now is going to be the rough part. Because then we're basically stuck in Stonewall Hill forever. Making those potions for a very, very long time. It won't seem as bad at first, but then we hit... Or, you know, we're going to get increasingly worse XP rate, basically. Not our XP rate's going to be worse, but our amount of XP needed will keep getting higher and higher as our XP rate doesn't increase at all. There's just nothing in between that we're going to be able to do. Because our alternatives is do foraging to 200 or so, or whatever level it is. Do Mind Fighter to 200 or 500. Do Forager to high level. Do Forager to high level. This, I might have 23 banked, I don't remember. And then this one is, we do have banked already, but it only helps us from 197 to 200. So we're mostly stuck at, this potion from 158 to 197. We didn't mention earlier, at 185 though, we'll probably make the 10% hope ports. Like 22 or 44 of them. And use those to boost all the way to 200. Only for knowledge though. Nothing else other than knowledge. And try to just like double stack knowledge for it. Get as much from those 10% as we can. It's basically like drinking a 5% potion twice over. Get to double sip it. It's twice as effective. Which is not bad at all. It's really pricey though. Each one is like 15 times more expensive, but we also get XP from it, so it kind of evens out. Plus the first time bonus we need anyways. Just for that nice burst of XP. Which pre 200 is still kind of relevant. Post 200 does like nothing at all. Oh, so the potion was kind of off-center from earlier. That's gonna be even more off-center, but well. What is he crushing up that's so purple? He's like purplish pink and green leaves. I don't understand what the pink one is though. I don't recall ever seeing a resource that looks like that, even chopped up. Oh, it's probably that one weird plant that we skipped. Makes sense because he's a hammer mage. I think that's the hammer mage potion. The one for like plus 50 or 60 or something. Yep, plus 50. I just realized we're only going to be able to check the bounty board one more time. Because we'll definitely be able to finish this grind in under an hour and 40. Or sure, I hope so. Should be able to add this XP rate. And after that, I will go use whatever we have for the fear potions that we have banked. But I don't think that's that many. But then again, I guess that would still take a little while, wouldn't it? Oh, let me double check. How many are banked? Maybe I'll just save all of them for tomorrow. I still want to get like the first time bonus, so I'll at least do 22 of them. Let me double check. How many were actually in there? I completely forgot. Actually, let me use up this XP pot first. Then we'll go check. But yeah, tomorrow, as far as what potions we need to do, I think it's going to be the easiest day. I guess today was kind of the easiest day too, because how many we already had banked to the one. Like today and tomorrow are like the 2 easy days for this. Everything after that's brutal. That's when the actual alchemy grind begins. Oh no, we actually have, the next 3 days are all easy. Today, tomorrow, and the following day. Because tomorrow is really fear heavy. But a few others here and there, but mostly fear. And we easily have the one-time bonuses because we have most of that, if not all of it, banked. And then from 131, I believe we do have a decent amount of this banked. Like a lot. Like more than we probably need. At least of one ingredient. The secondary ingredient we probably still need to buy though. Kind of like we had to with the other thing today. And then the following day. So day 4 and 5 is the rough part then. Yeah, I can make 55 of them. Yeah, I'll make 22 of them, I guess, just for the one-time bonus. And we just get the rest later. Because we would have reached our goal, which is 104. And tomorrow's goal is to go from 104 to 131. Wait, how many levels did we do today? We went from 77 to 104, which is... What is that? 20... Math. 26. No, 27. And tomorrow we're going to have to do 27. No wonder why the amount of XP came out to be the same earlier for a number of hours. Which should also be the same amount of hours as today. And then after that, you guessed it, 27. Wait. No wonder why the XP came out exactly the same. All 3 of them are 27 levels away from each other. Because when we were doing the calculations, it's like, oh, we got 14.1. Oh, we got 14.1 something again. Oh, we got like a 13.9. But yeah, no wonder why they were so even. It's because they're all 14 levels apart. Today we did 14, tomorrow we do 14, and the other day we do 14. But then, or sorry, not 14, I mean 24. Not 14. But all 3 days would be 24. Wait, no. No, that's a different number then. Wait, I'm confused now. Because this one is 20 something. Wait. I'm confusing myself. Let's start from square one. 77 was 27. Yeah, it was 27 for each. I'm not sure what number I was just saying. But the number is 27. It's getting late. But yeah, the interval is 27, not whatever I just said. And then this interval is 27. And then this interval is 27. But yeah, they're all 27 apart. Oh, the 14 was how many hours it was. Before we accounted for knowledge and everything. That's what the 14 came from. That was number of hours, not number of levels. But that was not counting XP pots 5%, nor was it counting any knowledge at all. Which is why we knew it'd be close to like, 8, or not 8, but, like 10, 11, 12, 13 hours. Or like that 10, 11 area. When you account for all knowledge. But that 14 hour was not counting knowledge at all. Or 5% pots. Or the 5% pots on the knowledge. But, yeah, they're all 27 apart. Until we hit this one, in which case it is way more than 27 apart. Though what's interesting is if you were to go 27 apart on it, That'd be exactly where the Hope Port is. But I'm not going to be able to make these all the way to max. It would cost too much. Though, out of curiosity... yes, it would cost too much, but... hypothetically... how much would it cost? There's definitely no way we're doing that. I just want to know how much it is. We can't afford it. We're going to be making like 22 or... We're going to be making some of them. We're not going to be doing it that way, though. Otherwise, we'll be way too far in the red. But hypothetically... it would take, like, what, 5 hours to reach the range to the other thing? Counting for knowledge and everything. What does 5 hours of doing that cost? It would also yield like 500-something 10% pots. But, hypothetically... oh gosh, this number is going to be so big. It's whatever that number is times 110. Which is not pretty. I think it's like over 10. Wait, why did it bring up that? Let's see. What on earth did we even click on? Oh! The friends list over there, I see. From when we clicked lower. Aha. Alright, there we go. That's why I normally move it down so I can't accidentally misclick. I have so many random people added from when I did, Dota 2 trading. I have still never cleared this account's friends list from that. Remember when I said I made like several thousand when we were like flipping Dota 2 items and everything? Which was more like a couple thousand. As far as like profit. As far as money going back and forth for probably several thousand, but as far as profit it was like a couple thousand. But anyways, I still never kicked most of the people I added when I was doing all the trading of Dota 2 stuff. So my friends list is so cluttered on Steam. And I still have never gotten around to just purging it. I probably should at some point. Purge like 95% of the list. Unless I like definitively know who they are. Alright, let me go figure out the math on this. Alright. Oh, let's see. 185. Okay, so first things first. Calculator. Where's my calculator? Not coming up. There we go. 110 times 19.86. Okay. Alright, this is interesting. This is interesting. It costs 2.2 gold an hour. Which sounds like a lot, because it is. However... is it worth doing 5 hours of leatherworker off stream between the streams to go do that? Our XP rate would go up by about 40-something%. And we'd be able to go use 500-ish 10% pots in Chapter 1. Most notably on Alchemy to get to 200. But also on anything. And all we'd have to do is like 6 hours of leatherworker. Only. Only 6 hours of leatherworker to afford that. Only. There is one small caveat that makes that somewhat impossible. Well, kind of. 6 hours of leatherworker will get us beyond level 210. I can currently only do like 2.5, 3 more hours of leatherworker. Unless we want to start doing merchant, which takes longer, money per hour. That or get less XP for leatherworker, which would defeat the point in trying to get more XP from alchemy. But no, it's pretty costly. But it would come out to about 10 gold. The big downside of that is our Stonewall Hill potions would be way less. The upside is 40% quicker. At the cost of like 10 gold. Which is a lot of gold. Like a lot of gold. I don't think we do it. I'll do some, but 44 is probably going to be our cap. Making 500 something of them is going to be way too overkill. Hey, Search Central's doing alchemy now. I know he's just buying potions. Gotta get those AFK potions. Oh, he's still wearing Santa hat. Is this like a disguise mask? You sure looks like that with the glasses and the beard and everything. Almost looks like it. Alright, let's go buy our thingies. Let's keep the grind going. About an hour left of these. And we never need to touch them again. Till we need to make the 12% out of them. I mean, not the 12%, it's the 12 minutes, I mean. Which actually kind of insane how long that is. 5 of them last for an entire hour. If only they didn't take up an inventory space, though. Can't wait till those things are wieldable. Oh, that's what I thought. Yep, he's doing the AFK activity. He's probably getting like a 5% boost pot or something. Oh, we probably know his exact level then, without even checking. He is level 229, but less than 248. So his alchemy level should be higher than 229, but less than 248. Oh, you can't check from here. Fine, I'll check the long way around. Yep, exactly so. 242. 6 levels short of his next potion. Actually, I think that might be our poll for tomorrow, too. I'm kind of curious what everyone's main AFK activity is. Is it alchemy? Your main weapon making skill in chapter 3? Carpentry? Or whatever you need most? For carpentry, I'd probably have carpentry slash leatherworker. These are both kind of the same category. But it'll probably be the poll for tomorrow. Because I'm curious what everyone actually does as their activity. And the fourth option would be whatever you're currently actively working on. Well, hello, Kush! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We're on the alchemy grind. Finally got over 100. We're an hour away from finishing our goal of 104. Which gets us to the 9-minute fear potions, which are basically free. They are essentially a cost of free each, even if you buy them all from the shop. They are so absurdly cheap. You would have to do this for over 10 hours to cost even 1 gold. You'd have to do it for almost 11 hours to spend 1 gold. Which is good because that's about how long we're doing them for. Because I think we have to do fear potions for about, like 8 total hours tomorrow. Like 8 or 9. There'll be some other potions in between. But that is like the potion of tomorrow, is the 104 fear. And that'll also be the main one I'll actually be using whenever we actually need a fear potion. Like for the 200 forager grind. To get all the monument pieces. Or anything that ever pops up that we need a fear potion for. Because that was the thing I was waiting on before I do the forager grind. It's kind of funny because we're almost pivoting right now from alchemy being our lowest level skill to our highest. Probably in about a month from now. It all starts today. But about 1 month from now, alchemy might actually be our highest skill. If the combat rework hasn't happened yet. Not because we're doing alchemy the whole time. But just because after 200, it's going to be my main AFK activity for a while. Until we get up to some of the other good potions up there. Not just because it's a good AFK potion as well. But just some of the XP ranges we can get. There's some of the more noteworthy yields being the 12-minute fear. And the plus 80 cryo. Which basically gives us infinite fear. We mentioned it earlier, it was 44 hours of fear per hour. 44 hours of fear protection per hour for making that potion. It's the highest ratio of any of them in the game. But 1 single hour of it gives you 44 hours of immunity. You're starting out grind after you finish 210 leatherworker. That's kind of funny. That's exactly what we did as well. And putting it off for a week. Yeah, I've been putting it off for so long too, the alchemy grind. I've been putting it off for like over a month. Because for the longest time, I thought I would need 200 forager before I do it. But then we did some math and then realized we only needed a gatherer and mine fighter. And then we did some more math and then realized we only need gatherer. And then we did some more math and then realized you could just dump money at it. And you'll be fine. At least pre-200. Post 200 is a different story. But pre-200, you just throw money at it and do it whenever you feel like it. You got 400 gold to go spend? Oh gosh. Yeah, you still got all that merchant money. So how much did you make going to that level of merchant? Was it like 300 something gold then? Going from like 20 to 500? Or technically 0 to 500. You end up with 567 gold just from merchant. No XP potions used the whole time. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, you didn't knowledge or do anything, did you? Like, no knowledge, no AFK activity. Because I do plan to do both. A little bit of knowledge of our near threshold. I definitely using the AFKs in some of the deader zones, or if we just want to get past it a little bit quicker. You did do the AFK activity, which you regret. Yeah, I don't plan to do it much for it. Mostly just in the dead areas. Because I don't mind rushing Merchant down a little bit quicker to get to Leatherworker quicker. Who knows, by then they might have nerfed it into the ground though. Or worst comes to worst, I still need the leather for Armor Maker. Even if they nerfed all profit from it, we still need to bank the leather. Oh yeah, I'm wasting all of my knowledge to max out all of the passive activities. I don't care how much of a waste it is. I do actually plan to do that. It is a massive waste, but I actually plan to fully knowledge every skill to max. We'll likely be doing that around the time of our combat pivot. But I plan to unlock every passive activity for every skill. Even if it's 100% not worth doing. Alright, 2 levels to go. And then we'll do 1 batch of fear pots. And by 1 batch, I mean 22 of them. Just to get a taste of what we're in for tomorrow. Because fear pots are like 80 to 90% of what we're making tomorrow. The 9-minute ones, not these ones. The ones using the machine. Yeah, I'm still not sure if I'm going to be competing for any rank when Chapter 5 comes out. It really depends when it comes out. Ideally, it comes out after I've already seen family for the year. Because if it comes out before, there's no way I get it. Basically, I need Chapter 5 to come out in late July. I don't think it will, though. That means it would have to come out 6.5 months from now. I feel like it'd be out before then, unless it gets really delayed. Is this the only problem with me trying for a 500 next chapter? Because I'm probably going to be away for at least a whole week during some duration of it. While I will be able to play some, nowhere near as much as we'd play on a normal day. So I would like insta be a week behind. Unless it comes out way earlier. Like if it came out May or earlier, I could definitely do it. If it comes out in June or July, I probably wouldn't be able to. This is like late July. The most ideal would be like late April. There's no way it's coming that soon though. You never know. Because late April is still 3 months from now. I don't have to wait and see. You'll never complete for a rank again, way too sweaty. Yeah, that was my biggest concern with bothering for it. Though I wouldn't want to make like a top rank as long as we make like 20th. I wouldn't be competing for like first or anything. But I kind of want a 20th place in at least one skill. I definitely wouldn't bother with any skill currently in the game. Smithing looks like we're close, but a lot of people are doing the smithing grind, need to do mining anyways. So everyone over here is already way further than us. Even if they have a lower smithing level than us right now. So it's not really worth doing that. Even though it looks like we're close. Oddly enough, miner might actually be more viable. But also probably wouldn't be worth it. Because I don't want to mine that long. Especially without a level 50 pickaxe. I really want that level 50 pickaxe. But I won't have it until trading comes out. I am curious how the leaderboard split will work after trading comes out. If it even is going to split at all. Because I don't think it's going to. You'll probably still see the icon if someone's an Iron Man or not. But it never really confirmed that the leaderboard's going to split when trading comes out. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I don't think they've ever confirmed it one way or another. Yeah, with what we have banked, Armor Maker would probably be our best. The problem is 500 Armor Maker is going to be one of the slowest skills to train the entire game. The problem with it is, even though we're poised decently to go do it, not perfectly, but decently, it's going to be like the slowest skill in the entire game to train. Like, it's like bone right level of slow. I'd almost rather do one that's more competitive, but is quicker to do. Like the gathering one. Because as long as you have enough gold to do a level 50 tool for all of them, you're pretty much good to go. That's all you really need. The problem with that is I would want to bank everything. A lot of the top players are probably just dropping it all to the ground. Yeah, we don't know the exact full supply amount that we'll need for all 3 faction armors. We also don't know if Bonerite will use a new bone that you get from Delver, or if it'll use the old bones from weapon making. Because while the other 2 might use their respective material from Miner, we don't know for sure if Bonerite will use Delver material or Gatherer Bonerite material. There's a small chance they add a billion new bones that are made for the Bonerite armor or something. Because I believe the shop has a bunch of bones. We just don't know if that's for something else or actually for Bonerite armor. Also, one other thing that's kind of interesting is we could technically do Shield Breaker 500. Because by then I should have Chronopolis 500. So it'd be set up pretty nicely to go do Shield Breaker 500. It's also really quick to do. I would just need some people to help me source weapons. But it would actually be the easiest of the four. Both XP rate-wise and just generally speaking. I don't know, so far every class has had at least some amount of oddities to them, as far as what they have to do for some kind of skilling. The Bone Ray has definitely had the highest amount of weird things that it has to do, compared to the other two classes. It was already pretty much the outlier class. Even in the current state of the game, not even looking at Chapter 5. After his inventory, a level and a half to go. Technically less because of the knowledge point coming in. After our next set, we do got to check the cooking bounty, though. I won't need to do a cooking run, though. Just got to check it. And I guess make some bacon sandwich in case we get lucky. But also for the free XP. We're definitely not getting another cooking level this stream, though. Actually, how many levels did we get? I don't remember when we started that. I know we had at least 102. We did the first time bonus on it, so we couldn't have been that much higher. So yeah, we gained about 2.5 to 3 chef levels today. I'd say that persists at about 2.5 per day. 4 more days, 10 levels. Yeah, we'd get to 115 out of 120. It's not too bad. Yeah, you'd get to about level 115 by the time we finish 200 alchemy. And if we just train 5 levels more than that, we could get to AFK Stew at 120. Yeah, we should be about 115-ish by the end of alchemy grind. Simply from taking the cooking contracts while doing alchemy. Because you're never going to be close in this unless you're literally doing chef. It's as close as you're ever going to get. Oh, I did not mean to click. No! I misclick. Oh, Mad Hatter's on the alchemy grind. What our potion he's making. It's gonna feel so painful selling these potions back, though. We're gonna have to sell back like 600 fear pots. But we really have no need for these. 3 and 6 minutes are just dead content. It's like the only potions that you ever make that are not worth it. But the best XP right now, so we kind of have to. It just feels so bad since we're banking everything else. These are the only ones in like the sell category. Alright, this inventory gets us to 103. Not sure how many sets we have to do after that, but we only need one more level. What's your thoughts on the ring and the mini-map? You assume you already spoke on it, but you couldn't catch a stream earlier. Oh, that's all good. So far, honestly, I don't mind it. It's definitely been pretty helpful for a lot of things. I do wish that this one little mini-map would be like a circle border, though, instead of a square. So it would just show like your exact circle. I wish there was like a setting option to make it only the circle and have this rim like around this circle area. Kind of like how it was in this other game. But yeah, I like it. Works a lot better for getting to most locations as well. There are some that are nerfed, but some that are, or most of them that are way better than they were before. But overall, I've been enjoying the update a lot. I just wish it visually didn't look like a sonar around us. I feel like I'm looking at like a ping from a ship that like got froze midway through. Did Chronopolis get nerfed? I was saying that was probably one of the locations that got buffed from it. But I haven't actually done any merchant since then. It also generally manually moved around the city anyways. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't nerf me too much for how I would move through the city. Because I already barely used the minimap there. In a few cases I would use it. It's probably beneficial under the new system. But yeah, looking at our potion selection for tomorrow, I think tomorrow is going to be our easiest day of alchemy. Today was the second easiest. Tomorrow's going to be the easiest. 2 days from now is going to be the third easiest. And everything beyond that's a nightmare. Particularly the fourth stream. Day 4 of the 5-day alchemy grind is going to be the worst one. Because it's going to be an entire stream of nothing but doing Stonewall Hill potions with nothing in between that would give us any better XP rate. But yeah, 4 days from now is our worst day, I think. I guess technically the 5th could be too, but we have some ways of all setting it. Because that's the Stonewall Hill era. It's hard to tell which one would be the worst, but tomorrow should be our best day. It might even be quicker than today as far as how long it takes. Because we have a lot of these in-between potions. First time bonus for all of them. A couple dozen for each one banked, if not more. Like 69 of those, 80 something of these. And of course, the potion itself is so free tomorrow. While already having some banked, they only cost I guess that doesn't technically give us more XP per hour, but It's less than 1 silver per potion, which is kind of insane how cheap that is compared to every other potion. Like, some of the ones you make in early game aren't even that cheap. Like, look at some of the early game potions up here. Like, some of the ones you would make within your first, like, 10 minutes of doing alchemy. You're already up to 1 silver. That's more expensive than making the 12-minute fear or 9-minute fear. This one's more expensive. This one's more expensive. This one's more expensive. This one's more expensive. Like, almost every potion pre-20, except for, like, 3, is more expensive than the one we're about to make. Oh, wait, that didn't give me a level. Oh, no. I thought that would be 103. Oh, we're gonna need quite a few inventories, then. That means we still need, like, 5 or 6 more inventories of these. And by inventories, I mean 22s. Which is twice as many. So we gotta run to this guy, like, 12 more times to stream. And then we'll go sell all these fear pots. It's gonna be so nice, though. We're gonna be selling it to him for over a gold. It's gonna be a little under 2 gold in a refund. Because it looks like we're burning through a lot of gold, but by the time we hit like 21.5 by the end of the stream, we're gonna be cashing out like almost 2 gold back. It'll bring us back to like 23 gold. 23 point something. Which means so far we've only burned less than 2 gold so far in our entire grind today. However, once we get to 158, we're burning 700 silver an hour. 0.7 gold. That's where we burn most of our money. If not all of our money. But the numbers today and tomorrow are going to be like nothing compared to after that. 4th and 5th days where we lose 80% of it, I think. Of course, the other alternative would be to knowledge it like crazy, but I want to do it before the price hike. So losing something a little bit more now is actually worth it in the long run. As losing more now likely makes less, or loses less later. You know, it's from 20 to 60 Alch during the merge grind. Oh, you skip past one of those really free ones, though. 35 to 50 is pretty free with the 35% heal. Or the 28% heal that you make at 35. Your next good potion's at 62. It's actually what we started the other day with. The Arbor plus 60s. You did 20 to 112 bone rate with only knowledge? Nice. I actually did smithing to about 150 something with only knowledge. Or mostly knowledge. We only had like 50, 60, 70 mining, but had like 150 something smithing. And most of that was from doing Chronopolis combat. Like when we were doing the detective AFK grind. I really do need to go do some more merchant at some point, though. Yeah, honestly, I would say the mining grind was actually easier than the gatherer grind. Or at least I definitely enjoyed mining more than gatherer. Not that gatherer was bad. I just feel like there's so many weird dead content within gatherer. Particularly the bitter fruit and tangle fruit that don't really make any sense at all. Their whole purpose is basically to be dropped on the ground. There's like the whole purpose of the item existing. Is to be dropped. Whereas every single thing you get from mining is useful. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back to the forest after this alchemy grind. Because I plan to do 200 woodcutting carpentry next. Because I'm trying to do all the skills where we might need to offset it with money from shops. And carpentry is the last one we would need to do. Everything else shouldn't cost any money. Well, I guess technically chef, but that's a different thing. I would want to do 200 forager and fishing before chef. Oh, so we should have about 115 chef by the time we finish the alchemy grind. And then we could do stews from 120 to 140. And then we got to go back to contracts. Oh, I keep forgetting. I can't serve raw bacon. Keep trying to put bacon straight on the sandwich. Also, the reason we're here is to check the bounty board, by the way. That's what this timer is for. We can technically retire it now. Because one level of alchemy is not going to take 51 minutes. I sure hope it doesn't. But yeah, I wonder when he does make raids and stuff like that. Like Dungeoneering 2.0 or whatever he ends up doing. I wonder how many requirements will be above 200. Because I don't think the average person is going much above 200 in most skills. Yeah, most of these are not worth it. I'm never gonna bother. Oh no, I guess these two are not awful. The other one's too slow to make and too far away. Alright, let me go turn these bacon sandwich in, I guess. What is that? Boom. There we go. I could just walk there. Actually, no, it's still better than tele. This is the one all the way in top left, right next to the teleporter. I'm not gonna bother 5%ing this though. Alright, merchant run completed. Let's go back to finishing our level. Looks like we gotta do about 3 or 4 more inventories, depending on how the knowledge goes. There should be 3 more inventories. Which means buying from him 6 more times. When I say inventory, I mean a set of 22. And then we get to see how much profit, profit, quote unquote, how much we make back from selling these. It's actually purely negative. I want to see how much money we recuperate from it. There should be about 1.5 to 1.8 gold or so. And how much money we get back from the fear pots. So we haven't burned that much money at all. We burned under 2 gold today. After almost 10 hours. While saving every potion except for the fears. Just because we're going to be getting stronger fears. The 9, 12, and 15-minute ones are just way too much better. We're never going to use a 3 or a 6. I'm not sure why I just don't click max. I just keep double clicking for the final one, even though we just one click it. Probably because I'm paranoid, I have like a weird number in my inventory that would make it not do the right number. We're so close yet so far. Yeah, 3 inventories after this definitely gets it though. Possibly even 2. Ah, meadows. Not quite meadow. But I found meadow with an S. I haven't actually seen Meadow since the leaderboard change. I believe he's still ranked 2. He's that one right there. He's actually catching up. I wonder what he's doing. Oh yeah, I can't check because he's anonymous. I like clicked on it as if it would do something. But yeah, that's Meadow right there. Whatever he's doing, he's about to catch up with Peticio. What is Peticio doing? Hey, we got the same Gatherer level. I only have 2 levels higher than Peticio. And it's only because he hasn't done post 200 mining or smithing yet. Which is kind of weird because he has 258 stonemason. But hasn't touched any post 200 mining. Which means he's doing that exclusively off of AFK activity or buying it all from the shop or something. Because he's not mining it. I just realized, is Shuno on leaderboard? I don't recall his name. We've seen him a lot today, though. I know he is. Oh, he's just not in top 20. Okay, that would make sense then. Oh, he was the one who passed us like the other week or two then. He's been on that grind. Alright, let's see. Grab all these. Boom, boom. Grab all these. Boom, boom. Oh no, we're down to 22 gold. Save us, sphere potions. Oh, so how many minutes of fear are we going to be banking tomorrow? Let's say hypothetically it comes out to 8 hours. 880, let's say 900. We're just going to go like slightly more than that. Times 9. Divided by 60. The main reason I want to sell the current stack that we have is we are going to bank 135 hours of fear immunity tomorrow. Just tomorrow alone. That should hold us over, like way over, until we do these two grinds. Most notably the 209 one, which we'd start doing at 219. Because I'm skipping this potion by doing this one all the way to 219. I'm skipping this potion. Ironically, the only reason we would do this potion is so I can consume it on alchemy. So I can consume an alchemy potion while doing alchemy. I'll literally be consuming the potion as we do it. I almost want to do that just for how funny that would be. Because the only activity in the game where you could do that is if you're making a Hope Port AFK while using a Hope Port AFK potion. It'd be really, really, really funny. You know what I almost want to use it for, though? The fishing AFK. But the alchemy AFK is probably better, though. I just feel like fishing takes so long. Definitely don't need it for the forager AFK. And obviously not the combat. And chef bounties make it a little bit more doable. It's fisher and alchemists that are too slowest in chapter 1. But due to the burn rate at the higher level range, it's probably better to put into alchemy. But at that level range, I'd just be making it 209s though. Because at 200, we make this all the way to 219. At 219, we make the 209s until the fear. But I can't make these fears until we do 500 Mind Fighter. So that's as far as we'd be able to go with alchemy until we hit the wall. Alright, one more inventory after this one, and that should be 104. And then we'll do one inventory of the pot that will be running for pretty much all of tomorrow. Like a good 8-ish hours, probably. Of the 9-minute fear. Luckily we get back to the machine, though, and don't have to do the AFK one. There are some that we'll have to do for this, but I think it's under 200. Which is way, way less than the, like, 600 something we've done today. Like, at most, we'd have to do this for about an hour tomorrow. The rest would all be on the machine. Hey, there's something else we don't know, too. You might need fear potions for Delver. That's something to consider. There's likely at least one, if not multiple, material for Delver that requires fear. And by then they'll be equipable. We'll have way more than enough by then, though. That's not really an issue. But if any of you don't have a bunch of fear pots, do keep that in mind if you're going to be doing Delver. There's going to be at least one, if not multiple, resources similar to Forge or similar to Gather that you will definitely need fear pots for. And it might be something really important for Builder and or Armor Maker. Alright, one more set and we're done. Might even overkill it a little. Let's see, I'm just gonna go for one inventory. Let's see. I'm not gonna bother with the double. Just gonna grab 1111. I don't think it's gonna get far enough though. Oh, maybe it will. It's gonna be close. It's hard to tell. Come on, level. I think we're gonna make it. Actually, we can kind of do the math right now. Let's see. Yeah, we make it. That should be enough. Even if the other ones don't have the 5% boost, it should be enough. There we go. It has been completed. Well, we're not done yet, though. I gotta go sell all these fear pots out. All 600 whatever of them. And then we need to go make one single batch of the fear pots. The new fear pot. The good fear pot, not this junk one. These things we lose like 2.5 silver each. The other one, they basically cost free. The shopkeeper basically just throws it at you. He pays you for taking them. Yeah, we're almost there. And in good time. Only took 9.5 hours. And half of that was easily doing cooking. But there we go, 104. We overshot it by 2, but that's fine. Oh, I got 606. Alright, let's go sell all these. And I will not forget to accidentally sell these. Or not sell these, I mean. Only sell the fear potion. But there we go. There it is. The main event of tomorrow. The 9-minute fear potion that costs less than 1 silver each to make. It's one of the cheapest potion, period. Even compared to like anything else in the entire game. I think it's like the 4th cheapest. Oh, these things cost like 10.5 silver from the guy. That's crazy. But I think this money is better for us now. They're 3.9 each. I'm doing it. It's 1.8 gold. I'm doing it. Just out of curiosity though, let me do some math. What is 606 times 6? Divided by 60. Yeah, it's only 60 hours of fear immunity. It's like nothing. Yeah, we're doing it. Goodbye. It has been done. So far we've only burnt 1.2 gold. Or 1.5. I forget if I overshot a little. Let's say 1.5. We've at most burned 1.5 gold. This is like nothing. Alright, anyways, let's go do one last batch. And that is the thing we just unlocked, of course. Which are these. So it should be Sucker and the Eye. And this should make our Fear Potion. We'll go run 22 of them real quick. This is the main thing we'll be running for like 80 to 90% of tomorrow. Let's just get a teaser at the end before we go head over to our AFK activity. Which for tonight is probably smithing? Probably smithing. I said hello and welcome! You're from Jibs Award? Nice. Yeah, we've been doing it every Monday these days. But thanks for stopping by. Though we've still been playing it daily, though. Actually, after I go grab dinner after stream, probably going to do the dailies for it. Getting a Steam Deck tomorrow, too, so I'll be able to start running on that. Normally, I just run it on phone. But it'll be nice to actually play it on, like, a bigger screen. For whenever I don't play it on PC. Alright, drop these, pick up these. Oh, these are so free to do, too. Look at how close they are together. Oh, this is gonna be nice tomorrow. And if you need to buy them from the shop, they're probably gonna be right on top of each other as well. Oh, this is gonna be so easy tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the easiest day for alchemy. It's definitely going to feel like it. And third day will be our last easy day. And then the last two are a nightmare. But we'll worry about that later. Ah, back to the good stuff. I miss this machine. First time bonus. I just realized we used slightly over 100 XP pots today. It's actually not that many. Wait, only that many? No, how many did we start with? Why does that feel low? Because we're using them almost every 2 minutes. Which will come out to almost 30 an hour. How do we only use like 150 today? I guess because the chef runs and the downtime in between. Because we only used about 150 of these, I believe. But that means we only use like 18 an hour? Give or take a few? Whereas you could use as many as 30 an hour. It's just a lot of dead time. Oh, you know why? The extra time from this machine, that's why. Ah, that's why. There's a lot of downtime where you're not boosted during this machine. That's where all the extra time came from. Because I was wondering, how on earth did we only do 150 in 9 hours? But yeah, this machine's the answer why. Because our XP pot's about to expire right now, and we still have like 20 something left. Or 16 left. No, 18. Oh, sorry, more than that. 16. Yeah, 19. Some number. Almost 20. I was right the first time. But yeah, that's why. Because for about 19 of these, you're not actually potted up. Also, it's nice to see our XP bar move so much. I miss these. These are so much better. Also, these potions we will be keeping and not selling. They do sell for about 3.5 silver each, and they cost 1 silver each. So they're profiting like 2.5 each. But they're way more useful to keep than to sell. It's actually the main thing that's been keeping me from doing the forager grind. Is not having this potion. Technically, it would be efficient to go do 200 forager now. I think I'm going to, though. Because all we needed was a couple hundred of these to go get 200 forager. Probably don't even need a couple hundred. Even just like 200 would probably be enough for all the monument pieces up to 200. Which is the only time you need fear potion while doing forager. We're not going to pivot to that, though. The only upside to if we did is you get access to free 10% pots. Instead of having to spend like 20 silver each. I only plan to get about 44 of them, though. We'll take the hit on like 400 or 500 silver for the XP boost. This saves us having to do 200 forager. At least in the short term. We do eventually have to do it. But short term, it skips the whole 209 forager grind or whatever we need for that. Somewhere's around there. But yeah, it saves us having to go to... Yeah, 209. Because you need the blood nettle and the rack. It is not a quick grind. Getting 209, effectively 210 because you need to actually gather them. Getting 210 or 211 forager compared to just making 44 of them now. Or at 185 we can. And then use them on knowledge all the way to 200. As well as probably have a few spares. 44 should be more than enough. I just realized when I was trying to figure out how many potions we had left in our inventory earlier, the easiest way to have done it would have been to take away the difference between this many stack. Because we could tell by looking at this 17 that we need 5 more. Or, you know, that we're going to be getting 5 more. Because we know for sure that they're divisible by 22. So whatever the difference between this and that is. And now it's 4. Also, one inventory got us a level, or half a level already, more than half a level. It's kind of crazy. Obviously that will go down as we have a higher level disparity. But yeah, at level of, it's already a whole half a level. It's pretty nice. But that does account for the first time bonus though as well. But it's pretty marginal. It's not that high. Yeah, there we go. Alright. That is our goal completed. We have gotten to the main potion of tomorrow. The fear potion. Also, welcome back virtually. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let me go deposit all. Alright, let me go stop this timer. Alright, so... also we can get rid of the timer too. Alright, so... last order of business. I guess we head over to our AFK activity, which I believe is smithing. Though we'll be back in a little bit, so I'll only do a little bit of boost potion. Like 2 of them for now. Let's go head over to smithing AFK. And then we'll end it there. Though, once we get 200 alchemy, I will be starting the alchemy AFK up for a couple weeks. But for now, we're still on smithing. So how much money did we end with? Yeah, we only used like 1.5 gold at most. We barely dented it today. Oh wait, he's doing post 500 mining? Wait, is his smithing level that high that he can actually process that now? Or is he last actioning it? I wonder if he's past actioning it or not. That's interesting. Oh, you know what? He's probably one of the miners who dropped everything. Oh, so now he's having to do post 500 miner. See, that's why you don't drop everything. He's 500 mining doing mining. Because he dropped everything to the ground and now he needs to bank it for smithing. Oh gosh, that hurts. But that's why you bank your high tier ore. Like low tier stuff you can drop if you want, but don't drop your high tier stuff. Tier 4 is questionable. Tier 3 and below you could drop. Tier 4 is questionable. Tier 5 and higher should never, ever, ever drop. Otherwise, you'll be like that guy with the 500 mine and keep still doing mining. But anyways, guys, we're going to go here for now. We will be back tomorrow around the same time as always. Noon Eastern Standard Time. We'll be going for probably similar amount of time. Maybe slightly less, maybe slightly more. But yeah, our main goal for tomorrow is to go from where we're currently at the Fear Potion, and get up to our next goal, which is the 131 Mining Boost Potion. That is our goal for tomorrow. Along the way, we will get some pretty useful things, like the 7% Hope Farce mining. The 7% Hope Farce, which I think we have 69 banked. And about 80-something of these 6% mining potions, which isn't as good, but you know. The 6% with all the 7% we're going to have. And then going into the following day after that, we'll be able to make a ton in the mining XP pots. Then we pivot over to the Stonewall Hills. And in the Stonewall Hills where we hit the wall. Because we got a Stonewall Hill from 158 to 197. But the only thing in between that we might do being like 44 of these that we need to go buy entirely from scratch. Just so we can use them on knowledge points to get through the zone a little bit quicker. Because we're going to have to do a lot of Stonewall Hill. a lot. I'm talking like 2,000 of them. Like, I'm talking like 2 full days of like 11-hour Stonewall Hill for the final 2 days of day 4 and 5. It's going to be rough. But we will get through it. Anyways, guys. Oh, you finally finished all the quests, Mad Hatter. Nice. Huge congrats. Can you explain the bank trading? Yeah, so the way that trading will work with banks, or with the bank trading, basically is you unlock trading from completing out Chapter 4 storyline, or at least midway through. And after you do, all these places that say player market, if you are trading someone in these areas, you'll be able to trade bank to bank. How exactly this will work specifically, we don't know. But you will be able to trade anything in your bank for anything in their bank. So you'll be able to trade like 2,000 iron ore for their 5,000, I don't know, some other thing. But yeah, you'll be able to trade bank to bank in these 4 tiles here. The east, north, south, and western markets here. But only in those 4 areas would you be able to. Everywhere else, you could trade what's in your inventory. Like I right now could trade what I have in my inventory right now with this guy right here or something. But only in Chronopolis Square over here around the Merchant Tower will you be able to trade from bank to bank. But you'll be able to store trade anything that goes in a storage thing with anything else in someone else's storage. But that's pretty much how that will work. But it'll only work around that tower. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. We will be back tomorrow, same time as always, for about the same amount of time as today as well. And yeah, it should be one of the easier days for alchemy. These first 3 days should be pretty chill. The 4th and 5th days are the scary ones. But these first 3 days, if it was as fun as today, it should be pretty free. And who knows, maybe we'll do another update. Seems like they're doing an update every day now again. That'd be cool if we get another one tomorrow. I highly doubt it, though. But who knows? 2 in a row, get a 3rd. Got the leaderboard, got the new little map circle. See what they add tomorrow. Probably nothing, though. Don't get your hopes up. But you never know. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. And I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.